stone after that. So the Gemara says amazing. That kind of like it doesn't mean that they did it. You're right. It doesn't mean that actually again they threw additional stones. That's not what it means. Rather, what it means is you did stuff. In other words, if it was needed, this is what would happen. In other words, here's the process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that halacha l'maisa, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then second witness comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that works, then again everyone else will leave the stone. Now, did that ever happen? That they needed Klal Yisrael to get involved in the stoning? No. But nevertheless, that's part of the process. Amar Evan Haisavataya, Evan Akash, Evan Akas, Evan Shmiskaba. What's the this? Now, this is incredible. So the Mishnah made it sound like, again, there was a stone that was prepared for the second witness to throw if it was necessary. It says, Akas, Evan Shmiskaba, Akas, Nikla Alav, the Akas Saishin Arabo, the Akas Yusha Farabo, Kuban Baradimo. Listen, this is fascinating. After a person was executed, anything used in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. So the Gemara says over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used to stone him, right? The rope that was used to stone him, everything was buried with him. So if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, she thought, in the captain, it might see after the inside. What it means is one stone per customer. In other words, that's what I saw. Right, if they executed the thing, the stone used in execution was buried along with it. And Allah for so then if there was another execution, they would prepare a second stone. It must be Barton. Really, these items would be buried with him. After all, we learned that kind of in Barton. You wouldn't bury these items with him. I will say, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone. You don't really want the stone that was used for execution around. Why? It's going to be a lack of covered amaze because people are going to say, listen, that was the stone that they killed people. Right? That's the tree that they hanged Shimon from. You don't want that. It's a lack of cover. So the Gemara says, they buried the stone along with the individual, and then they compare another one. The Gemara says, one second, they buried it in that time we learned in the Barney, but if we learned that you don't bury the item together with the mace. So that's what's like, you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a degradation to the mace. That a mace should be buried along with the buried item you're executed with. Because you're right, my papa might emote the Jesus right now. It doesn't mean that we put it in the kever. Like, in other words, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the kever itself. What it means is you're burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. Amar Shmuel. What's this fascinating? So let's say again, Reuben is condemned to death, and before the execution was carried out, so the one of the witnesses lost the hand. So if he lost the hand, then halacha l'maisa, Reuben gets off on a technicality. So the Gemara says, my time on, right? So Reuben is taught my time off. This is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant as you like on the guilty party first. So therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Reuben goes through. Technicality. So that's this. Tell me what, that people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's an amputee, doesn't have hands, so he can't go ahead and testify in a capital case. Shiny husband, no, what he means is like this. We're talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceedings, and they found him guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the testimony is fine. So the Gemara says, so it says this, but here's the problem. The Gemara says, what about the following situation? Witnesses show up on another basis, right? Witnesses show up and they testify about the following. We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Reuven was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. So they're showing up in Beis Din, talking about Reuven being found guilty in a different Beis Din, and ultimately again, and so-and-so were the witnesses. Now listen, interestingly enough, how are they? Based on what we just said, the witnesses have to be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. They have to have the hands to carry this. In this case, Reuven is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different Beis Din. Jewish says, no, Shmuel, Shmuel said, no, actually, we're talking about over here is those second set of witnesses that show up, those are actually the original witnesses who testified that Reuben was guilty. So we'll say that here's what's interesting about this entire discussion. What's fascinating about this is quite a literal interpretation of the psukim, right? The Gemara is saying, the yad ha'edin tiyabo barishona literally means that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first, right? If the witnesses would push him off the side of the building by skila, and therefore the Gemara is literally saying that if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Reuven goes free. So the Gemara says that is a pretty literal interpretation of the pasuk. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says, sorry, lost the place. All right, me buying a cross. Gemara says, do we really need such a literal interpretation? To get sick, but Tanya, most humas hamaken rotzeh. Any other than misak sulaba. Most is about to somebody kills someone else. Allah wants to execute him. Now I only know that you have to execute him in the particular execution that the Torah highlights, right? What's the first line? How do I know? So let's say someone's chayiv skila. Like, how do I know that if for some reason I can't administer skila, that I kill him any way that I can? In other words, that halacha l'maaseh, even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed Nisa, that you execute him in a different way. Most Limas executed. So what do you see from here? Well, you see from here is that Allah reminds even if he says something, there's some latitude in interpretation. As the Torah says that Reuben is supposed to get skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give hereg. Right? That you give him hereg. So you see from here that you don't have to be necessarily interpreted exclusively little. We shine Hasam the Omikra, most of us. No, that's not a good lie. That's different. Why? Because here I've said there's lots of most you must. There's a lesson of a pasuk, right? And the lesson of the pasuk ultimately is most you must, which is a more general statement. The ligma. So why don't you go ahead and learn after this? Well, let this be the paradigm. That even if the Torah says something explicitly, it doesn't. The exclusivity doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Right? That's the Abba. Those says the Gemara. Because in reality, Rotzeh and Gol Adam, are both now. What's interesting about Rotzeh and Gol Adam, we're going to see. These are both cases where the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. I will say now, just pause these sentences. What's Shnei Ksuvah by Gavin? Shnei Ksuvah is very important. I won't call it accidental things, I will call it a legal case, which is as follows. When the Torah says something once, that means that once is to create the paradigm. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that coming to tell you? That these two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. So the Gemara says, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is to create an exception and not to create a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, what's it just a Rotzeh? What's this Rotzeh? Rotzeh, the Torah tells me that someone killed someone, Reuben killed Shimon, he's found guilty. What's the halacha? We have to kill him with skila. What if he can't give skila? Kill him however you can kill him. Right? So the Gemara says, Gol Adam was Mishval Adam, I design you Gol Adam, you're Mishval Salatzeh. So Mitzvah the Gol Adam. Supposed to say, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The Shogeg. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? Gol Adam, you go to Gavos, but you're even a avenger of blood. Who is avenger of blood? Right? Who is that? That's a relative of the person who is killed. So the Gemara says, how do we know? This is wild. How do we know? Now let's say again, Shimon doesn't have any relatives. So therefore again, there's no Gol Adam. Beis Din appoints a Gol Adam. It's so interesting to see like who applies to that job, right? Beis Din goes ahead and appoints a Gol Adam. So ultimately again, so what do you see from here? Even when the Torah says that it's dafka the Gol Adam who goes and executes, if he's a relative, but yet if there's no relative, Beis Din appoints us. We'll say, what do you see in these two cases? Even though the pasuk explicitly says something, we nevertheless what? We interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So the Torah says the person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of the Goal Adam. But if there's no Goal Adam, then what? Bezin appointed. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the pasuk literally. So let's say, therefore, two instances teaching us the same thing, non-literal interpretation. But because it's stated twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. And if I'm also coming full circle, we now understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skill? Who does it? Who does it? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an amputee, loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Reuven goes free on a technicality. He goes free on a technicality. Incredible. This says the Gemara only Markish Rashi, Milo Ba'inan. But do we not need the positive to be? We're going to stop with it. By the way, excellent job. Excellent job. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. That was fantastic. Right? We did it. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week literally on the same page, almost on the same page. Just so let's say, what a week of learning Tanakh in such a tremendous zuchus. And I just want to point out one last piece. One of the most important sodos in all of this. What do you think? I was thinking about it. It's like just people down or learning these gemaras. Like what do you do with all these gemaras of execution? I always find when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death creates the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So I must say, what it has to really ingrain within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, Baruch Hashem, we are not, Baruch Hashem, subject to these inyanim, then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do. Every breath we have is a tremendous gift from the Ribono Shel Olam, and we should just be able to maximize it. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos. We can put microphone by next week. We get the microphone set up by next week. I do. We have it. We got to figure. We invest in this, so we got to figure out a way. Deducing is right alive by reasoning draws up. So let's look at what deducting is. Okay, deducting is something financial. Deducting. I think I might have been wrong. Subtracting or taking away. Oh, so I'm trying to add to it. You're trying to take it away. All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Do I use deduct or deduce? Morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor for production here, right? The Tilson Mishpacha Discuss for the Soros Toros for all of the Amisya. How about we look around the church to see that Prophet is kind. The Kara. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Kara Richter, memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, who passed away earlier this week. How we told us for the son to come in Mishpacha, for dedicating Shimon Joshua in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Rafa Bracha, Itai Levy, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. That's the only sponsors for today. Elio and Yuval Ramifar, and memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, Zichron Rafa, and in honor of their son Yudah on his 11th birthday. We thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the release of the more hostages today. And again, Hashem hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and B'Kara. So with that, let us we have a lot to do today. Couldn't call this everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf is Mem 44. We are actually picking up the rest of Hashem on Mem Gimel on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the convicted individual, right? So we're going to follow along our progression. Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a Beis Din. So when Reuben was approximately, when he was 10 Amos away from the Beis Din, from the execution spot, all in low, they would say to him, Hisvada, commit vidui, or recite vidui. Shekindar columns misvada. Because again, there's the death of people who are being put to death by reason to recite vidui to confess. Right? Because even though, again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So they call it, Gemara says, Misha says, because Shekol Mitzvah, anyone who does video before he dies, Yesh Lachem Ke'olam has a portion in the world to come. Shekim Hatzina Ba'achan, for we see by Achan, now who is Achan? So again, we're going to see this a little bit. When Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought for Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to death. Achan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. Again, we'll see more about that story in just a little bit. Shneimar Yeshua, Simon Kavod Hashem Elokeinu Yisrael became Lo Toda. So literally again, this is Yeshua saying to Achan, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel. The king that Lo Toda. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We have to see exactly what this particular statement means. But Yai Achan as Yeshua, so Achan answers Yeshua, and he said as following: I know he's not Tasi, but Kazos Kazos. So Achan said, when confronted by Yeshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so and so and so and so. We now should keep our video. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result, that he received atonement as a result of his video? So Yeshua says to Achan, Achan, just as you have like destabilized us, literally again muddied the waters for us, so Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. So the Gemara says, it's only on this day, i.e. in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. But you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that halacha l'maaseh, because Achan did tshuva, Achan did vidui, therefore ultimately again he is forgiven. It's incredible. Being any of the other stados, what happens if a person doesn't know how to do vidui? The same person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. So we say to him, Emor, say the following: Tehei nisasi kapara akol avonasi. My death should be an atonement akol avonasi for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There's a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying. It's called vidui shchivnila, when a person is dying. So there's a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says, Tehei misasi kapara akol avonasai. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the vidui. But Yehuda says, in Hayodea Shiva Mezumam, but Yehuda says, if at the end of the day, let's say Yehuda knows that he's innocent, right? And let's say, as much as Beis says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say he's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? You then could say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. So Yehuda says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, they said to Nikkei, so remember, Yehuda says, essentially, you say vidui before you bring that out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, if you put in that formulation, everyone's going to say that, because everyone maintains their innocence, or at least most people maintain their innocence, all the way until the end. Okay? So So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua says to Achan, Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of seeing Hebrew prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yeshua says to Achan, please, when he asks him not, Russian over here is the Hagid no li ma'asisi, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a lashon, is a request. What does this mean? B'shashon HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yoshua Chata Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Klal Yisrael, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael has sinned. Klal Yisrael has sinned. Amar Afar Yivon Shalom Yichata. So remember again, Hashem is telling Yoshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yoshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who did it? Who took from the spoils? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? I'm related to people dying. So listen to this. Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Let Hapel Goralos go and cast lots. Cast lots, cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast the lotteries. The Nafal Goral al Achan, and the lottery fell on Achan. Amar Yeshua. So Amar Yeshua. The Goral Atabar, right? So now Yeshua confronts Achan. This is Achan. You went ahead and you committed this. So Achan says, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Elazar Cohen says you're going to go Achan. Even in Makil Alechem Goral Achan, you can know. So Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Rabbi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The point that Achan is trying to make is a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So Yeshua is attacking Vakashmucha, please Achan, I'll talk to you guys all go. So whatever you do not cast aspersions on the lottery. Why not? Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So Achan, if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast aspersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on and says, Shina Emar, Akbegori Faikasarus. So what does it mean? So what does it mean when Yeshua says to Achan, please give over? Aravina Shapidi Shapid. Literally, Yeshua bribed Achan with words. What does this mean? So it says, Klum Nerakishminka Elahodah, Teino Toda Vili Pater. So Yeshua lied a little bit to Achan. He said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession, and then we're done. Miyad, Vaya'an Achan es Yeshua, Vayomer Amna, Anoki Chatas Lashon Yisrael, Kazos v'Kazos Asisi. And Achan said, yeah, it was me. I did it. Right, this is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. I'm Rabbi Tanina. Lami, Shema'al Achan B'Shlosh Chalayim. So interesting, it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Chayim. Chayim means also Chayim. We raise the Chayim in a particular context. We're raising put someone in Chayim. The Chayim also means the concept where the base right, goes in and says something is off limits. So for example, Yericho was Chayim. Right? The spoils of Yericho were Chayim. So the next thing that's interesting that Achan went ahead and violated 3 different Charamim. First of all, why lines are about him? Shnayim b'Mimo. So the Achan made Yoshua 2 during days of Moshe Rabbeinu and 1 during days of Yoshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there's also a Chayim. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. of the war. So apparently Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, but he violated two by Moshe and by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Vikazos, Asisi. Kazos, there are three Rishonos over here. Like this one, and like this one, have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents three acts of performance, or three acts of violation, three Charamim violated. Yochel, Amar, Mishra, and Rosh, and Shloshim, Hamisha. He violated three Charamim. Arba, Moshe, Ve'acham, Yoshua. Shneimar, Anochi Chatasi, Vikazos Asisi. Okay. About Hashka, my Anish. So what up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other Charamim, why is he only punished after Yichon? Shouldn't he be punished earlier than that? So Rabbi Yochanan Shorbaza is beautiful Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Mishum and Rabbi Shimon, the fish shall anshu ala nestaros. So this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is Kol Yisrael Reivim Zeh B'Zeh, mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility means that not only are we supposed to take care of each other, but Allah I'm responsible for your averos, you're responsible for my averos. That's the way it works. I share in the zechuyos of your mitzvos, you share in the zechuyos of my mitzvos. That's the mutual responsibility. So there's this concept, and the Gemara says, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit an avera privately? No one else knows about it. So Allah is your mutual responsibility for that avera. So listen to this. So Rothschild says, there is, but that only that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the Yarden. So therefore, again, even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other Charamim prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only way Klal was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. This is not going to hold this tonight. Listen to this. So literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. So we must say, Nana Nakod Al Lanu V'Lo Yal Ayin Shed Ba'ad. So one is it. What's the good in the Sefer Torah? There are dots over. Lanu Ulevanenu and the ayin of Ad. The Lamed Shloch Halam starts at Avras Hayagim Divrei Yehuda. So Yehuda also teaches us that the deed of mutual responsibility didn't apply for private averos until after we crossed into Eretz Yisrael. That's what you see is actually incredible. There is a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Galus. When we're out in Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So you're like, here we are, but the honest, hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averas? Right? So let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public behavior of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averas, you're responsible for my private averas? That is a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, "V'halot k'vayne'enar ad olon elikashim shlo onesh al esteros kach lo onesh al osi shebegrovoi ad she'avri Yisrael es hayagim." Rather than going to say this second out of them, the thing is like this: there's never mutual responsibility for hidden averas. You see, right? You can't operate that way. When I say I can't be responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the Migros, the revealed averas, there's responsibility for that only once we entered into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that before we entered into Eretz Yisrael. Ella, that's the case. Not from them down it. All fine. My time, not yours. So that's the case on one side. Then essentially, Achan's taking the property from the Yericho was a private act. So if that's the case, even though it happened in Eretz Yisrael, why wouldn't there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Allah, Achan, my time, not yours. To which we write in the Habu Yadi Day Ishto Ubana. Ultimately, again, because his family knew about it. Even though it wasn't public, that Klal Yisrael knew it was public enough that his family knew about it, and it didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. Rashi says at the end, Like, not yet. Trying to point out what a tremendous social skill that there is a certain, not certain, there is a level of mutual response that a family has. And if it knows that one of the members of the family is struggling something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is a responsibility for those failures. Overwhelming struggle, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Now it's the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff to do. You give me responsibility for the private things of mine, but for the revealed things, we're absolutely responsible. When I'm sitting in a family, I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it and help results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. So once it's caught to Yisrael, remember the Gemara says that the sin of Achan, but it was in a Klal Yisrael. So we'll say, so this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a speaking to Yeshua. So, the Gam Avu is busy. Klal Yisrael sinned and he violated my day. Now, what we're seeing over now, this being coming together, is Achan who sinned. But Klal Yisrael was held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Arafat, because of mutual responsibility. But there's no mutual responsibility for publicly known Avelis. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and enough to create mutual responsibility and liability. So this is a beautiful Gemara. Chate, so it's Baruch says to Yeshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from here that even though a Jew sinned, he's still called Yisrael. Yisrael, right? Because again, Chata Yisrael. Even though, so the Chashmah said, even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So what's there's a beautiful piece. A beautiful piece by the Balakanya. The Balakanya writes as follows. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Elo Shem Torah. So the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik, Rasha. Those are descriptive terms. Like Tzaddik is a description of who you are. Rasha, he says that's not Yisrael. So what's the difference between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? So descriptive terms could change. If someone is a tzaddik today, he could be a Rasha tomorrow. Someone's a Rasha today, he could be a tzaddik tomorrow. And a shame etzem. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Shilishmos Yisrael and Chelik Elokamim Ma'al Mamish. Like again, the opening Russian and Tanya, because the neshama of a Jew is mamish a spark, is a chid, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Memela Eino Yachol Yishtanos. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is the immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei, who Poging in Yaakov says, you don't have. This is actually good trouble. What does it mean that the Yisrael Shechat, the Russian over here, Chati Yisrael, Apatu Shechati Yisrael? Again, I say, the fact that I'm a Jew, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Neshama, the fact that I'm a Spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, Chas v'Shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition,
I love him. Doug, if I could talk to Eddie Bravo right now, I'd be like, Doug, and the whole Rogan verse, I like you the most, man. Santa Ana for life.
It's not a Shem Toar.
But no, those fucking football pencils and
which are descriptive terms. And
he's the funniest of them all.
Is an essence term. Descriptive terms change.
I think he's the smartest of them all. He doesn't take all the bullshit. Like, what part of Ace Ventura? That's a great question. Let's hear about that.
This is probably one of the most important Gemaras in all of Shas, because this is the reason why Tshuva is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I have the ability to rehabilitate myself? Why is that? There aren't just certain avenues that after a certain point, like the point of no return, there's no going back. That's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm Yisrael, because I am a neshama, and that neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I can use to rebuild myself. So that's what it means when it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russian right now. That's possible. But no matter what those descriptive terms may be, my essence term is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritually and personally evoke is always present as well. Incredible. This is what people say. The common expression people say, Asa b'kay b'nei kofi, Asa shnei v'asa kairei. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a hadas that is surrounded by little branches all around it. It still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains a myrtle. Incredible. The God obviously, I said to your son, Sakash Baruch tells Yeshua, fathers are also violating the covenant that I commanded them. Gam not kumenacheret, gam ganvu, gam kakashu, gam samu b'kelehem. So he's talking about all the things that, again, I want to point out, Klal Yisrael didn't do this, it was Achan who did it, but Klal Yisrael is being held responsible. I'm going to rely on Yeshua to do the bar, Nistar Fa. The Lamed Sha'aba Achan Achamishin Kumishir Torah. You see from here that Achan violated all, he didn't just take from his fathers of he felt, he violated halacha, right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Chumash. Shnei Amar Kamisha Gam. A little bit of a play on words over here. Kamisha Gam, he also violated the Kamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. Already, right? Mishum Rabbi Bar Misparta. Achan Moshe Bar Allah Sohaya. Achan tried to cover up his bris milah. Right, we saw it before about Adam Rishon also. Shador was with me though. Sid Harkon says over here, but down public to see Harsam as you see out there. So Shita, that's obvious. Mal the emoji up front. Mitzvah, the Bifei Ro Pakar, maybe not. Maybe even though Achan was a sinner, ultimately, again, perhaps he would not go so far so as to cover up a mitzvah on his body. Kamash Malon that he did. But he also never loved Israel. He did something terrible in Klal Yisrael. I'm not the Abba. Nothing had relations with the betrothed girl. Sid Haka says over here that the Asan of Allah, Sid Haka with the Astan of Allah Israel. So Chita, the word of God, cool high, low Paka Nafshe, that far, Alchem wouldn't do. Like you wouldn't make the Paka Nafshe, what's that actually mentioned? Paka Nafshe means make your soul hefker. The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hefker. So isn't that incredible? Like none of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, hefker, no credit card, go, enjoy, cash, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yet my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, when I commit an avera, essentially what I'm saying is, it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, do how you want, what you want, it doesn't make a difference. So I say, none of us in our right mind will ever actually, choose to do that yet. The default we allocate the definition of an avera is making my neshama hefker. It's incredible. Rabbi says, Dine kinara murasa. The Alchem was judged like an Aram Murasa, did a skila, ultimately in a skila. But now, what does this mean? What do you mean with the skila? That Alchem violated all 5 books of the Torah, that Alchem went ahead and tried to cover up the skila, that he had relations with an Aram Murasa. Like, first of all, that's not, all right, we might learn that from like Zera Shabbos, but it's not like, or it feels like we need going out of our way to find culpability for offense. You might say it like this. We see this all the time. Sin doesn't just occur, and dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a culmination of smaller missteps. They may by themselves be relatively innocuous, but they lead me on a particular path and they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So the more saying is like this. Whether Achan actually had a relationship with Nara Murasa tried to cover up this need, but if you want to say is like this. Achan, Yeshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of Jericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. Like, they came out of Egypt with incredible amounts of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So, how do you make such a dramatic mistake to compromise you, your family, and colleagues? So, what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was making committing multiple others all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way. A really bad, big decision. That's why I was saying, sometimes I like to think that it's like the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong, small decisions, maybe they're sinful, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life. And that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, hey, let me partake of some of those spoils of the week. Yeshua told me not to. That's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yeshua and take the spoils of the Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on the path. This is why I was doing this so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a derech. And if I live that with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. So in other words, I'm going to tell you, Right now, just up and down, that's a case of that's the shore azal, that's Mona, that's Penosa, that's Shora, that's Kamona, that's Solo, that's all of us, Kohen Shalom. This is now, because it says, Yeshua took Achan, the entire family, all the spoils. So the Gemara says, in the Bukhata, one of them knows some not how to understand. So it sounds like Yeshua executing Achan's family. But Achan is going to commit the idea. What did his family do wrong? The Gemara says, Futame using that same logic, Bukhata. Also says in someone Klal Yisrael. So again, Achan committed the sin. What did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, they say the Klal Yisrael, Elo, Lidosan, Hakanami Lidosan. Yeah, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed just as Klal Yisrael wasn't executed. So what happened? The year of Moshe gathered up the execution of Achan to give them Musar. To show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect. And it's important that we see the Chala Yishmu, just like again, executions were public, in order that the people should understand the severity of actions. So to Yeshua gathers the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael as well. But Yishua also made, so they went ahead, so Yeshua went ahead and burnt everything. Everything means Achan, besides it means Achan his possessions, and stoned them. So the Gemara says, I don't say the Tarki. Why do you burning and stoning it? What's the shot with that? I'm like, how do this straight for straight? How do this skew? No, what it means is the things that were supposed to be burned were burned, like inanimate objects, property, and things that were supposed to be stoned, i.e., Achan and livestock, were stoned. The Mazmeir B'Shalom Adaras Shinar Akos Tova Umasayim Shkalim Kesed. So again, now the Nabi details what Achan took. Right, I saw in the video in the spoils. Adaras Shinar Tova Umasayim Shkalim Kesed. Amrav, it's still at the milsah. It was a cloak of fine wool. Shmuel says Sabbath of the Shrifa, a cloak of dyed wool. By Atzikim of Hashem. This is incredible. So what is it going to Hashem? Yeshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Tamar Nachman, he threw it down before Hashem. Amar the father of Ribbon Shel Olam. Even to Hari Ruben Shal Sanhedrin, I will say, now remember, how did Yeshua know? How did anyone know that Achan took from the spoils of Yericho? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember, the Jews were promised victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on over there. So Yeshua comes and almost like in an act of defiant chutzpah, takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the so much. Really for this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. For this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, in the battle of Ai, which was the next battle after you told, 36 men died. That's what he means when he said a half a Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, really 36 men died in the battle of Ai. Amar in the family that he chose the Shishayin, Baalo, because it says the equivalent of 36 men died. So who died? Ella Zeh Yair Ben Menashe. It was a great advocate of Menashe. Sheshakol Kineged Rigol Sanhedrin. He was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, as half of the Sanhedrin. So Yeshua is upset. Yeshua says, so because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Acham stole from Yericho, this is why you killed the 36 people. Spoiling the Pasuk says that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion. Right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. So the Gemara says, who is this? So Rosh Zeh Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe being spoke to Hashem with a sense of humility. But Asher Ya'ane Azus, who's the rich man who speaks with a little bit of arrogance? Zeh Yoshua. It's supposed to be Yoshua. Right? Again, especially the fact we just saw Yoshua spoke with Chutzpah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. My time, what's the reason? Even with the sake by Atzikim with Hashem, because the part we just mentioned, that he took the spoils that Achad stole and he threw it down HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Almost like he said to Baruch Hu, why? Why? Okay, you want to punish us, why you punish? But why take 36 neshamas for what? For some spoils? So Yeshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. No, so he says, Patus Pinchas, didn't Pinchas do the same thing? After the sin, Vayamot Pinchas, Vayipalel, Vata'atzana Gifa. Pinchas now was a Roman translator, it says Pinchas David, and the clay which was sweeping through the people as a result of the immorality of the brothers of Midian stopped. So the Lord just said, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say David, rather what does it say? Vayipalel. Melamed she'asa palilos in korel. So what's like the shorish of Pedram Melamed Palal means to judge. So therefore, then what does it mean? That Peter has to be up and judge HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What did he do? But the fact that he brought the bodies of Zimri and Kazvi, right? The Zimri was the Nasi, Kazvi was the media, I think that's the committee of adultery and immorality in public. And you threw their bodies down in front of the I'm going to find the bonus of Allah. How you estimate the Abba Elohim himself for these 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that Pinchas also activated insolence and arrogance. So what's that? I just mentioned, you can see by Yom Ha'is and Agir, Abba Bashim Allah. So that's because I mentioned that we have these tremendous Quran. We're going to teach us something about Tefillah. So we want to give the idea that the word halal means to judge. The Church Shekal Hirsch brings down from Kolei, the hard calling idea. He said, you translate the word halal as the daven. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Right? If the shorish paid lamed lamed is to judge, lehit halal is the reflexive form of that verb. Which means then, what does lehit halal mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So let's say the process of tefillah, when Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says that Hirsch is something so beautiful. This is often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on Kabbalah. And Kabbalah, of course, means like understanding of the words. But Hirsch says essentially it's okay to let your mind go on to wander. It just depends if your mind is wandering too. So if my mind is wandering, thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a time of self-judgment, of self-reflection. And the hit palel doesn't simply mean to pray. The hit palel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. That's a different way of looking at davening. So you want to learn about have your time on that. That's a yagging. So again, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua said, why did you take us over the Jordan? This is after the defeat, at the eye. Why did you take us over the Jordan? Like just to be defeated? So the Gemara said, Moshe made Lava. So Moshe also said this, Lava Hari also Lava Zeh. And the Parsha Shmos. Moshe says, after going to Paro, and Paro said, fifth by Paro, Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done something terrible to these people? Elo, Mehacha, rather it comes from here. So Yeshua says, you know what? After this defeat, after I, Yeshua says, you know what? We should have never crossed the Jordan. We should have just stayed where we were. But I'm not showing Yeshua. Kum loch. Now, kum loch means get up. Now, the way the Gemara understands it is kum loch is Hashem telling Yeshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Shall call Yeshua. Your culpability is more intense than Klal Yisrael's. How so? Ani amarti So the Gemara listen to this. So Hashem says to Yeshua like this. You know, when I commanded that when you go over the Jordan, you're supposed to set up the stones, right, upon which the Torah is to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. When did you do it? 16 mil into the So Yeshua, you are only responsible because you violated my instruction. What's up? Do nothing. So after she left, open Rab Amore, Rab called over Zamora, and he said, so for those, Kasher Tziva Shemes Moshe Ado, in Tziva Moshe as Yeshua, but he also Yeshua, well, this year, Davar Mikona Tziva Hashem as Moshe. So remember again, here's the problem. So one hand, Hashem is holding Yeshua culpable for not following his directions. Yet the passage says that Yeshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. Because that Yeshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, Hashem says to Yeshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why are you partially responsible? This is very awesome. So watch this. Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Yericho. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yeshua's prohibition. So Hashem said to Yeshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yeshua did it because, again, he wanted a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. For both, we said, Yeshua, I didn't ask you to create that trailer. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take spoilers. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you are partially culpable for what happened with Achan. Incredible. I become really, boy, Basis, Ba'ai, Basisalai, Ulamalka, Kashasisali, for the Malka. So now, okay, so that's the story. Achan, and they will say, why do you do all this? Because it's incredible. Right? But why else do you do all of this? Because remember, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that before a person is executed, we tell him to do vidui. Who is the source, the biblical source for vidui? So the Mishnah here quotes Achan. Right? Achan confessed his sin before being executed. Let's say, by the way, who is the real card for vidui for confession? The real card for vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not part of our real, because we're looking for a source of someone who did vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're Yeshua, it was incredible, ridiculous Yeshua story. We start saying more sense of brachas. Yeshua was in Yericho. Vayisa in a Vayar. He goes ahead and he sees, and the apostle goes on to say, he sees Vayina ish omed lenegdo v'chavo shalifo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo ki ani sad tzva Hashem atabasi. So now Yeshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yeshua proclaims himself. Now remember, This was happening at night. So Yeshua, how were you able to prostrate yourself? You can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. Shaving at night. So maybe Allah will say again. Maybe the person you see in front of you is not really a person but a shade. So how do you yourself give him shalom? So the Gemara says, Shiny Hazam Yukamele Ani Satsva Shem Atabasi. This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, the surely it wasn't a shade. If you're in the Shakti, maybe it's a lying shade. Like, not maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using the same shalom aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go and pretend he's not a shade. So when it says, we have a tradition, we're not teaching Israel Batala. Shading, do not go ahead and use the Lashon. I will say, it's probably such a profound story. That everyone has the line they won't cross, right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, no, I would never do that, right? That anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. We don't have that line. We don't have that line, which is good, right? Everyone has to have that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shading also have that line. So Shading go to the name of Hashem and the other things that I say, I'm a listen, this is ridiculous. I'm a Mary, so listen to this. So the shade sometimes, so the Mala said to Yeshua, I'm here for two reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily coming, and tonight, you're not learning Torah. What is the insight to that learning Torah? What's the Rashi? Actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the coming. They did a daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up to the mouth. There's a couple more for that. So what does it mean? Excuse me. Now, by the way, so he says, the Rambam says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon tamid. So because he didn't offer up the afternoon tamid, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. Look at Rashi. It's the 4 lines down, last white line, on the right hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. Rashi calculating Talmud Torah. It's going to be Yom Iyatam Yicholim Lasok B'Torah Matmas Esik Mechamas. Tzrichim Atam Lasok B'Torah B'Layla V'Chayim Achal Mishkav B'Gilgal Sheshem Amachayim. This is absolutely incredible. Get ready for this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like the following idea. That halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, I understand why during the day you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Hey, you're doing that. But at night, why are you not learning? At night, like, listen, do you hear this? I understand you're fighting, you're at work during the day. I understand you're at work during the day. Like, you're fighting the battle during the day. I got it. But now you're not at work. You're not at work. There's no say there. Speak to Shmuel. I don't understand. Listen, this is such a tremendous Mishah skill. It's a long night. There's no such thing as a gift. It's beautiful when we come to this meditation in the morning. It's incredible. That it's not up to her not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I dig into this meditation as well because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach says, listen, it's more time.
Good morning, Mr. Burris. How are you?
And the Malach comes to Yeshua and says, where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. Where is I understand.
Yeah, and drink water.
The whole day you're busy with the war. But when I say now it's nighttime, where is your learning? Listen, it's so overwhelming, because sometimes we got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day over here on the Yeshua.
Shout out to Mr. Burris. She's amazing.
To say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time must absolutely, unequivocally be devoted to the study. So I was going to have to stop over here for today. We're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot. One block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. We continue to have outside. Shkoya. All right, everyone's have a good Chodesh. Everyone's have a great day. Good Chodesh, everyone. It's like the bloodline thing where they're the executive for the I unplugged it. It was anything to do. Yeah, but like, now, too late to try to always drop videos where he sucks and stuff. About how he met Nelson. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, this is definitely, in my world, this is the best he's ever been. Yeah. It's 30 pounds. You think those pounds are going to look better? Not in his frame. All right, so we'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Darshan Tehei, the Tilson Mishpacha is Zchus, for Soros Telos for all of Am Yisrael. Allah Yishuf Zoch, see that bracha is Kayin, Bekarov. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, Zichron Bracha, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, Talmud Torah sponsor for this month, Becoming Mishpacha, the dedicated Shimon Zarshus in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron Bracha, Itai Levi, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Elio and Dvar Ramenfar, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, Zichron Bracha, and in honor of his son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. Thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the release of more hostages today. And Amiras Hashem, hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and Bekarov. Well, so with that, let us, we have a lot to do today. Good Chodesh, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf is Mem Dalet 44. We are actually picking up the rest of Hashem on Mem Gimel on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the convicted individual, right? So they know following along in our progression, Reuven was accused of killing Shimon. Reuven's been found guilty by a big. So when Reuven was approximately at least 10 amos away from the base from the execution spot, Omer Lo, they would say to him, Hisvada, commit vidui, or recite vidui. Because again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by Bezdin to recite vidui, to confess. Right? Because even though, again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So the Gemara says, because that anyone who does vidui before he dies, has a portion in the world to come. Shekil matzinu ba'achan. What we see by Achan. Now, who is Achan? So again, as we're going to see in just a little bit, when Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yoshua said that no one is allowed to partake of the spoil of Yericho. Whoever does so would be liable to that. Achan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. Again, we'll see more about that story in just a little bit. Shneimar Yoshua B'ni Simna Kavod Hashem Elokei Yisrael became Toda. So literally again, this is Yoshua saying to Achan, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel, became Lo Toda. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Achan answered Yoshua and he said, I'm not Anochi Hakasi, because So Achan said, when confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so and so and so and so. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result? He received atonement as a result of his deed. So Yoshua says to Achan, just like you have destabilized us, literally again muddied the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. It's only on this day, i.e., in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. That you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that because Achan did vidui, therefore ultimately again he is incredible. In any of the other scholars, the person doesn't know how to do vidui. The same person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. Omer Lo, so we say to him, Emar, say the following. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi Yehuda says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There's a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying. If you call vidui shkidnida, the person is dying. So there's a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that Hebrew that essentially just says, Tehei misasi kapara akol avonosai. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's the entirety of the Hebrew. But Yehuda says, in Hayayodea Shuvah Mezumah, Yehuda says, at the end of the day, let's say Yehuda knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as Bezdin says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say Ruben's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer tehini sasi kapara kol avonasai chutz mi avonzeh. Reuven could say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. So Amrlo in came Yehu called Adam Omer came today lenachos atzmo. So Yehuda says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, they said to me, okay, so remember, Rabbi Luda says, essentially, you say vidui before you can let out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, Rabbi Luda, if you put in that formulation, everyone's going to say that, because everyone maintains their innocence, or is supposed to maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So the Gemara says, no, in na elasha bakasha. So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua is the paradigmatic example of this concept of saying vidui prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, where he asks him not, Lashon over here is the Hagate na li ma'asisi, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a request. What does this mean? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yoshua, Chata Yisrael. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael has sinned. So remember again, Hashem was telling Yoshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yoshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? So Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Lech hapel goralos. Go and cast lots. Cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. Halach people goralos. So sure enough, Yoshua went and he cast lotteries. So Nafal HaGoral al-Achan. And the goral and the lottery fell on Achan. Amar Yoshua. So Amar Yoshua, so now Yoshua confronts Achan. Achan, you went ahead and you committed this act. So Achan said, really? A lottery? That's how you're seeing I'm guilty? After all, again, so Achan said, Yoshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Navi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The point of the Achan was trying to make is the lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So other laws, Yoshua is non-stacking Vakashim, please Achan, I'll tell you that's all girls. Whatever you do not cast dispersions on the lottery. Why not? Sha'asiga Eretz Yisrael should this kind of Gogol. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So often, if you start casting dispersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast dispersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on, he says, Shene Emar, Achtegori Chalikas Aretz. So what does it mean? Tain Toda. So what does it mean? Yoshua says to Achan, please give over. Amravino, Shachudish Shachtek. Literally, Yoshua bribed Achan with words. What does this mean? So Yoshua lied a little bit to Achan. He said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession, and then we're done. Miyad, vaya'al Achan es Yoshua, vayomer Amna, Anochi chatas v'Ashon Yisrael, Hazos v'Kazos Asis. And Achan said, yeah, it was me. I did it. Like, this is what I did, this is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. Rami, Shema'al Achan b'Shlosha Halalim. So interesting enough, I'll say, it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Chelim. Chelim means also Chelim. We raise the Chelim in a particular context. We're raising from someone in Chelim. Chelim also means the concept where the basin, right, goes in and says off limits. So, for example, Yericho was Chelim, right? The spoils of Yericho were Chelim. So the Gemara says something very interesting, that Achan went ahead and violated three different haramim. First of the white lines on the bottom, Shnayim b'nei Moshe, Yoshua, 2 during the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, and 1 during the days of Yoshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a chayim. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the 1 by Yericho, but he violated 2 by Moshe, 1 by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos v'Kazos Asisi. And those are the 3 Lashonos over here. Like this one and like this one have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents 3 acts of performance or 3 acts of violation. 3 haramim violated. Yochanan Amar Mishmor Rothschild Shimon Anisha. He violated 3 haramim. Arba b'mei Moshe v'Acham b'mei Yoshua. Shneimar Anochi Chatasi v'Kazos Asisi. Okay. Ba'ad Hashta my Kamelo. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other haramim, why is he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't he have been punished earlier than that? So Rabbi Yochanan Shorabazar is beautiful Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Shimon the Fishla Anshu Alan Estaros Hadsha Abu Es Hayardi. So say this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is Klal Yisrael raising Zebazel, mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility is that not only responsible to take care of each other, but halacha l'maisa, I'm responsible for your averos, you're responsible for my averos. That's the way it works. I share in the zechuyos of your mitzvos, you share in the zechuyos of my mitzvos. That's the mutual responsibility. So there's this concept, the Gemara says, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit an avera privately? No one else knows about it. So Allah say, is there mutual responsibility for that avera? So listen to this. So Allah says there is, but that only that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the Yarden. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other haramim prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only one Klal Yisrael was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. What is Yericho? This is actually my focus tonight. Listen to this. So literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. So Gemara says, Nama Nokud al Lanu V'Lavanenu Gal Ayin Shebad. Right? So why is it? What's it looking to say the Torah? There are dots over Lanu Ulevanenu and the ayin of Ad. The Lamed Shlochanash Kalam Stars Achavas Hayadin Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda also teaches us that the din of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averos until after we crossed into Eretz Yisrael. What do you see? It's actually incredible. There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golos. In other words, when we are outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So the so hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averos? Right? So listen, let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public behavior of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your averos, my private averos? That's a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, "V'halok kvar ne'emar ad olam." Rather, going to both say this second model, but Mechanius says like this: there is never mutual responsibility for hidden averos. You see, right? That you can't operate that way. When I say I can't be responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the niglos, the revealed averos, there's responsibility for that only once we entered into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that before we entered into Eretz Yisrael. Ella, that's the case. Tapam Mendalet. Alcon, my time So that's the case. I say that essentially Alcon's taking a property from Yericho was a private act. So if that's the case, even though it happened in Eretz Yisrael, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Ella upon my time, to which the Gemara says, "Mishum dahavu yadi bei ishto." Ultimately, again, because his family knew about it, even though it wasn't public that Klal Yisrael knew about it, it was public enough that his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As Rashi says over here, let's say someone point out what a tremendous hospital that there is there is a level of mutual responsibility that a family has. And if the family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is responsibility for those failures. Overwhelming, in other words, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So in Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I can't be responsible for the secret stuff. You can't be responsible for the private things of mine, but for the revealed things, we're absolutely responsible. I'm sitting in a family. I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it and help results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. So when it says Chata Yisrael, remember the Gemara says that the sin of Achan was the sin of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say, so this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a Rothschild speaking to Yeshua. Chata Yisrael, the Gam Avru Krisi. Klal Yisrael sinned and they violated my Now, we're single now just bring them together. It was Achan who sinned. But Klal Yisrael was held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Arba, because of mutual responsibility. But there's only mutual responsibility for publicly known Averis. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and therefore to create mutual responsibility and liability. So this is a beautiful Gemara. Chata Yisrael, Baruch says that Yoshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. Rabbi Abba Barzata, Afapi Shechata Yisrael. This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from here the Halach and Amaisa. Even though a Jew sinned, he's still called Yisrael. Yisrael, right? Because again, Chata Yisrael. Even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So also there's a beautiful piece by the Balatanya. The Balatanya writes as follows. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eino Shem Torah. He says the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Russia. Those are descriptive terms, right? Descriptor of who you are. He says that's not Yisrael. He says let's change it to a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term. So descriptive terms could change. If someone is a tzaddik today, he could be a Russia tomorrow. Someone's a Russia today, he could be a tzaddik tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Kinishmos Yisrael, Henchilek Elokami Ma'al Mamish. Like again, the opening Russian in Tanya, because the neshama of a Jew is mamish a spark, it's a chilek, it's a kisera kadosh baruch hu. Manela eno yachol yishtanos. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is an immutable truth. V'kasher Yisrael chodei whole game. Okay, so he goes on. Listen, this is absolutely incredible. What does it mean that Yisrael shechata? Lashon over here is chata Yisrael, afapi shechata Yisrael. Again, I will say, the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I have a neshama, the fact that I'm a there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst Aveira possibly imaginable, Chas v'shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because it's being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I have a neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Baal Taina calls the Shem Etzem. Right? It's ultimately, again, sorry, it's not a descriptive term. It's right here again, it's Shem Etzem. It's not a Shem Toar, it's a Shem Etzem. There are things that are Shem Torah, which are descriptive terms, and Shem Etzem, which ultimately again is an essence term. Descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. A Shem Etzem, an essence term, that remains intact no matter what. And I will say, this is probably one of the most important gemaras in all of Shas, because this is the reason why tshuva is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I have the ability to rebuild myself? Why is that? We should say there aren't there certain averas that after a certain point, like you hit the point of no return, there's no going back. That's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael, because I am a neshama, and that neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I can use to rebuild myself. So that's what it means when it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russia right now. That's possible. But no matter what the descriptive terms may be, my essence term of Yisrael is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritually and personally rehabilitate is always present as well. Incredible. This is what people say. Common expression. People say, even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch that has a hadas that is surrounded by little branches. All around it still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how
that was great.
Comes, in all of the little
my favorite one.
Still remains
that one was
incredible. The Gam Avluas Prisi, Asher Tzivisi Yosam, Sachash Baruch tells Yoshua, fathers are also violating the covenant that I commanded them. Gam not chumen achered, Gam dangu, Gam kachashu, Gam samu b'kelei. So he's talking about all the things. Now again, I'm going to point out, Klal Yisrael didn't do this. It was Chacham who did it, but Klal Yisrael is being held responsible. I'm Rabbi Loi Mishmori who did the bar. Nistar for. Lamin Sha'aba Achan Achanishi Kushi Torah. You see from here that Achan violated all. He didn't just take the spoils of the Yikol. He violated halacha, right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Kodesh. Shnei Amar Chamisha Gam. A little bit of a play on words over here. Chamisha Gam. He also violated.
Look what it is.
5 books of the Torah. I'm Rabbi Loi Mishmori that he did the bar.
What up, baby? How are you?
Achan Moshe Ba'al Masohaya. Achan tried to cover up his bris milah. Right? He's going to talk about how he's going to cover his bris milah. Siv Achan says over here, "Begam Avros Bris."
What's good, big dog?
How are you? It's obvious.
Big dog.
Mitzvah, b'gufei lo pakar. Maybe not. Maybe even though Achan was a sinner.
It's a compliment.
Ultimately,
it means like
so far, so
you just woke up. Okay. What's new?
That he did. He asan avala b'Yisrael.
No, I slept.
Something terrible in Klal Yisrael. I'm Rabbi Abba.
For real, dog. I slept a lot.
Nachan had relations with the betrothed girl. Siv Hacha says over here, "V'chi asan avala b'Yisrael." So Pshita, Malte Moju have thought, "Kuli high, lo pakar nafshe." That far, Achan wouldn't do. Right? He wouldn't make the pakar nafshe. What's that? Actually very clear. Pakar nafshe means made his soul.
Wow, you guys slept late.
The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hefker. Isn't that incredible? Right? None of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, you know what, hefker, my credit cards, go, enjoy, the cash, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet wallet is valuable. Yet,
trying to
which is the
program
most
robots,
valuable
so
thing of all, when
I'm
I
a little
look at it,
preoccupied.
essentially what I'm saying is it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, do how you want, what you want. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll say none of us that are right minded would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet the default reality of the commission of an avera is making my neshama hefker. It's incredible. Ravina says, "Dine kinara murasa."
Yeah, as I previously said,
That ultimately Achan was judged like an Ara Murasa, the Biskila.
as I
Ultimately,
previously
so now what does this mean? What do you
as
think
I
this is?
said, I'm
That
busy
Achan
right
violated
now.
all 5 books of the Torah, that Achan went ahead and tried to cover his Bismillah, that he had relations with an Ara Murasa. First of all, that's not, or the Gemara is learning that from like Gzeira Shabbos. But it sounds like, or it feels like we may even be going out of our way to find culpability for Achan. What the Gemara is saying is like this. It's important. We do this all the time. Sin doesn't just occur, and dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a combination of smaller missteps that may by themselves be relatively innocuous, but they lead me on a particular path, and they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So the Gemara is saying is like this: whether Achan actually had relations with an Ara Murasa, tried to cover his Bismillah by it. So what the Gemara is saying? The Gemara is saying is like this: Achan, Moshe Yoshua gave you an explicit command: don't partake of the spoils of Yericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. Remember, they came out of Egypt with incredible amount of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So, Achan, how do you make such a dramatic mistake that compromised you, your family, and colleagues? So what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was committing multiple averos all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way: a really bad, big decision. That's why I will say, sometimes in life you think that it's like the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're sinful, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life. And that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, "Hey, let me partake of some of the spoils that we told me not to." That's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yoshua and take the spoils of Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on a path. This is why I must explain this so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a derech. If I live that with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. Shemar goes like that. Like Yoshua's Afram Ben Zarach, Bes Akesa, Bes Haderes, Es Lashon Hazav, Bes Bona, Bes Penosa, Bes Shora, Bes Chamora, Bes Solo, Bes Olo, Bes Kol Shalom. Because I see now, Pasuk says, Yoshua took Achan, his entire family, all of the spoils. So the Gemara says, in Hu Chata, one of them knows some Nachat. I understand. So it sounds like Yoshua is executing Achan's family. But Achan is going to commit the Avera. What did he do wrong? The Gemara says, so again, if Achan committed the sin, what did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, right, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed, just as Klal Yisrael wasn't executed. So what happened over here? Why did Moshe gather them for the execution of Achan? To give them Musar, to show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect, and it's important that we see just like again, execution of the republic, in order that the people should understand the severity of actions. So to Yoshua gathered the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael as well. So they went ahead. So Yoshua went ahead and burnt everything. Everything means Achan. Sasek means Achan, his possessions, and stoned them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The tarti, why do you need burning the stone? What's the shot with that? Haroy the straight, haroy the skill. Remember, what it means is the things that were supposed to be burned were burned, like inanimate objects, property, and things that were supposed to be stoned, i.e., achan, and livestock, was stoned. So again, now the Navi details what Achan took. Right, I saw it in the booty and the spoils. It's still a denosaf. It was a cloak of fine wool. Shmuel says, "Sabala desvifa," a cloak of dyed wool. Vayatzikim lifnei Hashem. Amro Nachman ba v'chaptam lifnei Hamachos. This is incredible. So what does it mean by Vayatzikim lifnei Hashem? Yoshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Amro Nachman ba v'chaptam lifnei Hamachos. He threw it down before Hashem. Amro the father Ribono Shel Olam. Al Iloti Hari Gruba Shel Sanhedrin. I was like, now remember, how did Yoshua know? How did anyone know that Achan took from the spoils of Yericho? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember again, the Jews were promised victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on over here. So Yoshua comes and almost like in an act of defiant chutzpah, takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the Moshe. Really, for this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. This you killed half of the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, "Sichsev hayakom mehem anshe ai kishloshim v'shisha ish." The battle of Ai, which was the next battle after Yericho. 36 men died. That's what he means when he says half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, "Kind of shloshim v'sheish mamish." He says literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. Amar lo Rabbi Nechani v'kishloshim v'shishayu v'halo me'amar ela kishloshim v'shloshim. The pasuk says the equivalent of 36 men died. So who died? Ela zeh Yair ben Menashe. It was a case of Yair ben Menashe. Sheshakol kineged rubo shel Sanhedrin. Who was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, as half of the Sanhedrin. So Yoshua was upset. So because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achan stole from Yericho, this is why you killed either 36 people or what does it mean? The pasuk says that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. So the Gemara says, who is this? So Rosh Zeh Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe Rabbeinu, who spoke to Hashem with a sense of humility. Va'asher Ya'aneh Azu. Who's the rich man who speaks with a little bit of arrogance? Zeh Yoshua. This refers to Yoshua. Again, especially the fact we just spoke with and what was the reason? Either this by Atzikim Hashem, because the person we just mentioned, that he took the spoils that Achan stole and he threw it down from the Baruch Hu. Almost like he's saying to Baruch Hu, why? Okay, you want to punish us, what do you punish? But why take 36 neshamas for what? For some spoils? So Yoshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. The Gemara says, "Atu Pinchas lo avatafi." Didn't Pinchas do the same thing? After the ksiv, vayamod Pinchas vayipalel v'ta'atzana gifa. Pinchas now was a normally translated. He says Pinchas davened, and the plague which was sweeping through the people as a result of the immorality with the daughters of the young stopped. So the Lazar says it doesn't say vayispalel, it doesn't say daven. Rather, what does it say? Vayipalel. Melamed sha'asa palilos in kono. So we'll say the shoresh of Hey Lamed Lamed Halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That Pinchas judged HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What did he do? He brought the bodies of Zimri and Cosby. Right? Zimri was the Nasi. Cosby was the media adultery and immorality in public. And he threw their bodies down in front of the Baruch Hu. I'm going to follow the Bolasha Olam. Al-Ilu Yiplu Esrin Ba'aba Elohim himself for these 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that Pinchas also acted with a insolence and arrogance. We'll say, I'll just mention the Ksiv by you Amesim Agir, Arba Vashim Elef, So let's listen to this. I just mentioned over here, this is tremendous Gemara. The Gemara is teaching us something about tefillah. So the Gemara introduces the idea that the word halal means to judge. Rav Shlomo Hirsch brings down in Chorev the following idea. He says we translate lehit palel as the daven. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Right? If the shoresh pei lamed lamed is to judge, lehit palel is the reflexive form of that verb. Which means then, what does lehit palel mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So we'll say the process of tefillah, when Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says what Hirsch is something so beautiful. This is often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on kavanah. And kavanah, of course, means like perush hamilos, understanding of the words. But Hirsch says, essentially, it's okay to let your mind wander. It just depends what your mind is wandering to. So if my mind is wandering, thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a kind of self-judgment, self-reflection. Lehit palel doesn't simply mean to pray. Lehit palel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. I'll say a different way of looking at davening. So the Gemara says, so again, what did Yoshua say? Yoshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? This is after the defeat, at the eye. Why did you take us over the Jordan? Why just to be defeated? So the Gemara said, So Moshe also said this, and the Parsha Shmos. Moshe says, after going to Paro, and Paro says, Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done something terrible to these people? Ella mehacha. Rather, it comes from here. So Yeshua says, you know what? After this defeat at Ai, Yeshua says, you know what? We should have never crossed the Jordan. We should have just stayed where we were. Yeshua, kum lach. Again, kum lach means get up. Now, the way that one understands it is, kum lach is Hashem's telling Yeshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more intense than Klal Yisrael's. How so? Ani amarti no. So the Gemara listen to this. So Hashem says to Yoshua like this. You know, when I commanded that when you came over the Jordan, you were supposed to set up the stones, right, upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the land. So Yoshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Basa, did nothing. So after Rabbi Shiva left, Okim Rav Amorale, Rav called over his Amorah, and he said, "Sal V'darsh, Kasher Tziva Hashem es Moshe Abdo, Tziva Moshe es Yoshua, V'chin Asa Yoshua, Lo Hisir Davar Mikol Asher Tziva Hashem es Moshe." So remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Yoshua culpable for not following his directions. Yet the pasuk says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. It sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why were you partially responsible? This is what we're saying. So watch this. Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of the Yerichon. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yoshua's prohibition. So Hashem says to Yoshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need to prohibit it, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yoshua did it because, again, he wanted a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But Rothschild says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to create that table. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take the spoils. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you are partially culpable for what happened with Hassan. Incredible. I had to come relate. So now, an incredible number. Okay, so that's the story of Hassan, and everyone said, why do you do all this? Because it's incredible. Right? But why else do we do all of this? Because what did the mission say? The Mishnah said that before a person is executed, we come and do Vidui. Who is the source, the biblical source for Vidui? The Mishnah over here quotes Achan. Right? Achan confessed his sin before being executed. Let's say, by the way, who is the real Makar for Vidui? For your question, the real Makar for Vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do Vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not part of over here is because they're looking for a source of someone who did Vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do Vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're going to Yoshua, this incredible, ridiculous Yoshua story, and we start studying more sense of brothers. Yoshua was in Yericho. Goes ahead and he sees. The Pasuk goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omed lenegdo v'charbo shalupo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo ki ani sar tzva Hashem patabas. So now Yoshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now notice this was happening at night. Yoshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself? After you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend that night. Why? You have to be concerned that if he's a shade. He's not shaking at night. So maybe Allah says again, maybe the person you see in front of you is not really a person but a shade. How do Yoshua give him shalom? So the Gemara says, Shiny Hazam the Karmele Ani Sarksiva Hashem Atabasi. This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't the shade. Maybe it's a lying shade. But in other words, maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just saying Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go out and pretend he's not a shade. So when it says Miriam, we have a tradition. Shadim do not go ahead and use the name of Shalom. I won't say, which by the way is such a profound so. Everyone has a line they won't cross. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that. Oh no, I would never do that, right? Anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. We all have that line. We all have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has to have that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shaitan also have that line. So Shaitan don't use the name of Hashem. Amar Jezer will say, Amalei, Amish, this is ridiculous. Amalei, Amish, Talton, Kamish, Shavin, Abayim, the action, Talton, Talmud Torah. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Malach says to Yoshua, I'm here for two reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. Okay, that's right. I wasn't there. What does that mean? Not learning Torah? What's the actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. They did daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the Malach. So you have to be culpable for that. So I say, what does it mean? Now, by the way, so he says, the Malach says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. This is Rashi. It's the 4 lines down, last white line, on the right-hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. That should be counted in Talmud Torah. The Hebron to be Yom Kiyat and Yicholo Nashok Torah Matmas Ishik Nechamas. Shichem Atam Nashok Torah Balayla V'Hayo Lachal Mishtav Baz Yodal V'Shem HaChamach HaRabban Nashok. Both say this is absolutely incredible. You're ready for this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says like the following idea that halakha l'maisa. The Gemara says, the Malach says, I understand why during the day you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Okay, you were doing battle, but at night, why are you not learning? At night, why? Listen, do you hear this? I understand you're fighting. You're at work during the day. I understand you're at work during the day. Right? You're fighting your battle during the night. But now you're not at work. You're not at work. There's nice saver. Right? I don't understand. Listen, this is such a tremendous hassle. It's a long night. There's no such thing as the gift. It's beautiful that they come to this message in the morning. It's incredible. That is not a tour not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do learn at this message as well because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's wartime. And the Malach comes to Yoshua and says, Where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. I understand. You learned before you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But Lamaisa, now it's nighttime. Where is your learning? Listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day over here on the Yeshua. And yet the Malach comes out of the way to say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time must absolutely unequivocally be devoted to spiritual. I was not to stop over here for today. We're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot. Wrong block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine, Gemara. We continue tomorrow. We'll say, Shkoya. All right, and good Chodesh. Today's another great day. Good Chodesh, everybody. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Top Shinpei, annual Talmud Torah sponsor, First Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, has dedicated all of the shiurim and drushos this year as his host for the soil thorough for Am Yisrael. First Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, we thank him very much for their generosity and how Rabbi Hashem. That the feeling of Akash is time for all of the problems as well. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis. The Kalman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Lebracha, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We all back in the merit of our Talmud Torah. And Hashem will have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And we can learn sponsors, the way Ari Kana Richter, and then we have Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shin Zichron Lebracha. The Open Merit of our Talmud Torah. And Hashem will have an Aliyah. The family in Nechama, of course, is always we dedicate our living in this course of all of our precious Haftar's here, we start the merit of bringing home the Shalom and the Karel, and the merit of our holy slaves with here, which will allow them to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedei. And what's with that? Let us begin. Today's that is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42b. Mem days. There's a lot to do today.
All right, let's just do this.
Let's just pick up from Minhani Yui, which is pretty much right smack in the middle on the days, right across from Tulsa's the Ne'emai. So how do we know
Frustrated with Twitter.
When someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three macros?
I'm frustrated with Twitter, trying to create an account and I can't.
The setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or
they just keep blocking me, I don't know why. Not necessarily, I don't know why they're not found.
There are three camps. Machane Shechina, which represented the Mishkan in Rome, Machane Leviah, which is where they're being camped around. And the
Yeah.
which was everywhere
I don't know if they're just blocking me or they're blocking everybody who's trying to create a new account, which sometimes happens with their system.
The rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. She said, you know, how you really know this from? So like this Pasuk says,
Yeah, they're doing a good job. But I'll
Go
figure it
ahead
out.
and take the Makala. Most of that also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat Geizim, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. And there was the Makala, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public. And then there was the Makoshish Eitzim, the person who was Makala by the
Twitch
Shabbos,
and Twitter
as well. Those are the two cases
and
of
some others.
where you have in the desert. So we
D-Live and Trovo.
Torah says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed HaKadosh, take him out of the camp.
I don't really pay attention to it. I can't really tell you. I just stream on it.
What does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps.
No, T is in Tom. ROBO. Yep.
It just means taken out of one of the camps. It says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who cursed HaKadosh Neymar Parim kind of stuff in Kutzmach. It says by the Parman Shafin. Now, what is the Parman Shafin? If you look at Rashi says that Parman Shafin, there are two bulls that they're referring to over here. Number one, so this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin delivered incorrectly, there was a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's called Par Halam Government of Sibot. Or again, you know, Rashi says the Par Kohen Mashiach. This was the Par that is brought with the Kohen Gadol delivers an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of these carbonos are consumed, rather ever misrepresented. They're burnt. Keep it safe. The whole thing is cut, but Kosi is called and it puts the Machala. Fine. So the man says, now the halal puts Shoshmach. Just like by these parts, right? Just like by these parts, just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So the man says, I can't put Shoshmach. So to over here, the session of Hotzi by the Machala is also outside of all three Machalos. I have a husband, and by the way, how do you know by the Kohen that they're taken out of all three camps? Because I wonder, the Hotzi is called Hapara, because the Machana, Hotzi, Mishalosh Machalos. So the Pasuk says, the Hotzi is called Hapara, because you shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. So the Gemara says, sorry, she telling me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the parim outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? When the Pasuk says, you don't require this pasuk, right? I don't need this chutz l'machana. I don't need that pasuk. I don't need that pasuk. Taking the cow to the bull outside of the machana. Chief Tavon is like the Saraf also, Kasher Saraf as Hapar Harush. And it already tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this par as I burnt the other par. And just as the other par is burnt outside of the Machanos, so too this one is as well. So the Gemara says, what is it going to teach me? It's going to teach me the second, the Hotzi also, it's going to teach me removal from a second camp. A second camp. So the Gemara says, and then when it says a third time by the Tzilas HaDeshen, taking out of the ash, that's also unnecessary. Why? Sorry, that comes to teach me a third machana. So essentially, the repetition of this phrase, which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shkutichos? So what's the ceremony of Shkutichos refers to the prohibition to shed a carbon outside of the base hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base hamikdash, right? This is not dafka just chutz b'shalosh makaros. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to shed the carbon? Inside the base hamikdash, called machane shchina. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, you let's say machane leviyah, you also chai for that. So the Gemara says, you should have over here.
I stream on other things. There's like Vaughn Live, Vaughn.live, VAUGHN.live.
You can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Akan. So to over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the kalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, what's not going to happen? We start with the so essentially we see what we have as follows, just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the par ha'elam government at Tzibor and the par Kohen Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now you happen to know that those two parim, those actually, parim are burned outside of all three camps. Now we know that, okay? And we established that just before. Shkite Chutz, the prohibition to shech the carbon outside of the base hamikdash applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shkite Chutz is one camp, parim all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, the whole see also ami chutz b'machane. Take the person who's going to execute and execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? When executing. Now the issue is the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so the execution is done outside of all three camps as well. To which the Gemara just says, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To shchute chutz. And shchute chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside one camp. That's the shayla. So the Gemara says no. The Gemara says, go to stop when we come ourselves in Harvard. So it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the point. Why? She can say, because execution and parting share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon Hotze applies by both. By both. Makshir both are preparatory acts, and the Mechaper both provide atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the party. No, I can go ahead and learn out from the school because why? Shifting Adam, Chotem, B'Neshama, people, Makshir, other people. Because again, on the other hand, you can compare execution to Shmutei Chutz in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, Lashon of Chotem, both have liability being with life, and bigger. So there's a bigger, goes to similarity. So Gemara says, no, Makshir, obviously, it is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act from another preparatory act. So therefore, I said the Gemara sees intent on linking execution with the parim. And just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. So says the Gemara, Rabbi says that Rabbi on the Moshe Hechahaviyashi, so Rabbi takes another approach. He says, look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu in the desert? Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviyah. But remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shchina, right? Because that was the Mishkan, he lived in Mishkan. He was situated in Machane Leviyah, and the Torah, when speaking to Moshe, because Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. So he says to him, Moshe, take the makalo, take the guy who first the Baruch, take him outside of the camp. So the Gemara says, maybe it only means so that means again outside the Machane Leviyah. And then there's another Russian. So it says, they took the makalo outside of the Machane. So there's another. What does that refer to? Chutz Machane Yisrael. That means the Chutz Machane Yisrael. So we're going to pop up again. So, interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? So now Papa has a different approach. Different says, no. Hi, me by the Asiya. No. That last phrase of Vayarsiya Samakalo Amikhosta Machana, that phrase, that's what they teach you to actually carry out the execution. In other words, that is an important concept. Not for legal purposes. So it's says, no. Asiya the Egyptian. That's what the Torah explicitly says, that they executed the guy who killed the Kodesh Baruch. Where does it say? Top of Gimel 43. So also, Kashet Siba Hashem as Moshe. The pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'ata. But based on what the pasuk that says, Vayidimu Oso Aven. So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned they stoned the Mikalo. So my abdullah, when you read that pasuk says that they carried out the execution. Anybody to decide is very true. This requires also for a different pasuk. For a different halacha. What is it? Just Vayidimu Oso Aven. Then what does it mean that they stoned him? So the Gemara says also the love Suso. So we're going to talk about it. So it means that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says the halacha, so we'll see this halacha when you subject the person to skiba, men. That ultimately again they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death. Right? Because again, if they're stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, Vayidimu Oso means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. And one other from Evan, that if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies as a result of one stone, I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. Kamash if you come with one stone. Now, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting. So you'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of skila. So we'll discuss that in Yirtzeh Hashem. So it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of avanim with stones. So Imam says you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas the Kasser Rahmana Evan, if it would have just said Evan singular, I would have felt like this. Essentially, with the minister of Skiva, what do you have? You have a contract. If you get it right, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achrisim mitzvah chaser rachman avanim." Therefore, the Torah says, "Avanim." What does avanim teach us? Avanim teaches us that halacha l'meisa. Again, you're going to stone him. If he takes one stone, it takes one stone. If he takes multiple stones, it takes multiple stones. Furthermore, because rachman avanim, if the Torah would have just said avanim, kala naisi tarti, I would have said, meaning from the beginning, you bring 2 stones. Concept of Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I baha, hi kana ne'emar kamar. I want to say, here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skill information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focusing? What are we introduced to over here? That when you execute someone, you execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. Ne'emar, the Torah says, "V'hotzil samich l'machane." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From Gzeir Shava. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, "V'ha haytana ne'emar kamar." The Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not Gzeir Shava. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. Hayisi omer Gzeir Shava. Akshav she'amar kra. Gzeir Shava lo tzaret. So what's the Gemara says? Right, in reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of all 3 camps of a pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah we would be able to learn it out from a Gzir Shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. First wide line. So Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe was situated in Machane. Rabbi Rachmana holds here in the color puts the Machane Levia. Alex Gemara says, I'm sorry. Rabbi Rachmana holds here in the color. Remember again. So Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane Levia. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the Makala, take the cursor outside of the Machane. What does that refer to? Puts the Machane Levia. So that refers to step number one, taking on Machane Levia. Elmi puts the Machane. Then it says, Elmi puts the Machane a second time. What does that mean? That's puts the Machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking them out of Machane Yisrael. Then the pasuk says they took out the Makala, La'asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement, they actually did it. They carried through on it. So when it says Asiyah, like that they carried through on it, that we already said that. Asu, Kashet Siva, Shemis Moshe. Pasuk already says, Klal Yisrael did as Moshe and commanded. To which one says, no. Hahu, Mibayle, Chad V'Smicha, Chad V'Tchiyah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another detail. Okay, what we're going to call Smicha and Yichiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara tells us the idea that when you execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When you execute someone, before you execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skira, what we're going to see is the concept is, first you throw a person off a high roof. Throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here, as the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, who have the obligation of pushing. But which makes let's understand. Sometimes if you hear this, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the kishkas of the legal system. And we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent executions. Right? We've seen this. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. But nevertheless, there's a concept of smicha and b'chiyah. The Gemara says, "I'm going to do Rashi." So Rabbi says as follows: according to you, Kohani hotzi b'ksib b'parman esrafei ma'igdash v'didu. So Rabbi says, Rashi, you're dashing all of these hotzi in amachanes. What do you do with all of these hotzis that are mentioned by the Parim, Parman Esrafim, which again is the Par Helam, David Nasibar, Par Kohen Mashiach, which the word says Kasha. The Rashi says, yeah, I don't know. So there's a lot of hotzis. Okay, so I'll say, what's your takeaway? Our takeaway is that when we execute someone. So first of all, introduce the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. This is very important. For two reasons that we saw in yesterday's that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, right? New proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established three macros, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash. In Machane Shchina. So therefore, you're going to be executing outside of Machane Shchina, then again, outside of Machane Leviyah, outside of Machane Yisrael. Execution is happening outside of all three Machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad Omed. So the Gemara says this is so remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's play this out, right? Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along, and let's say Beis Din asking that Reuben is liable to death. So remember again, they're not going to leave Reuben out to the Beis Haskila. The Beis Haskila is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entranceway of base. Then remember again, they stop a guy with a flag, another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a hook, right? And then what would happen is this flat guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to basement. Okay, so let's say, so this is great. So I'm not going to Shitali, Echad Evan Sheniskaba, the Echad Each Sheniklaba, the Echad Chai Shenelabo, the Echad Sulu Shenechnachbo. So let's say, so the thing is like this, it's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishal Tzibor, right? I was supposed to say, this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya, let's know what the sugya is about. When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money, right? Who's putting the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Bezdin is carrying out an execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal things. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and execute the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the what we call the rope used for strangulation, all these Mishal is speaking to uniforms. Nighttime, huh? You know, what do things? The Midigay, Rahina the lace of the Mikra Nafshay. Because you know, from Steve Martin, it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, today's execution of Reuben is sponsored, sponsored by the short stuff, right? We really need us, Reuben. You can't, let's say, I was going to point out something. If you think about it, you actually, yes, you can. But why should I pay for Reuben's execution? Right? Let Reuben pay for his own execution. Reuben got himself into this mess. Right? Why is this coming from communal funds? So it's interesting, logically, it should come from Reuben, right? If the person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the man says the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask a person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by the Hula, Sudo Shemalitimbo, the Sus Sharatu Ma'amidan, Michel Mihu. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Right, so now Reuben is sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuben is being taken out to the Mishnah, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flag guy taken by the Basin. We have first guy. Who's paying for those people? So the flag guy's not working for free, right? And first guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, Cleveland backs on the day. On one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they really working for? They're working for Reuben, right? And they're benefiting Reuben. So Reuben should have to pay for flag guy. Reuben should have to pay for a horse guy. Right, the Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This is an obligation on Bezdin, right? The obligation on Bezdin is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, we want to be asking over here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuben. It's introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezdin, because Bezdin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, I want to point out just how incredible this is. So let's say it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So let's say, so therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the Bezdin or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who has the responsibility for this, right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the base of any Jewish organization. So who's responsible here? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So we say the Gemara says, the Sue, listen to this. This is great. The Sue, Hadam Rav Kiva Arabashi, Amar Rav Krista, Hayotzi V'Parei. It's only being executed. Masking also, Kolat Shamavona, the Koshal Yawns. What is this? They were given a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Kolat Shamavona. The wine is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Torah. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense, this wine laced with lavona. So apparently what lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? That wasn't why was this done? When the person is really executed, we wanted them to be like, essentially we get them like a sugar and we do it. Right? I don't need to see how that actually works. But the Raisa said, I want to pronounce the Raisa. This is actually very important Gemara. It will say, the Tanya of Hagin brings down that when you drink together, what do we say? We say L'chaim. We say L'chaim. Why do we say L'chaim when we drink? So the Tanya of Hagin brings down because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, they would not apply them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Hanan and Hagen says when we drink with each other, make a community, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why you drinks. A Yid never drinks to escape. A Yid drinks because a little bit of mashka, like Michnasiyah Yatza Sod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes. That's how much I love every single person, right? And how much love I can Baruch and how much bracha there is. Rabbi Kamenadin says, when two Jews drink, they got to say, L'chaim, to life. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Now it's just incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, when they execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine with laced with lavona, so they should drive back home. Everybody shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Tell us, to you, Sheikhar, the old babe, the yayin and Marty Nap. That's really again give Sheikhar. Sheikhar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give Sheikhar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say just as an aside, that's interesting. We saw some white cotton. The Americans why do they create wine? Why do they create wine? For the kosher tanchumin. For the Gav translation. And then I will say we learned some white cotton that when the person will come back from the Rabbi, right? The person would leave a loved one. Always the first thing you got when you came back from the Rabbi, first thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the folk created this wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what Rothschild did, because sometimes again, to me, in the mind effect, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation, but you give the other maybe a little bit more than normal to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to be executed, give him a chayim, give him a strong chayim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So if you do this, and you might say, with time, you learn, Nashim Yikachim Yishalayim, how you must not those from the deer says, this is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Right, who were these precious women of Yerushalayim? They're the ones who donated the wine. I will say, it's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, maybe men are more reticent to part with their wine. That's possibility one. But it's also the idea that women generally has a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine that what would happen. Men see ruins being executed, right? What's the saying? What's the saying as ruin is being led out of execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming, right? Very little empathy well. women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how again Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, when seeing someone who's going to be executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. It's still tragic. And therefore again they would donate the wine. So let's listen to this. The Gemara says, okay, let's not vote. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one donated execution wine. So the Gemara says, Mishalmi, right? Mishalmi, who's paying for it? Once again, it's like tachlis, economics. If there are no nashim yikaros, right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? No, the truth is that's actually a pretty easy one because it sounds like that clearly comes from community funds. Why? It's tenu. It wasn't good. Tenu shekar laobei yanamar. Tenu is plural. So the fact that there is a plurality associated with that pasuk indicates that it comes from the tzibor. Okay, so that's fine. So that's an easy one. If we know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So let's say again. So I just want to point out. The Gemara doesn't resolve it, right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shaila that the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That the Gemara doesn't answer. That the Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so Gemara says, so listen to this, watch this. So let's remember again, it's great because all these things coming together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who was sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who was sitting there? In front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, if one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate, what would they do? They put him on the basement. Okay, so watch this. One of these interesting case here. So let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Then in Shtatek, he became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. In Shtatek, so what is the halacha? So Menafech or Sheshes Biyadeh, so Menafech or Sheshes Biyadeh means Rav Sheshes like waved someone off. Dismissed, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. So the shtatek, afilu echa b'sof nami. Come on, or if somebody becomes mute and they can't advance on it, they can't advance an argument because otherwise we should be choshish that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone said, I have something to say, and then he lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. So the Gemara says, no. It's different. Because to be choshish for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. Then we have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Chevra, based in Sanhedrin, I have something to say. He stepped forward. He just never got a chance to say it. To which the Gemara says, Tashma, let's analyze. Let's listen to this. If you have one of the students who said, Rabbi said, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And let's say he's put on the basement and then he died. Rowan also kilu chai, va'olin komo v'zicha, right? Va'olin komo. Suppose the halacha is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, zicha in, lo zicha lo. So let's say, so what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced the opinion. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the basin, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so we can still count his opinion even after he died, but that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, "Zicha in lo zicha lo." To which the Gemara says, "Zicha pshitali, amar tibay lecha." So the Gemara says, "You're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the chiddush is I can count his opinion even though he's dead." The shaila is what? The shaila is in our case, where what happens if a student stepped forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say, afilu, parmisha. Let's remember again. The next part of the Mishnah said, it's really a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows: Ruvain, right? Let's play this for Ruvain is in the base Askila about to be executed. That's right. Ruvain is about to be executed. So remember again. Now what happens over here? Now Ruvain says, "Wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself." So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Machzirin also afilu arba b'chamisha pamim." So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, "Va'afilu pam." Now the issue the Gemara says is with a caveat. What's the caveat? Ubilbad, the Mishnah said last week in the Mishnah, Ubilbad shiyish mamish b'dvarav. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring him back. We really are legitimately happy to bring him back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. She gave the good mashal yesterday of like putting your kids to bed, right? Little kids before bed. But hey, you know, one more thing. So at a certain point, like, there's nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything. You've eaten every snack already. There's nothing else. So this is an important caveat. So in other words, if Ruben says, "Oh no, I realize I have one more piece of evidence," so the Mishnah says, "Fine, we'll take you back as many times as you have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying." So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say Ruben's at the base Askila, and he said, first time he says, "Oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I new evidence. I just thought of something. Take me back to Beis Din." So do we have to investigate that claim already the first time, a second time he says that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says that time we learned. Also, we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuben does this, kind of just give him a pass. Give him a pass. First or second time he says, "Chevra, I have new evidence." What do? We take him back. We take him back to Beis Din, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the Beis Haskila to make sure that he's legitimate in what it is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, in each mamish b'dvar machziruno, so in mamish b'dvar machziruno, so if there's some legitimacy, mamish, right? If there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. Amrapapa targumua bipam shnevel. He writes about it like this. Read that. So what's that's very interesting. So it sounds like it's like this. For the first 2 times, you kind of get like a get out of skila free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base of skila to the Beis Din. No questions asked. You see, you have new evidence. Fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So the Gemara said, "No, Yadi." So it says, here's the shaila. How do you know? In other words, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Ruben says, "Chevra, I have new evidence," we take him back. From that, from second time and on, how do you know telling the truth? Unless there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very interesting. Rabbi, so interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila. Fascinating, no? So essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila, and they say, "Here, Rabbeinu, what do you got? Right?" And if after he says it, they're like, "Oh, okay, he's saying good," then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, again, we're just going to execute him. So the Gemara says, "Well, if that's the case, if you're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chacham to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just what? Have the 2 Talmidei Chacham there from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on." To which the Gemara says, "Agav the boys, lo matzi amar kol my stay." Let's say, so understandably, so Ruvain is probably a little bit nervous, right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Especially, I will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? Reuben's about to be executed. He's like, I have no evidence. Understandably, so he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base. Instead, he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it. Say it, and the two Talmudim will be there to vet it. Incredible, I say. Good. So I said, get ready for this. These things are ridiculous. Mishnah, Matzlo Skos Patrol. So I'll say, so again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually quite. Mishnah is like this, sugis like this are very exciting because literally again they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Reuben, right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerated him, or it's this case where they brought him back to the base Haskila afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what halacha? So Matsur los chos pachua. So they found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him. Ve'im lav, and if not, yotzuli sakel. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, ukruz yotze lefanav. Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotze Lisakel al Sha'abar Plonis Uplonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed. Uploni Edav. And so and so and so and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Kol mi sheyodeh lo zechus. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So what's interesting? This announcement really does 2 things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. There is accountability for what you do. And there's accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that could lead to the exoneration of Reuven. That's really the goal over here. So the Gemara says, "I'm Rabbi. The Tzarech Lameimar Biyom Ploni Ploni B'Shah Ploni Tzarech Tzamakum Ploni Dilma Ika Diyadi Ba'asu Meizalu." So what says incredible? Abai says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. What's the other information? So and so and so and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you put out that information? Because it was like, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuven, but maybe there's someone who says, witnesses saw Reuven kill Shimon on Tuesday, 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right, at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So let's say, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, there's Kruz Yotze the funnel. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, Lefanav in Meikara Lo. So it says, this is interesting. That goes to see, there seems to be a piece missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. The Rashi says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes for Tziyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnotes. I used to be able to see this level of print, right? He mentions over here that Mimcha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, Okay, but it means the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that Halacha L'Maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, Amud Beis. Well, I'll say Amud Beis. This is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show you maybe. Rishonim says as follows: so literally translated. If you go, sorry. I don't know. You have more lines? Got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. Regular Gemara. All right. Samer Shema Levi. Megillah base 43b. 43b. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount. Don't give me more. I'm not sure, lady. Whoever goes ahead and literally sacrifices his yetzer, right? And does the he confesses. He treats as if he has honored in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So there, so Rashi says, if the yetzer entices me to sin, so we'll say, so now, the way that Rashi understands it says as follows. So my yetzer enticed me to sin. After my yetzer entices me to sin, zobcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately again I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to Rashi, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my yetzer. I give in to my yetzer hara. I sinned, but afterwards again I overcome my yetzer hara. I subdue my yetzer hara. I confess. I do tshuva from my averus, and I confess my averus. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Kadosh Baruch Hu in two worlds. Ultimately, again, he offers a toda, a thanksgiving offering, two noons. The noons representing this idea of Shirei Kadosh Baruch Hu in this world. And I will say, I just want to find out something amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, is, it doesn't say like Kol HaKol Be'Shes Yitzro, it says Kol HaZoveh Ches Yitzro. So I will say, the most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially, the Kadosh Baruch Hu treats that as if I'm offering a carbon, as we're going to see the juxtaposition in just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera. I want to be able to do something. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yetzer, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up karbanos in the absence of Moshe. Say every single day, I have an opportunity to offer up karbanos. What kind of carbon? Kind of carbon? I want to do something. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. Right? I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength not to do that avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something, that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon a yid could offer. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, the Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. The Gemara is honoring Shema Levi, and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes more sense. Honoring Shema Levi, when the Beis Hamikdash stood on the Makriv Ola, Schar Ola biyado. So a person goes and offers up an Ola, you care for an Ola, right? Mincha, Schar Mincha biyado, you offer up a Mincha, you care for a Mincha. So we'll say, when the Beis Hamikdash stood, when you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the particular carbon you offered. However, listen to this, Avami Shedaito Shvela. Now we'll say, but someone is saying, now what does Daito Shvela mean? Daito Shvela we often translate as humble, but the Maharsha actually has a different idea here. The Maharsha says that Daito Shvela is the Hayu Sheshav B'chol Libo. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who is about tshuva. We'll say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about tshuva. We'll say about tshuva is not someone who never sinned, because someone who never sinned doesn't think about tshuva. About tshuva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Everybody's ever good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fires of desire anymore diminish, but because, what I'm doing now in this moment is, I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito should listen to this. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. It looks like because the highest level of carbon that we can offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Not only that, such a person possesses a dramatic koach hatfilah. His tefillah rejected. Literally, again, a broken heart, a broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, HaKadosh Baruch Hu never despised. So, both say the greatest carbon we could offer is not a hold, is not a shalom. The greatest carbon we could offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of carbon. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you've made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm willing to make that sacrifice, I have a special koach hatfilah, a special power of prayer. I want to say about the stop over for today. Okay, good. Shkoyach, everyone. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. And we'll be fine. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone. Yeah, she got it. You think you smell that? Okay, yeah. Deodorant's for knees. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. I was in South Central. All these clips are just going to start with Papa talking. This one's called Papa Saw in Crenshaw. It goes by Chin Second Balcony. Do you want to take any guesses what he saw? No, Liz. Maybe a really good trap. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year as is supposed for the source. So we thank you very much for your generosity. That the field of Bakash should be in sky for all of Klal Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. The Kelman family in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Livracha, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Neshama will have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chana Richter, and memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama will have an Aliyah, the family in Nechama. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this course of all of our precious hashtags, may the merit of Shambrin and home the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, may the Baruch Hu be successful. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 many days on the days of a lot to do today. Let's just pick up from Minhani Mili, which is pretty much right smack in the middle of on the days, right across from Tosos and Ne'emar. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three machlos? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or I should say, the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the way we encamped in the desert. So in the desert, there are three camps: Machane Shvina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle; Machane Leah, which is where the Rabbi encamped around; and then Machane Yisrael, which was everyone else. So, for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Rabia, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea over here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. So it says the Gemara in Haimili, reading of this one. Because the Pasuk says, go ahead and take the makala. Most of that also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Musat David, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed back at his Baruch in public, and then there was the Makoshi's case, the person who was the Makalo violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara is behind the Torah about him. Dora says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed that Baruch, take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him. The Gemara what does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. The Gemara says, so you say take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. It says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who cursed us on the Shvarim, it says by the permanent Shvarim. Now, what is the permanent Shvarim? If you look at Rashi, that's the permanent Shvarim. There are two bowls that they're referring to over here. Number one is Har Helam Davar Shal Tzipor, and this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. The Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling. There was a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's called Par Halam Davar Tzipor. Or again, the Rashi says the Par Kohen Mashiach. This was the par that was brought with the Kohen Gadol, delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of these karbanos are consumed. Rather, Ellen is struck. They're burnt. You could say Bahosias Kolapar Fine. So the Gemara says, just like by these paros, right? Just like by these paros, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. The Gemara says, so too over here, this lashon of Hotzi by the Makalo is also outside of all three machanos. By the Hasim, and by the way, how do you know by the parit that they're taken out of all three camps? We turn around one on the Hotzi is called Hapar. I mean, it's the Machana, Chutz the Shalosh Machanos. The Pasuk says the Hotzi is called Hapar. I mean, just like you shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? It means outside of all three camps. So the Gemara says, Chutz the Shalosh Machanos, Ata Omer. Sorry, Ata Omer Chutz the Shalosh Machanos. So you tell me you need all three camps. Oh, Eina Ever Chutz the Machana Achas. How do you know? Maybe it means to take the parim outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? Yeshu Omer, El mi chutz l'machane b'par ha'ida. And the pasuk says, chutz l'machane b'par ha'ida. Shein Talmud Omar, you don't require this pasuk, right? I don't need this chutz l'machane over here. But the Rothschild is Botzi es hapar el mi chutz l'machane b'sarach osa. I don't need that pasuk. I don't need that. Because they're going to take the cows and the bull outside of the machane. Shein Talmud Omar, Shoy K'ray Nemar, b'sarach also, kasher sarach es hapar ha'risha. It already tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this par as I burnt the other par, and just as the other par is burnt outside of the machanos, so too this one is as well. So the Gemara says, what is it going to teach me? It's going to teach me the second, the Hotzi also, it's going to teach me removal from a second camp. So the Gemara says, and then when it says a third time, by the Chumas Adesh and taking out of the ash, that's also necessary. Why? That comes to teach me a third machana. So essentially, the repetition of this phrase on the Chutzpah Machana, which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shrutikot? So what's the number again? Shrutikot refers to the prohibition to shech a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right? This is not dafka just with the shalosh machanos. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to shech the carbon? Inside of the Beis Hamikdash, what we'll call machane shchina. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, so let's say Machane Leviyah, you also tie to that. So the Gemara says, maybe you should learn out over here, then halacha l'maisa. Now, whenever it says Fusta Machane, that's even one Machane. Gemara says, well, now from Shutei Ma'ala halon Fusta Machane Achos, just like by Shutei Chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afkan. So too over here. Now, what's the here? The here is by the Mekalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, "What's my So essentially, what we see over here is as follows.
Did I drink my water?
So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor and the par kohen Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now we have to know that those two parim, let's be frame it differently. Parim are burnt outside of all three camps. That we know that, okay? We established that just before. Shchutei, what's the prohibition to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shchutei chutz, even one camp. Parim, all three camps. Now the Torah tells you by execution, v'hotzi also
take a nap?
Take the person you're going to execute and execute him outside of the camp. What don't I know? I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so to execution is done outside of all three camps as well. So which the Gemara just said,
I can hear it.
Maybe you should compare execution to what? To shchutei chutz. And shchutei chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, "But the start when we parmenas off and hardly the middle, it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the part. Why? Shekain hotzei, amikos lamakane, makshir umechaper." Because execution and parim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon of hotzei applies by both. Amikos lamakane by both. Makshir, both are preparatory acts. And the Chaper both provide atonement.
How much
so it makes
water
more
did
sense
you
to
drink?
compare execution to the parim. No, Adrapa.
Okay,
I can go ahead and learn out from the Shkutei Chutz. Why? Shekin Adam Chote B'Neshama Pigol Makshino. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shkutei Chutz. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chote. Both have liability by both he paying his wife and Pigol. Both are subject to Pigol. Most of the similarities. Gemara says, no. Makshir obviously. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act from another preparatory act. So therefore, I will say the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parim. And just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. He says the Gemara, Rabbi says, Moshe Hecha Haviyas. It says, Rabbi takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the desert, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, Machane Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviyah. Right, remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shchina, right? Because that was the Mishkan, he lived in Mishkan. He was situated in Machane Leviyah. And the Torah was speaking to Moshe, because Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution. And not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the Makalo, take the guy who is responsible, take him outside of the camp. The Gemara says, maybe it only means, push the Makalo. So that means, again, outside the Makalo. And then there's another law. Torah says, they took the Makalo outside of the Makalo. So there's another one. What is that? referred to. What's the Machane Yisrael? That means the Chutz Machane Yisrael. So you're going to pop up again. So interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? So now Papa has a different approach. No. Hi, no. That last phrase of Vayotziu also Vayotziu has a makalo on the Chutz Machana. That phrase, that's not necessarily teaching that actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is a process, not for legal purposes. Which one says no. I see a hedge. That's not true. The Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who cursed the Kodesh Baruch. Where does it say? Top of Gimel 43a. Ubnei Yisrael also kasher tziva Hashem es Moshe. The pasuk says, "And Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe." Ela me'ata. But based on that, what about the pasuk that says, "Vayigmu also Aven"? So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my Avdile, what do you mean with that pasuk? That pasuk says that they carried out the execution. So we buy the Chiddushai. It's very interesting. This is required also for a different pasuk. For a different halacha. What is it? It says Vayigmu Soba, and that. Then what does it mean that they stoned him? So the Gemara says also below the Ksusa. So we're going to talk about this. We'll say it means that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says the halacha l'maisa. We'll see this halacha when they subject the person to skila men. That ultimately, again, they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten death, right? Because again, if they're stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, also means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. Evan, we're another from Evan. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. With one stone. Now, again, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting. So you'll see in 2 days from now that process for how you administer the punishment skila. So we'll discuss that in a moment. So obviously, Evan Mitzvah Mitzvah So it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim, stones. So the Gemara says you need both. Why do you need both? Because the concept of Rahmana Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Abanina, Hechadula makes Pechada, Bonisiak, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when a minister is skila, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right the first time, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achrisium like concept Rahmana abanim." Therefore, the Torah says, "Abanim." What does abanim teach us? Abanim teaches us that Allah Himself. Again, you're going to stone him. If it takes one stone, takes one stone. Takes multiple stones, takes multiple stones. Furthermore, the concept Rahmana abanim. If the Torah would have just said abanim, abanim meikara naisi tarki. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. That's a Rahmana Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I baha, I kind of ne'emar kamar. And also, here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focused? What have been introduced to over here? That when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. Nehemiah, the Torah says, "V'hotzil shalom v'shalom." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, "Vaha haitana Nehemiah kamar." The Tana introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. Hayisi omer gzera shava. Achshav she'amar kra. Gzera shava lo tzayat. So the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, you learn out the fact that he executes someone outside of all 3 camps of the pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? And Allah myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Gzera Shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. First wide line. Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yasef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, we said before, Machna Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu was situated in Machna Leviyah. Rabbi Rachmana holds here some Makala puts the Machana Leviyah. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Rabbi Rachmana holds here some Makala. So remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machna Leviyah. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the Makala, take the cursor outside of the Machana. What does that refer to? Puts the Machana Leviyah. So that refers to step number one is taking my Machana Leviyah. El B'chutz L'Machana. Then it says El B'chutz L'Machana a second time. What does that mean? That's Chutz L'Machana Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking him out of Machana Yisrael. Then the pasuk says they took out the Makala La'asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. The Gemara says Asiyah, right? That they carried through on it. That we already said that. Yisrael Asu Kashet Sivashon Moshe. Pasuk already says Chal Yisrael did as Moshe Rabbeinu commanded. The Gemara says no. Hahu Mipayle Chad L'Smicha Chad L'Tchiyah. So we're going to do that pasuk is necessary for another detail. So we're going to call Smicha and D'chiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skira, what we're going to see is the process is, first we throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a d'chiyah, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. Right, which makes a lot. Understand. Sometimes you hear this, and like, what is this? So just understand. Remember, this is again the backdrop. We've now seen the Tishkas of the legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent executions. Right? We've seen it. So in other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and d'chiyah, to which the Gemara says, the didach, so Rabbi says as follows. According to you, Kohani hotzi dichsid leparman esrafim my drashtim. Says Rashi, the darshnim all of these hotzi minamachnes. What do you do with all of these hotzis that are mentioned by the parim, parman esrafim, which again is the par helam davar nefsi bar par kohen mashiach. Which Gemara says kasha. Rashi says, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of hotzis. Okay, so I'll say, what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that Allah, when we execute someone. So first of all, introduce the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. This is very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So I'll say, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we established 3 macharos, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviyah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all 3 machanos. Incredible. Fine. Semar. Echad only. So Gemara says, listen to this. So remember, the other thing that we saw in your Mishnah was this fascinating idea So let's play this out, right? Reuven was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along, and let's say Beis Din asking that Reuven is liable for that. So remember, again, they're now going to lead Reuven out to the Beis HaSkila. The Beis HaSkila is situated outside of all three camps. Remember, what would they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to a Beis Din. Remember, again, it's not the guy with the flag. Another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Beis Din would find some new proof? Flat guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Beis Din. Okay, so let's say, so this is great. So I'm up, Pshitali, Echad Eben Shenistal Ba, Ve'echad Eid Shenitla Ba, Ve'echad Shais Sheneragbo, Ve'echad Suda Shenechnachbo. So let's say, so Rabbi says like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishal Tzibor, right? I'm supposed to, this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money, right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Beis Din is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the rope used for strangulation. All these we shall see. It's taken from the funds. My time, huh? What's the reason for this? The midday, you might say, it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, today's execution of Reuven is sponsored by the Schwartz Mishpacha, right? The Ilim Mishmas, Reuven. You can't. I want to say, but I want to point out something. If you think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Reuven's execution? Right? Or let Reuven pay for his own execution. Or is Reuven got himself into this mess? Right? Why is this coming from communal funds? So it's interesting because the question logically, it should come from Reuven, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask a person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by Rav Huna, Sudo Shemanifin Bo, Versus Sharatsu Ma'amidan, Mishal Mihu. Like this says, let's go back to the Mishnah. Right? So now Reuven is sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuven is being taken out to the Beis HaSkila, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flag guy standing by the Beis Din. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody. Flag guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, on one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? Who are they really working for? They're working for Reuven, right? And they're benefiting Reuven. So really, Reuven should have to pay for flag guy. Reuven should have to pay for horse guy. Right? The Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on Beis Din, right? Because the obligation on Beis Din is to try to the best of their ability, to exonerate. So really, again, the Gemara is really asking over here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting Reuven, and there's introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Beis Din, because Beis Din has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, just how incredible this is. So it's not a new reality. Jewish organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So let's say, so therefore, again, there is not an inexhaustible supply of money to the Beis Din or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So these, to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not like a question of economics. Who is paying for this? Who has the responsibility for this? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the Beis Din or for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible over here? So again, that's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So we're saying the Gemara says, "V'su." Listen to this. It's great. V'su. Hadam Rabbi Ravashi. Amar Rav Chisda. Hayotzi lehareg. If someone is being executed, Mashkin also Korat Shalavona v'Kol Shal Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a korat shalavona. The bone is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the tzoras. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with lavona. So apparently, what lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating quality of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? They should deter daito. When the person is going to be executed, we want them to be like, essentially, we get them like a shtickle inebriated. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually works. Yeah, can you imagine? Right? But the mindset, so they would do. Okay, I want to play information. You got to point small. So let's say the Tanya and Hagen brings down that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The Tana and Hagen brings down because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, they would apply them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Tana and Hagen says when we drink with each other, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is good, I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why you drinks. He never drinks to escape. He drinks because a little bit of mashke, like nichnas yayin yatzasod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to express how much I love every single person, right? And how much love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and how much bracha there is. Different time the Navi says, when two Jews drink, they have to say, l'chaim, to life, that it should have, because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish, this Gemara, incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona, Kadesh Tar Daito, in order that he shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Tell the sense of Shnemar, Tanu Shechar, La'ove, Yayin Lamari Nefesh. Literally, again, give Shechar. Shechar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give Shechar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say, just as an aside, it's interesting. We saw some more cutting. The Gemara says, why did they create wine? Why did they create wine? For the Koshal Tanchumen. For the Kabbalah translation. Remember, I will say, we learned this morning cutting that when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? The person will lose a loved one. What was the first thing you got when you came back from the Levaya? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because Rothschild created the wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's Rothschild created, because sometimes, again, to Tanu Yayin Lamari Nefesh, give wine to those who have bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the maybe a little bit more than normal, to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who's about to be executed, give him a strong l'chaim, so that you should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. In the Gemara says, the Tanya, we learned, Nashim Yikarshim Yishalayim, how you misnatlos. This is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Now let's say, isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Right, who were these precious women of Yerushalayim? They're the ones who donated the wine. Well, it's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, well, maybe men are more reticent to fight with their wine. That's possibility one. Let's say, but it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what would happen. Men see Ruins being executed, right? What's the Chavra saying? What's the Chavra saying as Ruin is being let out to execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, That guy, he had it coming. Like better than all the empathy well. Women, women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how again the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, and seeing someone who's really executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. It's still tragic. And therefore again they would donate the wine. So let's listen to this. The Gemara says, okay, Lois Nazvil. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one did an execution wine. So the Gemara says, Mishalmi, right? Mishalmi, who's paying for it? Once again, let's say Kachlis, economics. Who's if there are no Nashim Yikaros? Right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? No, that's actually a pretty easy one because it sounds like that clearly comes from community funds. Why? It's to new. To new Sheikhar La'oveit Yanamach. To new is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that pasuk indicates us that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. So that's an easy one. If you know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So the Gemara says, we'll say again. So I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it, right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shai Rabbi said the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, the Gemara says so by me Ravacham the Red Sheshes. Amar Echad Hamidin. Yeshi Lamel of Schos. This is static. Watch this. So let's remember again. All these things coming together. Remember again. You had the Sanhedrin. Who was sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who was sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What would they do? They put him on base. Okay, so watch this. One of these interesting things here. So let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Then he became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. In the what is the halacha? So Menafeach Sheshes Biyadei, so Sheshes says Menafeach Sheshes Biyadei means Sheshes like waved. It's still like when you wave someone off. Dismiss, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. Waved in a dismissive way. So in the Shtate, Afilu Eka B'Sofa Olam Nami. Come on, or if somebody becomes mute and they can't advance on it, they can't advance an argument. Because otherwise, it should be choshesh that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone had something to say and then you lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Jewish Gemara says, no. It's different. Because B'choshesh for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. And we have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Chevra, based in Sanhedrin, I have something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. Which the Gemara says, Tashma, let's analyze. Don't have Yossi, let's look into this. So if you have one of the students who said, let's say, I have an argument to advance, to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And let's say he's put on the basin and then he died. Rowan also right? The halacha is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, Zicha in, Zicha lo. So what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the basin, and he advances his opinion. And then he died. Okay, so we can still count his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in, lo Zicha lo. To which the Gemara says, Zicha shitali. Amar Sibai Lacha. So the Gemara says, you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the Chiddush is, I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The Shaila says, well, the Shaila is in our case. Now, what happens if a student stepped forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it? Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara says us, afilu. Again, the next part of Mishnah said, it's going to be a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, right on this page, this for Ruvain is in the base as Hila, about to be executed. Ruvain is about to be executed. So remember again, now what happens over there? Now Ruvain says, wait, I realize I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Maximin Osafilu Arba B'Chamisha Tani. So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now the issue the Gemara says is with a caveat. What's the caveat? So last was in Mishnah. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. I mentioned it yesterday, like putting your kids to bed, right? But hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like, there's nothing else. We've spoken about everything. You got the snack already. There's nothing else. So these are important caveats. In other words, if Ruvain says, oh, no, I realize I have one more piece of evidence. So the Mishnah says, fine, we'll take it back as many times as we have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you say. Now, you ask an interesting question. Is that true every time? In other words, let's say Ruvain got the base and he says, first time, he says, oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I have new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back to base. So, do we have to investigate that claim already the first time or second time he says that, or only mentioned for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says, that time we learned, there was we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Ruvain does this, kind of just give him a pass. First or second time he says, I have new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back to Basin, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base of Skila to make sure that he's legitimate in what he is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, if there's some legitimacy, right? If there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. You're right. It's like this. Read that. So that's very interesting. But it sounds like it's like this. And the first 2 times you kind of get like the get out of Skila free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base of Skila to the Beis Din. No questions asked. You say you have new evidence? Fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So the Gemara said, no, Yadi. So it says, here's the Shaila. How do you know? In other words, okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Ruvain says, I have new evidence, we take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? In other words, if there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very true. Rabbi, the masminon is good rabbanon. See? Interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila. Fascinating, you know? He low. So essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila, and they say, okay, Ruvain, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says it, they're like, oh, okay, saying good, then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, again, we're just going to execute it. So the Gemara says, well, if that's the case, in other words, if you're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chachamim to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just have the 2 Talmidei Chachamim there from the beginning? Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agav the boys, Lo Matzi Amar Kol My Deistek. Let's say, so understandably, so Ruvain is probably a little little bit nervous. In the beginning, he may be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, they will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? When it's about to be executed, it's like, I have no evidence. What he's saying is, he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base. Instead, he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this has happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it. Say it, and the two Talmudim will be there to get it. Will say, good. So I say, get ready for this. These sugis are ridiculous. Mishnah, Matzlos Gustachot. We'll say, so again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression. It's actually quite, Mishnah is like this, the sugis like this are very exciting because really, again, they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate Reuben, right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate him, or it's this case where they brought him back to the base of afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not be executed. So Matsuolos goes Matura. They found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him in love, and if not, Yotzuli Saka. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Here's Ploni ben Ploni. Yotzei Lisakel al Sha'avar Plonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed. Uploni Eitav, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say this announcement really does 2 things. Number 1, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. On warning, there is accountability for what you do, and there's always accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that could lead to the exoneration of Reuben. That's really the goal over here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, it's our Rabbi, Pony, Pony, Rabbi says, by the way, you have to add some more information. What's the other information? So and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 in Tel Aviv. Why do you put out that information? Because they will say there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben, but maybe there's someone who says, witnesses saw Reuben kill Shimon on Tuesday 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the crews go to the front of. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in Meikara Lo. So it says, it's interesting. Now goes, it's union. This, there seems to be a piece missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. The Rashi says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes for Tziyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnotes, to be able to see this level of print, right? He mentions over here that Nimcha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that Allah for myself, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, I'm a base. This is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. The lady says as follows. So literally translated. If you go, sorry. I don't know. You have more lines? Got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. Regular Gemara. All right. Samir Shalali. Then go on base. 43B. 43B. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount, don't give me more. Oh no, Shalali. Whoever goes ahead and literally sacrifices his yetzer, right? And does vidui confesses. It's as if he has Anurak in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatic, really beautiful Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, if the yetzer entices me to sin, Uzoko Bahargo, Shabbat Shuvah. Now, the way that Rashi understands says as follows. So, my yetzer enticed me to sin. After my yetzer entices me to sin, Zoko, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately, again, I decimate it, and I do Shuvah, and I go ahead and confess my sin. So, according to Rashi, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my yetzer. I give into my yetzer hara, I sinned. But afterwards, again, I overcome my yetzer hara. I subdue my yetzer hara. I confess. I do tshuva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually enhancing accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Baruch in two worlds. Olam hazeh, olam haba. Sid, zaber, toda, yichaptini. Ultimately, again, he offers a toda. Thanksgiving offering, you have nearly two nodes. The nodes representing this idea of sharing Hashemah in this world and next world. Something amazing. If you look at the lashon over here, is it doesn't say like kol ve'shes Yisrael. It says kol zoveh Yisrael. So I will say the most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially, Hashemah treats that as if I'm offering a carbon. I'm giving you definition at the moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yetzer, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up karbanos in the absolute basis. Most every single day, I have the opportunity to offer up karbanos. What kind of karbanos? I want to do something. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. Hineni muchan umezuman, right? The shame yuchud kuchabrichu. I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength, not to do that avera, that's a karban. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic karban that one can ever offer. When you take something that I want very bad, and I sacrifice that because the Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of karban that you can offer. And when you offer that type of personalistic karban, the Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes like that. Gemara Shalom will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Shalom Levi is not based on Mikdash Kayim. When the base of Mikdash stood, Adam Makrid Olah, Schar Olah Biyado. That person goes and offers up an Olah. You credit for an Olah, right? Mincha, coming for the other. You offer up a Mincha. You credit for a Mincha. So we'll say, in other words, in this Mikdash stood, when you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the particular carbon you offer. However, this is this. Avami Shedaito Shvela. I will say, but someone is that. Now, what does Daito Shvela mean? Daito Shvela we often translate as humble, But the Maharsha actually has a different idea here. The Maharsha says that Daito Shvela is Ruach Mishpat Dahainu Sheshav B'chol Livod. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who is about tshuva. We'll say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about tshuva. Let's say about tshuva is not someone who never sinned. Someone who never sinned doesn't need to be about tshuva. About tshuva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Everybody's good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire doesn't desire anymore to do it. Because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito Shir, listen to this. Ma'ala alav akasav tilu hikrit kala karbanos tilu. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. Shinamar zivri elokim ruach nishbara. It will say because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shel Olam. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic cross of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. Literally, again, a broken heart spirit, downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, yet the Baruch would never despise. So, both say the greatest carbon we can offer is not an older, it's not a shalom. The greatest carbon we can offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to me what Baruch wants. That's the highest level of carbon. When you make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm ready to make that sacrifice, I have the special koach hatilo, the special power of prayer. I want to say that's not what we're for today. Okay, good. Guys, everyone. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. We'll be fine. We'll be all right. All right, have a great day, everyone. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank.com and your Tommy sponsor. For the year of Tafshin Kohen, we're dedicating all the Shlomo Joshua's this year as a zechus for the Zohar Kavos to Am Yisrael. And come full sponsors, the Kelman Mishpacha, we're dedicating all the Shlomo this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting the guys on the first day of Hanukkah with his precious Neshama having Aliyah, and his family in Nechama. All the learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just in Paris yesterday. Rabbi is today Sarah Bas Shimon and Zichron the Bracha. We obtain the merit of our commentator, Neshama having Aliyah, and the family in the Chama. So once you get that, let us begin. So today's daf is number 42. We are picking up a lot of details and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next, every day, which we do. So it says, so we left off on Mel Aleph on the days 41b. 41b, and we left off at the two daf. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, at the end of yesterday's daf, there was a beautiful exchange between Rav and Safra. As Rav and Safra were learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rabbi Bar Chama went ahead and was interacting with them. So Rabbi Chama said, "What are you learning?" And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbis. So the Gemara says as follows. So if you remember again, the end of the discussion was Halalahu Ilati Amisu Bar Tuba Amisu. So Rabbi Bakam was very impressed by what Rav Kana and Rav Safra were saying. So he said, you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. So it's interesting. Rav Kana Rav Safra said that time because you are so pleasant to deal with, we were able to share with you so much. Meaning, had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. But if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says something so beautiful here. And to reason the not Ami Betuva, not much Sha'ata Tov Va'anav, so this is beautiful. So I've kind of Safra saying because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, means you listen to that, and you say to the harshest part, if you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, well, the heart shows, so this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. What Rav Kana and Rav Safra is saying is Tari Bachama, because you're so pleasant, we feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are pleasant in our interaction with other people, it brings out greatness in them as well. When people react positively to kindness, versus when we all know this, right? When you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, which some people are just like, you know what? I just want to whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I absolutely zero interest in interacting. When someone is kind and someone is compassionate and someone is sweet and someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to give. Just a very beautiful Gemara. Echad Omer, so Gemara goes weiter. Ad Kama, so what's this remember again in Mishnah highlighted the idea that halacha l'maisa, witnesses could be offered their timing up to 2 days. So the shaila is, how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their timing? So ad kama. So says the Gemara, until you get to the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. We could assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing, but once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in timing. So Rashi says over here, Ad kama yikansu b'soch hakodesh to English being yom echad nema d'tov ibar hakodesh. So in other words, we'll allow. Remember again, let's say we said, for example, if 1/8 says it happened on the second of the month, 1/8 says it happened on the third of the month, so we can allow for that, right? Why? Because we can assume maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month, whereas the other one thinks that it was a 29-day month. But the shaila is, up until what point in time could we allow for that type of discrepancy? So Rabbi says in there, up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabbi. So Amar Rabba, so we learn this in Mishnah as well. If one witness says the murder happened on the second of the month, one witness says it happened on the 5th of the month, their edus is batal. So what is like this? There is a way to explain a discrepancy between the 3rd and the 5th, right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number 1 thinks the last 2 months were 29 days each. Witness number 2 thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains that there's a discrepancy between 2 days. To which the Gemara says, so because what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the what we'll call the road, into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a mother or a chasser. Right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? We know about the shofar blowing. Meaning what? But halacha l'maisa, the shofar is blown. That actually points out to here that the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The chachipura amiditai, the trishipura tai. So it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing, declaring the new month. But to say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately again that would be highly improbable. So as I say now, interfering up because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition over here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? That's halabara. Kiddush HaChodesh. When can you, up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So you must actually discard the masa until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says, okay, how much is that? So what they're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time in the month that I can say Kiddush So the Rebbe says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and I don't say up until the 16th of the month. What's the interesting this over here? And you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month, and I join. You can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42A. Says you know the Tarai can look on cereal. And both of them hold. Like Rabbi Yochanan, that was like interesting enough. So here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's a machlokas in terms of what does that mean. Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I'm going to say up until 16 days into the month. So you might say both hold it Rabbi Yochanan. One says that the moon does not look like a bow. So one says that's the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda. Up until 7 days, and then our done says it will take a seed. Now, seed means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. The moon is complete. So let's say some fundamental machlokas over here. Reading terrible machlokas, an important machlokas. Up until one say Kiddush Levana, that Yehuda 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been of the moon has been filled, that the moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. And I don't know up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the so the says, so the Baruch had Tovanetic. To make it a graph that to make over the moon should be at Tovanetic. So it's actually quite beautiful to look at actually. So the Baruch 3 lines down in actually in the top. The Baruch had Tovanetic. I've got to read the part in which you Nami, in the Shiva Ve'elech, Leka, Lemina, Lekadich Kadoshin, the Baruch has Nehmiah had Tovanetic. Shekal Shah, make the Bala de Medusa, Hamid Shmoshakas to hire the Olam. So Rashi points out over there, this is really going to be Yehuda. Right, that is interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa, you could recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hatoba Hamiti. And listen, Hatoba Hamiti is the bracha. Essentially, Shechiyonu and Hatoba Hamiti are like sister brachas. So Shechiyonu is a bracha where we say something positive that benefits you. Hatoba Hamiti is saying that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So that why do we say Hatoba Hamiti on the filling in of the moon each and every month? So according to the Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hatoba Hamiti, which in your Amare, if that's the case, also Kichas and Miyavashina Diana Aris. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'aretz. Right? Remember, Hatov HaMitiv by definition means, right? To say Hatov HaMitiv would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Hatov HaMitiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Hatov HaMitiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, Dahainu Archei Lo Mevarchinon. So I'll say this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what does it mean? If you look at Rashi, almost right across in Rashi, Dahainu Archei, the Tov Kodesh Murias Olam Kimin Hagoki. ואם כאן דין קולמוס בחסיונה, ולא הבטחה למקצה במלאוסה. So the Gemara suggests over here that this is the natural way the world works. Because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, it's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, I was last night, I would encourage you, take you down to his basement at night. So I'm going to start spending the next day of the program here at the shul. Baruch Hashem, I was here last night, it was like 9:45, which I was fired. It was surreal. It's beautiful. I like it. It's so beautiful. So I was thinking about this, because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, Olam Kimin Hago Noted, like the world just kind of operates in a certain historical progress, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was difficult time wrapping up around this because it's just when it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or Hatov HaMitiv or Dayan Ha'emes. And what Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just the program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? It's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it, is there solution, is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, what you want trying to teach us over here is, maybe you don't have to necessarily read into everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah is kama v'kama, it's true in our relationship with other people. We will say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. Right? But again, there's all of this intuitive different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no kidding, like I don't need like my faucet's like decoder ring to figure out, like what it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon fills up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan Ha'emes or Hatov HaMitiv. It's incredible. That's what I think. I won't say it's a beautiful Gemara. whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Levana, whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So I said, this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our machlokes. Like the Yehuda says, up until 7 days, then I've done. So 16 is only on the Climactic. You know how we pass him. We pass like 10 hours done. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th to the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually pass the Yehuda until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But I'm not going to say that's how we pass him. So we must do for whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. Gemara says, it says ultimately again this way this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, but it says Zekri, so it's Zeh. HaChodesh Hazeh, which is Kiddush Levana, and Zekri Levana. Also, I just want to point out, isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with, duck through, get out of there. I was like, isn't that fascinating? So, right, it is the tefillah where some segment of the population peels off, or just doggy door, or just even if it's done, it's cheap chalk, right? So it's fascinating. That's the because the Imam says if you say Kiddush Levana, it says if you are receiving the Shekhinah. You know, one of the interesting things is this. Some people whether we already recognize it or not. Many of us live with a fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with a fear of closeness to Hashem because we're scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit out of distance. And I always wondered about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that. And even if I say it, it's just it's the fastest tefillah. I mean, Sukkot is in a close second, right? Like what I said, what is it? It's almost as if there's not an aversion, but what is it? And I think it comes from a deep place. And a lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, but I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or need for me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have to the Kabbalah Shekhinah, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up in the far at a distance. We can remain good friends. Platonic, he's happy, I think he's happy, I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations. I mean, it's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is really helping Shekhinah? So let's say, there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, I read that a video shopping. So far to us, Shachar, you listen to this. If you should suffer the reason, England is not going to be or you hope to become a lesson. Listen, this is such a profound Gemara. Kali Srolling Gullus. So as Kali Srolling Gullus often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Right? What we lament most, and what's another thing I point out, I believe this Motzei Shabbos will already be time to say, Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. The point is, next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So remember, the Gemara says over here, the Maharsha says, in Davos, we are not Zerka, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able to say the greatest tragedy of Davos is that when it was a base on the Mikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah, able to see it all the time. In Davos, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, listen to this. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes away, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. And we too will regenerate. The fire of the Shekhinah to Moshe Yora, Al Zen Musa Klal Halavana, with the אנחנו מברכים על הקודש בזמנו, שהשימו של רסידים מסחדיץ' כמוסה, והאנו מקבלים השכינה. What's so beautiful? Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? And then it wanes, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. And so when you go out to do Kiddush Levana, we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate and instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Yosef to be Makabal, Kunei Ashina, and Rido Fishalayim, is the Beis HaMikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are doing Makabal Kunei Ashina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. It's on very slow. And Mari goes up in himself. I like to have Yeshua Shemayim to hold it to Chodesh Daya. What's this? So Yeshua says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. It must not make sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important thing so as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that Korah? Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana is incredible. I'm not about it. Therefore, you're in the movement. Rabbi says, therefore, you have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standard. It's such an important tefillah. We have to listen to what is coming traction to you have discussed. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzah, in our courtyard. So imagine if you can do nothing. Good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see them. The sun is not in direction, right? Like there's but again, to create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes you think Kiddush Levana and what happens, your ride is already there, right? They're getting a pigeon behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much time can you put into it? So we begin to see the power and profundity of this tefillah. Incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Therefore, Rabbi says, you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be the same standing. Rema Mazutra, Mikaspi. Rema Mazutra and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. In the Bible, and you make a bracha of Kiddush Levana. What's the bracha? I'm not going to bracha of Kiddush Levana. And then it's Yisrael. They make the following bracha. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was the Kiddush Levana in Yisrael. Okay, I'm not going to come on for that. I can get behind that. Then Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was it. Bracha of Kiddush Levana. Olam Mechadish Chadash. Right? That was like that's it. So listen to this. Amalei. He said, "Hi, Nashi, you don't know about it." They were saying that. What it sounds like over here, well, that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like Talmudic stuff, right? Let's say so. Then I shop what is that over here. He said, Rosh Chodesh, and again, not a topic for that, but Rosh Chodesh is a women's month. There's a special connection between women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of the Mechadish Chadash and Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So they're saying the bracha is okay. The acceptance of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Allah, which is such a beautiful. We're going to now look at the bracha of Kiddush Levana. Eschatani Master, I'll tell you, say Kiddush Levana for many years. I never said the bracha in a way that the Gemara highlights it. And you see what you just look at this. Like I said, usually for whatever reason, unless the child is in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not immediately clear. But we're always in a rush. So look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. Now obviously it's Baruch Atah Shem Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Asher Ma'amaro Bara Shechati. Through his word, through your words, he created the heavens. And ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So there will be again. Chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times we are given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo yishani as takida. Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim usmeitim lasos v'shamtonam, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul MS. So I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the Maharsha comment on this. He says, "So Yishanas Takidam Perish Shel Yishu Ishanu Minu Shelahem." You know what's incredible when you look at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. And there's a God that's definitely we spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and their godlesses, they stay on task. They stay on mission. So my goal in life is to figure out, oh, I want your mission. I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, there's always things that end with colleagues and other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. It goes on and says, again, they affect the works of truth, and the work is truth. There's one who says to the moon to renew and literally again there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator Hashem so through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch atah Hashem Mekadesh Kadosh. Right, Baruch atah Hashem. Blessed are you, Hashem, the one who renews the universe. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mekadesh Kadosh, and we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. It's such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with big strategy, you could affect the world. And who can you find more of Torah? Who can wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging the war of Torah? The Rish Chavilos Shal Mishnah. Beautiful. Have a learn about a Mishnah. Because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos convey to you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of halachas and gives you a lot of, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari. Kari Yosef and Hashem, Rav Tvuros, the Koach Shar. So that's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. Like I say again in Mishnah, the Gemara when it goes down and switches gear, that the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is now is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Muhammad Torah. Fine. After all these things, I'm going to see about actually, those are other shells. Now, I'm going to say, in some Mishnah also, that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if the one says, right, we saw the confession in 2 hours yesterday. Other than says, I saw the confession in 3 hours yesterday. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodron Eitzachama, Echad Omer Achad Eitzachama, it is some zero. But if one opinion says, I saw reading, right? One opinion says, I saw reading to a sinner, before sunrise, and another one says after sunrise, the Avis is bought. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise, it's not light. After sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the one says, pshit, that's obvious. Ella, echad omer kodem eitzachama, v'echad omer sochanes. No, right, what's happening over here? One witness said, we saw Ruben Shimon before sunrise, another one says it was during sunrise. So, another two, it's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So, when Shemati holds it up front, hot b'giluyei kai v'zarurei ba'amo v'b'chazu. So, let's say, so maybe what ended up happening over here is they're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, but rather again it was during the glow of the sun and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing, maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malam, Kamash Malam also that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, if there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are news about it, that essentially disallows this one. So then again, so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'meisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, he invites him onto the Beis Din, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Said the Gemara, also Yom Sulo, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So you want to invite him, you go, if the student is saying good, right, the student had something positive to go ahead and say, right, the student, what? I was focusing on that. So you want to say, you just invited him ultimately again for that day, and no more doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din, but I'm really trying to if the student says, good, we invited to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead, and everything down, the Imam is to Barak, and you're calling it Kulo. And if what he was saying, ultimately, again, is not really all that helpful, and you let him stay the rest of the day, but not after that. Why should they say, okay, hey, I'll let you go. So, I'm Rabbi, no, what we do like this. If the student says, I'm simply contribute to exonerate the defendant, so invite him to join the basement. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement. Going forward, if he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement that day, but afterwards we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Matzah Moshe, so the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they do a break, right, overnight, or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine, and they diminish the food consumption. So once the yain night time, but why don't they drink wine? On the Rothschild, a sheikhar. Literally translated rulers, a sheikhar. What does this mean? Ha'oskim b'rosh ha'shalom al yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what's called judgment. Those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with dealing with fights with dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No law in my now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they can't reach a verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, the Beis Din is deadlocked, they have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right? Because they have to keep working. The Gemara says, no wrong right. What happens is they can't do it. They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? I'm not supposed to also. Essentially, a deadlocked Beis Din results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So Gemara says, the thing is, so deadlocked Beis Din will result in a not guilty verdict. That's the case. In large units, when the Beis Din is deadlocked earlier on, or when it was smaller, why not go ahead instead of because the process is you keep adding on until you get to 72. So instead of doing that, Why not, as soon as the deadlock from your end, give them a not guilty plea? אמר לי, יוחנן, כדי שהייתי מעורבב. But because the idea is we don't like a deadlock. It doesn't look like. Cases should be decisive. They should be able to be conclusive. Cases should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like this they can, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. So let's get down. I'm going to couple of Rabbi. Why do you have to keep adding on Diana? Essentially, once you see that they're deadlocked, just exonerating right them and there. Rabbi Yossi, these rights not supposed to be Rabbi Yossi, or Kishen Yossi, and Abizin shall shim da'achad, kach, and Yossi, and Abizin shall asim mishdosha. The same that you can't add on to a Abizin of 71, you also don't have to add on to a Abizin of 73, sorry, 23. But if the Abizin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Tanabanon. Omer b'dinim amanos is this dakin adin, and Omer b'dinim nefashas is dakin adin. So what's the interesting right there? When it comes to financial gain amanos, we say is dakin hadin. Now what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. But when it comes to capital cases, we don't say is dakin hadin. So what does that mean? Mine is dakin hadin. What exactly does that mean? So let's say it means like this. Kashtin, it means that halacha the rights of the basin is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. It comes by a letter. The Rabbi said you should say that backed by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So I'm not fooling about money. We should have raise up, people switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, when it comes to being anonymous, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Pashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So once the Mesa is the Kasha, so the head of the judges, he makes the declaration that Dakin Hadin. So much in 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again is Dakin Hadin, meaning a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. Then Hadith the Amar Gadol makes sense to Hadith the Beis Din says this. But if you say that halacha means that the din is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the gadol have to say it? And not that it has to be declared by the Beis Din, but does the head of the Beis Din have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? Jewish Gemara says, there's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Beis Din can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So much you down the others say, if you want to say that it's based on things he says, it's too difficult to produce your verdict. How do you edit the women's bachelor as like that? If you want to say that previous declaration, but the Beis Din is making, the Beis Din is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Hashputei Mishpat Nachem is the person supposed to praise themselves. The Pasuk says, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the Beis Din be saying, we did a good job in adjudicating this case? Shining nose of the Beis Din, no, because whenever it comes to a Beis, everything that comes from the Beis Din always comes from the head of the Beis Din. Every declaration always comes from the head of the Beis Din. Judith 9. Gabriel Sadavar, are you Machnisin also Gabriel Omer Aish Bori Atazakai? In the same way that the Gadol of the Beis Din would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the Beis Din would come from the head of the Beis Din as well, including if the Beis Din did a good job, they would say, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the Beis Din. So for both sides, how you vote? Mazel tov. Okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar. Let's say everybody's on days. Nigmar, let's say now, what's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Hadin, but at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and now we'll say we're talking about a case of a guilty verdict. Tzila so self-vote. So they bring him out for Skila. For Skila. That's the name of the email. So you bring him out for Skila. So obviously, we're talking about a case over here with a punishment for Skila. So we're for Skila. So they said Skila, how you put what they did. Now, interesting, everyone says the place where they would stone him. And again, we'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they would do Skila was outside of David. Right? The pasuk says again, so in order the execution spot wasn't by David, it was somewhere removed from David. Because the pasuk says Hotel Samakalo. So let's say, so now, right, so let's say witnesses came, Reuben's killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed through Skila. They positioned the guy, one guy, to stood by the entrance here of the Beis Din. And ultimately, again, he had a sugar, like a cloth. Hello? Yeah. But something bigger, right? A sheep, good. A sugar, like sugar was in his hand. This is rough up in the middle. Kadesh, and let's say, I watch this. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy stationed out of David. He had essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? On the side. And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the Beis Din. Now, why did they do this? So Moses said, now watch this. So they're leaving Reuben out to be executed. But let's say as they're leaving him out, someone comes into the Beis Din and they say, oh, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben. Remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last-minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So somebody came into Beis Din and said, I testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkila and say, wait. So the Gemara says, "Halal made us disregard. So flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkila, and we tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben said, let's listen to this, Reuben is not the executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay, I just thought of something. It's amazing how you think about things. Right there about the I just thought of something. That can exonerate me. The Gemara says, Nachzir yourself. We listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. Afilu arba the Chanish Ta'amim. 4 or 5 times, as long as what? Obviously, we'll say, there's some level of, there's really some investigation over it, right? We're not going to bring him back to the Beis Din. This is what he got, right? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, "Beis HaSkila puts the Beis Din." The Gemara says, by the way, was the Beis HaSkila outside the Beis Din? So it makes it sound over here, obviously, because the place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says, that's true. This is a lot of time. The Gemara says, yeah. It makes it sound like all you had to do is put the Beis HaSkila somewhere out of Beis Din. It didn't have to be far. It just had to be somewhere away. So much really is that true. But the Beis HaSkila hayachut b'shalosh machanos. In general, say the Beis HaSkila is outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the rest of the 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the truth is, we also have the same 3-camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi, chutz b'shalosh machanos. Yerushalayim would be shayach l'mimadi ka'azara machane Bayish Machane Yehuda, so Chalayim Machane Yisrael. This 3-camp model existed by the Beis HaMikdash. The Azar of the Beis HaMikdash itself, that's called Machane Shchina. Right? The Harabais, that's called Machane Yehuda, the big camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machane Yisrael. Where was, if you had to stone someone, where was he stoned? outside of Yerushalayim. So the Beis Haskila is outside. So you see from here, it's not enough for the execution spot just to be a little bit removed from the Beis Din, but it really has to be outside. Yes, yeah, outside. So when it's right in Kidgama, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the Beis Haskila is outside of the Beis Din, it doesn't mean a little bit outside of the Beis Din. It means it was really removed or called 3 camps worth outside of the Beis Din. I much love to tell you out for you. But to tell you out. So why does the Mishnah list it this way? So you must listen to this. Now, nothing can do with lesser push to Shosh Machanos. Adinam Beis Haskila Chutma Beis Din. So you must listen to this. So you must say, come to this line halacha. That even if Beis Din, let's say the Beis Din that is convened outside of the city. So you have a Beis Din that's kind of like outside of the 3 macros. I might have thought that since the Beis Din is already situated outside of the 3 camps, and therefore what? Therefore you have the Beis Haskila anyway, because the Beis Din itself is already outside of the 3 camps. Kamash Malon, that if Beis Din is outside of the 3 camps, the Beis Haskila itself still has to be distant from the Beis Din even more. Why is that? It shouldn't look like it's a Beis Din of murderers. Meaning, it shouldn't look like Beis Din is eager to execute. So we don't want Beis Din to eager to execute. So because we don't want it to look like Beis Din is eager to execute, we always distance the execution spot from the Beis Din in a significant way. Other possibility, so I'll say furthermore again, distancing the execution spot from the Beis Din is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because it also, the longer it takes for the accused to get from Beis Din to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last minute late breaking evidence that will examine it. Like if the Beis Haskila is right next to the Beis Din, so then again you pass the verdict to execute the guy with no time. By making again the Beis Haskila a little bit further out, ultimately allows just for a little window, a little bit of additional window of examination. So it's like, when you know that the Beis Haskila is also, she's going to point out again, just so you understand that this 3 camp model is based on the way we camp in the desert. Right in the middle of the camp, in the applied on the desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shchina. Who lives around the Mishkan? The Levites. That's called Machane Leviah, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Yisrael, the Machane Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for Kali. So it was replicating Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the Beis HaMikdash, that's Machane Shchina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Leviah. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So, for example, so Beis Din operated again in the Beis HaMikdash. But the Beis Haskila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see that the Beis Haskila has to be outside of the 3 camps. Either, number one, because you don't want to look like Beis Din is eager to execute. But that's way number 2, by distancing the execution side from the Beis Din itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be examined. So let's where do you know this? That ultimately, again, Beis Haskila has to be outside of the Beis HaMikdash itself. And I'm going to say, stop the letter today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good. But say, tremendous. Again, treating that Amud Aleph is like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana. Right? You can't rush to the Amud of Gemara like that. The other side, Shkoyach. All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
Yo, what up, Mr. Meaty?
Yeah, his PR person is like, as soon as he says that, take it, they say, buy the wrong people. Fuck. Scolded! Nuts! Have the wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I have this business guy that should have no business managing any of my bad information. And I'm at a time when I'm not steering the ship, and it's not good. And I can notice fast forward now.
I just want to say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin, 5785, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this year as his chus. for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Tam Torah sponsors, the Kelman Mishpacha, for dedicating Onish during this month in memory of Amit and David Levy, Zichron, the Bracha brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. May his precious Neshama have an Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just in Tikkun yesterday. The Levi is today. Sarah Bas Shimon is from the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Thomas Lord, the Neshama have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. With that, let us begin. So today's topic is Monday 42. We are picking up a lot of these things. Some really, really beautiful Gemara ahead of us for the next, every day. So we left off on Mem Aleph on the days 41. 41. We left off at what we got. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, at the end of yesterday's class, there was a beautiful exchange between the Tanur Sakra, like the Tanur Sakra were learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rami Bar Chama went ahead and addressed him. Rami Bar Chama said, "What are you learning?" And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbis. So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, the end of the discussion was Alabahu Ihapi Amisu Bar Kuba Amisu. So Rami Bar Chama was very impressed by what Rothschild and Sasra was saying. He said this. He's talking so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. Anyway, Mikibusa Demar Avina Bikiva. So it's interesting. The Tanur of Sakra said that time about Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, you are able to share with you so much. Means had you been a little bit more difficult, like had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something so beautiful. You said the Mar Amid Tuva, Mahmoud Sha'at al Anal, Umodar and Omubahab. So this is beautiful. So kind of because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you say the Mar, you sort of ask for something. If you want to be contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, so this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. What the Tanur of Sakra is saying is telling about Hama, because you're so pleasant, you feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more fussy and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when you are present, interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. When you act positively, kindness, versus we all know this, right? When you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrary, which some people are just like, you know what, whatever interaction I'll have, I don't want to get out. I absolutely zero interest in interacting. When someone is kind, when someone is compassionate, when someone is sweet, when someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. It's just very beautiful tomorrow. Echad Omer, North I'd come. What's this number again? That Allah for myself, witnesses could be often more tiny up to 2 days. So the shadow is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? It says in tomorrow, and see you guys in the middle of the month, and go for the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You can assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in it. So Rashi says over here, I'd come up and answer myself. I could get the English name of Achad, name of the 12 Ibrahim. So in other words, we'll allow, remember again, let's say, you said, for example, 1/8 says it happened on the second of the month, 1/8 says it happened on the third of the month. So you can allow for that, right? Why? Because you can assume maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-day month, whereas anyone who said it was a 29-day month. But the shadow is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy? The last is in there, up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, sorry, Amar Rabba, so we don't use the hey, if you son the table. One witness says the murder happened on the 2nd of the month. One witness says it happened on the 5th of the month. The Eidos is bottle, but am I? Neighbor should say you have to Iburin, does any of your Iburin? What is like this? There's this very easy way to explain the discrepancy between the 3rd and the 5th. Right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number one thinks the last 2 months were 29 days each. Witness number two thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains that there's discrepancy between 2 days. To which you want to Rabbi from the Ruba Jaga. Because no, so what do you see from there? You see from there that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the road, and you into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. As the Gemara says. It could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a Monday or a Chasser. Right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? They know about the shofar blowing. Meaning what? Like the shofar is blown, right? Actually, it turns out here that the shofar is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it is hard to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The issue so it's possibly 1 month you missed the shofar blowing carrying the rebound. Let's just say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing. So ultimately, again, that would be a really improbable. Let's say, so now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit. I really did discuss up until what point in time can we recite to the Shachodesh. When can you, up until what point each of the month can you count the new moon? In other words, until the deficiency of the moon is completed. How much is that? So as we're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say so the might give us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Mara says, what is that? What is that? Even at the end of the month, so the Gita says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and I don't say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting machlokes over here? In Luda, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month. In Nardoin, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Kabbalah Mondays, 42a. It says in our Tavai, and both of them hold. Like Rabbi Yochanan, I will say that, interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's machlokas in terms of what does that mean. But the Buddha says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I'm going to say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. One says that the moon has to look like a bow, so we'll say that's the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Yehuda, up until 7 days, and then our Ram says to look like a sieve. Now, sieve means it's fully circular, because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. So let's say, so fundamental machlokes over here, really incredible machlokes, an important machlokes, up until when one say Kiddush Levana, Rabbi Yehuda, 7th of the month, because at that point again, the deficiency of the month of the moon has been filled, and that the moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. And no, up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to it. So Gemara says, Amarle Rav Acha Medikti Ravina. The Varech Hatova Hametiv. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be Hatova Hametiv. So this is actually quite beautiful. Take a look at Rashi. So the 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Varech Hatova Hametiv. As Rabbi Yehuda Parek Mihi Nami. The Meshiva Ve'elech Leka Lemeimar Mechadesh Chadashim. The Varech Mia Hatova Hametiv. Shekal Shar Shemetiv Vela Benilusa. Hamid Shemosefes Lachayir Le'olam. So Rashi points out that this is really one of the Yehuda, right? That is interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hatova Hametiv. What's the Hatova Hametiv is the bracha. Essentially, Shechiyanu and Hatova Hametiv are like sister brachas. So Shechiyanu is the bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. Hatova Hametiv is something that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So the bride, why do we say Hatova Hametiv on the filling in of the moon each and every month? So according to Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hatova Hametiv. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'aretz. Right? At the end of the Lord's, remember, Hatova Hametiv by definition means, right? To say Hatova Hametiv would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Hatova Hametiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's go ahead and say Hatova Hametiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. Jewish Gemara says, no, keep on the Hainu Archei Lo Mevarchinon. So I say this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what does it mean? Look at Rashi, almost right across from Rashi. The Hainu Archei B'chol Chodesh Brias Olam Min Hagoti. Ve'in kan din polanos b'chesrona v'lo haftacha l'nechesed b'meliusa. So the Gemara suggests over here that this is the natural way the world works. So because this natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not there's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, I was last night, but I would encourage you, take advantage of this space right here, short nights. Shul Armin is starting a night seder program here at the Shul. Baruch Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45, so I just was quiet. It was Syria. Syria was beautiful. It's beautiful. Just thinking about this, because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of how we normally think. So you're telling me now, instead of the Gemara saying it's Olam King Hagol no, the world just kind of operates in a certain Baruch programs certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it is. Difficult time wrapping my head around this because to a certain degree it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that the Baruch obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or Hatova Hametiv or Dayan Ha'emes. And what the Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that it's just a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. It is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting. I think perhaps, if you are trying to teach us over here is maybe we don't have to necessarily use him to epic. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with our Baruch Allah has come of the Kama, it's true in our relationship with other people. One of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. And if someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage, right? But again, there's all of this. There's all of this intuiting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it, right? There's no like double entendre. There's no hidden, like I don't need like my frosted flakes decoder and figure out like what it is that was said and how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. And it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, this Baruch is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon fills up, the moon diminishes, just is what it is. It's beautiful, it's fantastic, and there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayan ha'emes or atov ha'meit. Incredible. Let's go later. The Rose says beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites, this is Kiddush Levana. Whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's our machlokes. Like the Yehuda says, up until 7 days then are done, so 16th minute, and you know how you pass them. You pass like the hour done. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the middle of the 16th is the middle of the month. In the middle of the month. We actually pass the middle until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah again, that's how we pass it. So the Gemara is so beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, Siv Hacha Chodesh Hazar, Siv Hasam Zeki Liva. It says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazar, and it says Zeki, so it's the Zeh. Chodesh Hazar Lachem, which is Kiddush Levana, and Zeki Liva. That's what I kind of point out. Isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with, like duck through, like get out of there. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some son of the population peels off, or just doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like, come on, chop. Right? So fascinating, yet that's the tefillah that the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. Let's say, you know what the interesting thing in looking at this? Sometimes, whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with the fear of spiritual intimacy. We live with the fear of closeness to Hashem. Because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. And I always wonder about this with Kiddush Levana. I can't forget that so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that. And even if I say it, like, it's just like, it's the fastest tefillah. You see these in like a close second, right? But when I say, like, why? Like, what is it? It's almost as if like there's like a, not an aversion, but what is it? And a lot of this has to have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. That I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or mean for me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. I just blow past it because I don't have to even come up here and but at the end of the day, I have to kind of keep up with the spark for a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations of me. So incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is Ki'ilu Mikal Pnei Hashem? So let's say it's a beautiful Maharsha. Just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, I was there a Peirush Rabin. We start to us at Shachar. Listen to this. Yesh Laman Fishi Yisrael Galusan Einon Zochim Miros Pnei Shkina Ulechokum Mikabalasa. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Like what we lament most we lament most. And also, that I just want to point out, I believe by this month of Shabbos will already be turned to sake. When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if it's good. Whatever it is. The point is, next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So I'll say, so remember, the Gemara says over here, the Imam Shah says, excuse me, in Davos, we are not broken, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able to say, the greatest tragedy of Davos is that when there was a Beis Hamikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah, able to see it all the time. In Davos, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. Aval Chidush Halavana, listen to this. Husilim Yisrael, Shemasilim Yishadish Timosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes away, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yotzah became open a Shina Kimosh Yora, Zen Musak Brachas Halavana, Uzek Shana Mavarchin ala Chodesh Bizmano, Shusim Shana Sidim Yishadish Kimosa, by Anukil Mekavon Eshkina. This is so beautiful. Kiddush Levan is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? Then it wanes, right? Then it goes out and diminishes and becomes almost invisible. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. And so when we go out to Kiddush Levan and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zocher to be Makabel Pnei Ashchina in Riva Kishalayim with the Beis Hamikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabel Pnei Ashchina. Such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. Let's go back. Turn very well. A mother was up in Yisrael. I like when I have Yisrael, I go hold the diet. Let's listen to this. So the Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. And once again, that makes sense. Why? Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of the world. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals, to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that koach? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana is incredible. Rabbi, Hilchot, and then Rabbi says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. We have to, listen, it's going to take an attraction. We have to discuss Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzah, in our courtyard. It is good Muslim. Good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see the sun is out in the other direction, right? Like there's a lot of, I don't know, but again, like to create an atmosphere, right? Sometimes the same Kiddush Levana, and what happens, your ride is already there, right? They're getting the patient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick it up. So how much kavanah can we put into it? So I say, so we begin to see the power and the function of this incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Rabbi says, you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana have to be recited standing. Remar Marzutra, Nikasvi. Remar Marzutra was who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own. They support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a bracha of Kiddush Levana. What's the bracha? I'm going to go back to other Rabbi. I love him about it. In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha: Baruch Mechadesh Chadash. That was their Kiddush Levana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know, I got my head around kavanah for that, and I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadesh Chadash. That was it. Bracha Dash Elokim Melech Haolam. Mechadesh Chadash. Right? That was like that's it. So listen to this. I'm not he said, "Hi, Nashi, you can't let me bracha." And what it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like Talmud B'shtach, right? That's what let's say. So the Mashal once out over here, he says Rosh Chodesh. And again, not a topic for that, but Rosh Chodesh is a women's language. It's a special language in women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is This only makes note of Mekadosh Hadashim of Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same is the bracha is okay, makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, this is beautiful. What's that? We're going to now go through the bracha of Kiddush Levana. That's Fatani Maski. Okay, secret one for many years. I've never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. You see what? So you just think to take this. Like I said, usually for that reason, we must have Shabbos we're in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not immediately clear, but we're always in a rush. So look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. Now obviously it's Baruch Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam. Asher b'ma'amaro bara shefot. Through his word, through your words, he created the heavens. Uberuach piv kol tzival. And ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So literally, again, chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo yishanu es tafkida. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim usmeitim lasos v'sonkona, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Holy MS. So I just want to point out over here again. What's so beautiful is the Maharsha comment on this. It says, "Shlo yishanas tafkidam perush shlo yishnu yishanu minu shelahem." You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, "You know what? Today I'm going to be the moon." Right? And the moon never says, "You know what? Today is my turn to be the sun." Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. And it's a God that steps us. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and their guidance is, they stay on task, they stay on mission. So my avodah in life is to figure out, I want your mission. I want to be like that, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that is my avodah as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. His work says to the moon to renew and literally again there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. And to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch atah Hashem l'chadesh kadosh. Right, blessed are you Hashem, the one who renews the new month. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Kadosh, and we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect people. With whom can you find war of Torah? In other words, who could wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging war of Torah? Beautiful. However, it's not a Mishnah. Because if you learn Mishnayos, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnayos conveys you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of halachas and gives you a lot of this, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari, I'm sorry, Karav Yosef Anafshe, Rav Tzluos B'Koach Shar. So it's a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. But Lamaisa again, the Mishnah Gemara then goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wade into the word of Torah is how is if you're under ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the word of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that unto the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Makom of Torah. Fine. After I'm going to see Barashi. Doshna El Shos. I remember let's say we saw in the Mishnah also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Guys, if they go ahead, one says right we saw Rabbi Koshim in 2 hours into the day. Other witness says I saw Rabbi Koshim in 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works, right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodem Nitzachama, Be'echad Omer Achar Nitzachama, I do some Teva. But if one opinion says I saw Rabbi, right? One opinion says I saw Rabbi Koshim, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, this is Batal. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Gemara says, shoot, that's obvious. No, rather what's happening over here? One witness says we saw Rabbi Koshim before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So what's about the one of thought, so let's say so maybe what ended up happening over here is they're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, rather again it was during the glow of the sun and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing, maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malam, Kamash Malam said that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows the testimony. So remember again, so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, we invite him onto the Beis Din, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, also Yom Sulo, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So the Gemara says, by the time we learn, if the student is saying good, right, the student had something positive to go ahead and say, right, and the student walked. So the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more, he doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. We learn if the student says good, we invite to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down, then and if what he was saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful, then we let him stay for the rest of the day, but not after that. Why? No, what it means is like this. If the student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, keep him on the Beis Din. Going forward, if he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day, but afterwards we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara then talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they deliberate right overnight or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish the food consumption. So the Gemara says, Yain my time, but why don't they drink wine? Literally translated, rulers, a sheikhar. The Gemara says, what does this mean? Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what's called judgment, those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated, which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with demon the process of dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. Lo ra'u ma'id, the Gemara goes right to Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach, they can't reach a verdict, right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep, and let's say it's deadlocked, right? The Beis Din is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority of one way or another, either majority of one to exonerate or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to keep going. So the Gemara says, Lo la umay. What happens if Beis Din can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? Amar Rabbi Poach also. Essentially, a deadlocked Beis Din results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So Mar says, but you know, so deadlock Beis Din will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you just when the Beis Din is deadlocked earlier on, in other words, when they were smaller, why not go ahead instead of the process is you keep adding on and adding on and adding on until you get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not, as soon as they're deadlocked earlier on, give them a not guilty plea? No, because the idea is we don't like a deadlock case. It doesn't look right. Whereas Beis Din should be able to be decisive, Beis Din should be able to be conclusive, and Beis Din should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like if they can't, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. So let's keep it down. I got an alternate version of this. Why do you have to keep adding on? Essentially, once you see that they're deadlocked, just exonerate them right then and there. Rabbi Yossi, right? This right does support you. Rabbi Yossi, over to change the Yossi, now Beis Din shall shum be'echad, kach, and Mosif, now Beis Din shall eser mishlosha. The same way that you can't add on to a Beis Din of 71, you also don't have to add on to a Beis Din of 73, 23. That if the Beis Din is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer b'dinei mamanas is dakin adin, and Omer b'dinei nefashas is dakin adin. What's the interesting daisa? When it comes to financial adinei mamanas, we say nizdakin hadin. Now, what that really means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say nizdakin hadin. So, what does that mean? Mine is dakin hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema kash dina. So, let's say if it means like this, kash dina, it means that halacha l'maisa Beis Din is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict. Now we have to give it more. That's what it means. Then if coming by it, then I should say that dafka by capital cases and not monetary basis. So there's Amra Funa by Manuach Mushed Rav Acha, Rav Ika, Ipoch. You're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, Allah for the money. So when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. The Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So once he makes that, is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is dakin hadin. So one second. If you want to say that ultimately again his dakin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. Then the Amar Gadol makes sense. The head of the Beis Din says this. But if you say that halacha said means that the din is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the Gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the Beis Din. But does the head of the Beis Din have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? So which the says, yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Beis Din can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So others say, if you want to say that it's a declaration that Beis Din says, it's too difficult, you can't reach your verdict. If you want to say that you do a declaration that the Beis Din is making, the Beis Din is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Is a person supposed to praise themselves? It says, you know what, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the Beis Din be saying Shkoyach, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Shiny mills to the Beit Dina, Ka'agodo Rami. No, because whenever it comes to a Beis Din, everything that comes from a Beis Din always comes from the head of the Beis Din. Any declarations always come from the head of the Beis Din. Give this man. Gamras Adavar, Hayu Machnisin, also Gamras Liana, Omer, Aish Poni Atazakai, Aish Poni Atakai. In the same way that the blood of the Beis Din would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the Beis Din would come from the head of the Beis Din as well, including if the Beis Din did a good job, they would say, "Get Chacham, Shkoyach." We adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the Beis Din. So, Bosai, Hadjun Allah, are you both Mazel Tov? Okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. What's another Nigmar Adin? What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Adin, if at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and now we're talking about a case of a guilty verdict. So we bring him out for Skila. So you bring him out for Skila. So we'll say, obviously, we're talking about a case over here where the punishment was Skila. So remember for Skila. For basic Skila, interesting wasn't the place where they would stone him. And again, we'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they would do Skila was outside of the Shneimar. Right, the pasuk says again. So in other words, the execution spot wasn't by Beis Din; it was somewhere removed from Beis Din. The pasuk says Hotziyas It was incredible. So now, right? So let's say witnesses came. Reuben killed Shimon. Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed. They positioned the guy. One guy who's put by the entrance to the Beis Din. And ultimately, again, he had sugar, like a cloth. But something bigger, right? A sheet, good. Right? Sugar was in his hand. It's just rough up in there. Today, listen, I watched this. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy stationed on a Beis Din. He had essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. He was able to see the flag guy by the Beis Din. Now, why did they do this? Today, now watch this. But let's say as they're leaving him out, someone comes into Beis Din and they say, "Oh, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben." They remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last-minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last-minute testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkila and say, wait. So the Gemara says, Allah made it disregarded. So flag guy would wave his flag. Horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkila and would tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben had said, listen to this, Reuben is about to be executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. Even how you think about things, right? I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. The Gemara says, we listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. Even 4 or 5 times. As long as what? There's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? They're not just going to bring him back to the Beis Din. Reuben, what do you got? Right? Tell us, what, right? What information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, the Beis HaSkila puts the Beis Din. The Gemara says, by the way, what is the Beis HaSkila outside the Beis Din? So it makes it sound over here, obviously, that the place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says, that's true. I will say now, It makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base Haskila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere away. So much really is that true about time? What base Haskila hayachut b'shalosh machanos. Israel will say the base Haskila was outside of the three camps. Remember again, the Rosh of the three camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the truth is, we also have the same three camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi puts the Shalosh Machanos. Yerushalayim would be Shayach from Mimavida as Zara Machanishina, Barabayis Machanalivia, Chalayim Machan Yisrael. This three camp model exists in the Beis Hamikdash as well. The Azar, the Beis Hamikdash itself, that's called Machanishina. Right? The Harabayis, that's called Machanalivia, the Vedic camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called where was if you had to stone someone? Where was he stoned? Outside of Yerushalayim. So the was outside. So you see from here, the execution spot. This could be a little bit removed from the basement, but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. Once it's right, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the basement still is outside of the basement, it doesn't mean a little bit outside of the basement. It means it was really removed, or called three camps work outside of the basement. So why does the Mishnah list it this way? Listen to this. First, it comes to this following halacha that even if Beis Din, let's say a Beis Din that is convened outside of the city. Sure, you already have a Beis Din that's kind of like outside of the three miles. I might have thought that since the already created outside of the three camps, therefore what? Therefore, you have the Beis Haskila anywhere because the Beis Din itself is already outside of the three camps. Mashmallah, that if Beis Din is outside of the three camps, the Beis Haskila itself still has to be distant from the Beis Din even more. Why is that? It shouldn't look like it's a Beis Din of murder. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like Beis Din is eager to execute. So we don't want Beis Din to be eager to execute. So because we don't want it to look like Beis Din is eager to execute, we always distance the execution spot from the Beis Din in a significant way. Another possibility, so furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the Beis Din is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because it looks like the longer it takes for the accused to get from Beis Din to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last-minute late breaking, evidence that will exonerate him. Right? If the Beis Haskila is right next to the Beis Din, so then again you pass the verdict, you execute the guy. There's no time. By making again the Beis Haskila a little bit further out, ultimately allows just for a little window, a little bit of an additional window of exoneration. But how do you mean? So it's like, where do you know if the Beis Haskila is? So I just want to point out again, just to understand that this three camp model is based on the way we camped in the desert. Right in the middle of the camp, in the place on the desert, we had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shchina. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levium. That's called Machane Levia, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Israel, the Machane Israel. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model of Klal Yisrael. That was replicated in Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the Beis Hamikdash, that's Machane Shchina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So, for example, Beis Din operated again in Beis Hamikdash. But the Beis Haskila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see that the Beis Haskila has to be outside of the three camps. Either, number one, because we don't want it to look like Beis Din is eager to execute. Or possibly number two, by distancing the execution side from the Beis Din itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be examined. So where do you know this? That ultimately, again, Beis Haskila has to be outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi said, "Stop the for today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good." Let's say, again. Truth is that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana, right? You can't rush with Amud of Gemara like that. Rabbi said, "Shkoya." All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
Yo. Carter. Carter, how old are you? Carter. Not look at age. See you, Carter.
Article was good morning, such as Chutzpah Hashem to be able to begin. Another week of Dafyomi, and personal thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surrounding circle. You see the farmer going in, Hashem, the arts professional in the back over there, and then Hashem. For some of the also apologize about the rattling noise here. There's nothing really up there. I'm not exactly sure what is the exact recurring, but I know that I can say that. It's building settling, okay. That's our cat all place for everything. The building settling. We'll find out what that is in their Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us. So we already begin by thanking all and also our microphone. Our microphone will be back tomorrow. Okay. Next session. I'll be back tomorrow. By tomorrow, you got to be fixed and I will we invite all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual sponsors for Thompson and Christian Stuff yourself. We thank the Ocean Russell as his host for the Son of Souls and Strong. I'm sorry, sponsor for the month of Kiri over the Kemi Mishpacha, the memory of Amish and Rabbi, brother of Michael Rabbi, was coming down from the first head of Kennedy, which is the next one coming to the sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas, Moshe Mordechai, from the American Rock Amazora, from the Shevel having a real and the family in the public. Special message will be dedicated. Our learning is just for holy hostages. That the result of them shall bring the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Bikaro, and the merit of our holy soldiers will wrestle out and be successful. The whole Maaseh, let us be a beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Memal 40. What we are picking up in Mezah Shemon, Mem Amud Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up, and about 10 up on it, red, 2 dots. Makir Matamoso, 10 up on it. Also said, remember, we are continuing in Mezah Shem with the, we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure the Drishas of the Hakidas. So we say the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harak, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael Harak, did he kill a Jew? His face symbol, did you give him Asra? Asra, will you accept the Asra upon himself? Peter Atzmo Lamisa. The Lord said, Peter Atzmo Lamisa was literally, did he commit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, in other words, did he still proceed anyway? Right? Is he as was Misa Bisok to the Dubon? And again, did he essentially, when you have to give him Hasra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? Spoke to the Dubon. How did I hold his arm? Is somebody worshipped idolatry? As the witnesses were told to say that he didn't worship idolatry. He asked the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Lepa'ar Abad, Lemarkolis Abad. Did he worship Ba'ar? Did he worship Markolis? How did he worship? Bizikua, did he offer a carbon? The Keter, incense, the Nisa, a libation, Mishtachava, prostration. And yes, we asked him all of these questions. Fine. So Ula says, so Ula says, from where do you know Hasra? So Ula says, interesting idea. So from where do you know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, V'ish asher yikach es achoso, bas ovid ubas imo, v'lo es elbasa. Plus it says that the man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her elbas. The Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it? Right? There's nothing about seeing. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what it means that was elbasa. Ella achir. So this is interesting. Right? The Gemara says what it means is as follows. That halacha l'maisa, one is only chayiv, only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what it is that he's doing wrong. So Achiyir is actually reference to the witness. Hasra, they have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, maybe in the price, what I have to be over here, the prohibition that they're referring to over here is a kares bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a kares bearing prohibition. So interesting enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because again, kares is carried out by a kadosh baruch hu. You only need hasra, you only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So the kares. So if I don't need the concept of hasra for a kares bearing infraction, type of Memala 41a, so go ahead and give it over to Malchus. So from here we see, this is Uda's interpretation. So from here we see the Makar, the source for the concept of Hasra. Beautiful. So the Key, Yazid each Arayla Harga the Arba. So the Pasuk says if a man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person, the Arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shirisrubo ba'dayin. Which means they warned him, and halacha l'maisa, he is still acting intentionally. Okay, so again, it was like all just different sources for the concept of hasra. Today, Rabbi Yishmael Tana Hamotziyam Osam Mekoshesh. So it says they found him gathering with his brother Mekoshesh. This was one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. Shiritzuko la'adayin Mekoshesh. So Lashon over here is Hamotzi also Mekoshesh. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him, Shehisrubo la'adayin Mekoshesh, and he was still gathering the wood. Today, Rabbi Tana Al Davar Asher Ina. So the idea, so over here says, Al Davar Al Iske Dibor. So again, a reference to the idea that they warned him, and so by Nara Mulasa, and still went ahead and violated it. So essentially, we have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So we want to just point out each of these sources are actually important. Why? The Gemara says this. Because of Rahman Achoso, so as if he would have just said something by Achoso, by the case of the sister incest, Malchus is to remember again, as much as incest is punishable by kares, so halacha l'maisa, again, halacha l'maisa, you still get Malchus for that. So had it just brought down the concept of hasira by his sister, I would have said, it's that by infractions that you get Malchus for, that halacha l'maisa you get. So you don't, therefore Torah brings up blushing of right? Because that's an intentional avera. That's an intentional avera of kares that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this kares also by Misa's baby. Okay, so the Gemara says I'm sorry, and if it would have just said ultimately again that what that halacha l'maisa a chayiv to go ahead and give hasra by an act which has misas based in honeymoon sayif to kill. I would have thought what type of kill is so over the head, but by a sword, which is considered to be a more lenient form of death. Now we'll talk more about this in the next paragraph. So let's say again, it sounds strange to talk about death penalties as more lenient, right, and less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I would have thought again that there's hasra by sayif, abaskila dechamura, imara by skila, which is considered to be more chomer than sayif, perhaps not. To which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, the Tariq bin Iskon Lalali, but why do I need two sources that both talk about skila? So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Shimon to include Sreifa. It shows that Sreifa is a lesser form of skila. Rabbanan knows the Asib Kavamer, Tarek the Kasam Lokra. And according to Rabbanan, about the son of this concept that even something to begin by Kavamer, sometimes the concept will still go out of its way to mention it, nevertheless. I will lift up Rahman bin Iskaman, the legs of one from the Ruby. So why not just write it by Skiba? I want to have it written by Skiba here and everything else by Skiba, because Skiba is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. And I mean, knows that actually Kavamer, talk to Kasam Lokra. You're right, but sometimes people say that you're by Kavamer. Torah goes out of its way to explicitly regulate that. We'll say takeaway is that halacha l'maaseh there is a concept of hasra. Hasra is d'oraisa. Three different sources of hasra. Either again by achosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the kosher violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just stated. Beautiful. Here's Johnson. We ask the witnesses a series of questions. One of the questions we ask the witnesses. So, number one, did you give hasra? Did you give warning? And number two, Hitir Asmo Nisa. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to death? Which means, after the hasra, did he still proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the shayla. So that was the statement. So you might say, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so now on. The Pasuk says, Yumas Hanes, Ad Shiyatir Atzmo L'Nisa. What's the word like this? For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means, Yatir Atzmo L'Nisa. So the defendant received the hasra, he understood the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the Aveira. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hanes. This is double Lashon. This double Lashon, Yumas Hanes, means he heard it, he processed it, but he nevertheless violated the Aveira. So the Gemara says, Achiyatya Atzmo L'Nisa. Until literally, again, he permits himself to death, which means he moves forward even though he received the Hazra. You know what I'm saying? It sounds crazy, but can you imagine this? Like the Abish to Ruvain, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet what? And Ruvain proceeds with it, knowing that there's Abish there. Right? There's Abish there. So these two Abish are going to show up and make their Ruvain going to feed them to death. So you wonder to yourself, what's the pshat? How could someone do something crazy? I don't say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we say thing each and every day. Right? Every time I come into an Avera, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get hasra every single time. It's not like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or maybe there might be some things I do that I don't know that they're incorrect. Right? Maybe I'm just ignorant in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? Well, I did different reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egotism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else. I just don't care about the ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see read these commands very quickly. It's ridiculous that anyone could act this way, but it's important to note that so often we do this to be engaged in this very pattern of behavior, day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of bizarrety and ludicrosity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready to commit an Avera, like, come on, this is ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I have hasra. The Rebbe Shalom sees it. What am I doing? And whatever it is, it's simply not worth it. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrosity, two new words just coined here in our new base measures. So everyone just put the timestamp on that. All right, let's go back to Second Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan, what's the second one like? I'm Rav Chanan. Ede Nara Melasa, Shirut, is interesting case. Shirut means Ede Rakim. This is interesting, but this Nara Melasa. Nara Melasa is a case of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Innocent, but has not yet had Nisiyah. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another man, that's adultery, and she's put to death. Right? As is the man with whom she has relations. So that is usually a comment, it's an interesting observation. He says, Hanara Melasa.
What up, girl?
So watch this. So when does this come forward? When does this say,
You sound better.
Who is less suspect?
You sound better.
Have relations with a shit.
Yes, ma'am.
And they say, first set of witnesses, you could not have seen that. Why? You were with us. You think that you saw us commit adultery on Monday. You were with us in Florida on Monday. You could not have seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says, the witnesses can't begin into open ceremony. Why not? They can't. They must have general. Next we set them up.
Excellent. It's good to hear.
What happens in open ceremony? Reciprocal punishment.
Big hug, girl. Air hug. Big hug.
The Gemara says, because at the end of the day, they could claim no. We weren't coming to involve the death penalty as a whole. What were we coming to do?
No. I'm watching a podcast trying to figure out Twitter.
That's it. So therefore you can't kill us. We weren't trying to kill her. So the man says, alcohol is the wasn't. They weren't there.
Just watching a podcast.
What's Hasra? What's that? What was the Hasra that they begin to don't have any shame. You know why?
You got it.
He's not your husband. That's called adultery. And adultery is controlled by God. So you give her Hasra.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you.
If they didn't give her Hasra, how could they execute it all? Which was a douche, Chavira. They weren't really talking about here. A very wise woman. And she might be young, she might be narrow, but she's very wise. And in the course of the Yossi hold, so we must decide that Yossi the Omer, Chaber, Eno, Tzarek, Hasra. A Chaber Kam doesn't need Hasra. This is also, you've seen the Yossi before. But Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're doing over here with Rothschild, who is an Isha Chadira, she's a well-buried woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is asur. So because she knows that it's asur, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the Gemara says, "Lefishlo nikna hasra el lahafkin ben shogim lumis." Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. I have a paper here, you will miktori. Or second, if witnesses, this is fascinating, if witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the question is, because why? How do you like to eat sheta yachol la'azima? Because either sheta yachol la'azima, lo shma indus. This is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, like any 10 witnesses, can't be made into a zoning. They're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the compliment? This is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. Right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't accept your testimony. So therefore, if you tell me over here that I look at myself, the witnesses can come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they can always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. Then I look at myself, that means if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama. If they're not subject to Azama, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, what are you doing over here? To which the Gemara says, hey, how can I listen? The Gemara says, how can I come up? You talk shame, I love you. So the Gemara says, you're right. And what I'm saying, since these witnesses can't be killed, Now, why can't they be killed? Because they declared they weren't coming to kill Rachel. All they were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asura. So you must she hold the woman on the Osha by Labani. Aki Ayanavayas. So too, she can't be killed. The Havina English, she Atayahol Lahazimo. Okay, so let's say just an interesting piece. So we have Ella, the Isha Kavira, the Kamala, the Mikra, Alipra, the Mishka. So let's say, okay, so where is there ever a case of a wise woman, the Isha Kavira, according to Yossi, remember, according to Yossi, a Kavira, a learned person doesn't require Hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an Isha Kavira who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, because of his insult, the cases which she committed adultery, and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, it's almost very close to Rashi, because she did it because of his insult. The Hanaf Edi is Mus Shady, Area Follow on Osra by no Shark by Nasa, is Mus Rishon, Follow Ba'ala. Because let's say in that case, the second witnesses can't say, we're only coming to prohibit her upon her husband. Why? She's already prohibited upon her husband. Why is she already prohibited upon her husband? Why? Because halacha nice again, she already committed adultery the first time. So she must already be prohibited. So therefore the Gemara says, no, so therefore the only reason they become testified is to have her executed. The Gemara says, but maybe because I'm coming to God and prohibit her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Gemara says, she's in some involved the case in which she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, she's in some or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, nice now that I'm so the Gemara says, do knock up. I feel you see it, Nami. I feel it's Listen, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Na'ara Murasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. So why are you illustrating it over here with Na'ara Murasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel you tsunami. So the Gemara says, I feel you high, yes, what you say, behold in Lomai. No, also by Rabbi. No, because the Kiddush of Rabbi says like this, that the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, that they could claim that they're coming to ask her upon Reuben. Even though what? Rachel's not living with Reuben. I might have thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living with Reuben. So what do you mean you're coming to ask her upon Reuben and not living together? Allah calls even in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay, I'm going to get stuff. After all this side, so what's the interesting over here? So now, good. I'm going to get stuff. This is great. Listen to this. When does it show up? Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the Drishas Bakakir is what do we ask? How did Reuben kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? What did he use? So what happens? One witness says Reuben used a sword. And the second witness says Reuben used an axe. So what says now the Gemara says? This is not a quick test. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore again the testimony is thrown out. So what says so? Remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the witness. Ein means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony and therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, like there's not even solely. This claim don't line up. Essentially, it's inadmissible. So it's Akadama Caleb Strong, Akadama Caleb Ravani, how is it nothing? But again, let's say, if one of the witnesses says, Reuben, the murderer, the accused murderer, Reuben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing a black shirt, so then Halakha in that case, their testimony is fine. Don't really care about that. But let's say why, no, this is very important, why? Because the truth is, what the color of Reuben's clothing is really inconsequential to the act. right? What instrument to use to kill Shimon? That's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. In other words, we need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I was Nachon, Shehi Nachon. Moses, the pasuk says Nachon. The last time the pasuk that is the last time the Chakar the Shal Keke, even Emes Nachon Hadavar. Moses, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here that again, when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does that mean? She Nachon Echad over the side Hargo, Echad Bari Hargo. And so let's say, for example, one of the witnesses says with a direction with the sword, the other one says that he killed him with an axe. The Echad came with Lebanon. One says that Reuben is wearing white clothing. One says Reuben is wearing black clothing. So what's that? Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So let's say, so watch this, we just contradict what we said before. According to the advice now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben the killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? So this is incredible. The Suda Shachan Kubo. No. When the Rashi says that there's Mahon Zakhobi, what's the case is where they're coming along and they say that Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's the protest? One thing it says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing he says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just about getting clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody approaches it different ways. So Tashma, is either a sword. Echad Omer Sandal of Shchorim, the Echad Omer Sandal of Lebanon. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was black shoes. Okay, which is the style sense also. They don't say so. The mice say again. So the mice someone says wearing white clothes and black shoes. So the Gemara says what's halacha? Ein zeh nachon. So the testimony doesn't line up. So let's get both sides. So the testimony we just said before that halacha the mice said. That the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here we seem to be saying the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Hasanan if you go Shabbat and both the Sandal of the Harba. What's the case? The case is where Reuben kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, then I love for nice and you exclusive clarity as to what it is. Tashma. Nice about the Ben Zakkai that say Te'ila. Because remember when it's from Yishto. So one time Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claim that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember, what did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Like, what were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, what time though? So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. If you don't do it, the Gemara says, no, I'm running out of time. If you go, Sha'akas Te'ila B'Shabbos, the Allah Kamikto. Now, what's the case? The case right here, let's say, is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, like detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos, is in and of itself. That's capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what we're talking about over here. That's not what the Mishnah said. The witnesses said that we didn't kill Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, and what's the case over here? The case over here is the halacha l'maisa again. Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened there. Killed him, or to use the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. This is where it says, Tashma, Allah, and Te'ina Zu, Upsad Kaki, Upsad Dasi. Te'im Shcholos, Te'im Levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or were they dark? Rabbi Yosef, Mi Ben Zakkai Losiv Inish. Shiny Ben Zakkai the Bedikos Kichat Kilos Mashile. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because it also says Ben Zakkai, he was mastered both with Bedikos and Chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say there's a distinction between Bedikos and Chakiros. What's the distinction? Distinctions are also Chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Bedikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the occurred were white or black? Not necessarily. The Zaka himself was of the school of thought that both Bedikos and Chakiros are exclusively necessary and both must be dealt with together. Most likely, that Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems. According to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, not Ben Zakkai. By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? So it says, the Gemara says, this was an incredible man, Ben Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So we ordered Ben Zakkai. Who's Ben Zakkai? What's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was responsible for all of the takanas we had. Zikah l'Churban and Zikah l'Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this was his mercy. 1 second. If it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, me having the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That kind of culture of Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, may of the Esu Shana. We'll say it's a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Our boy Shana, for 40 years he was in business. He was in business. Like Ned Shana Lamad, for 40 years he learned. Right? He did his stint in business and he learned. And our boy Shana Linate, and for 40 years he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Like he taught students. So it's a point out something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business, he didn't learn, sort of point out. But what it means is he's in business. So that being in business, again, you come to Torah, and Chamusi, you come to Shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So it's such an incredible result. We sometimes think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is listen, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, there are 3 people who follow the same paradigm. Right? Same people, who are the same people. Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. All this 40-40-40 paradigm. Right? 40-40-40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim say, especially when you see 3 people, 40-40-40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I could continue down that path, and it's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Musar from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event was, but I guarantee there was something. Each of these men could have just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But I want to say, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have the same life going forward. Change is always possible. pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's where your true personalistic greatness comes out. It's incredible. So real comments, that's what happened. The time that our body started going to cover their bodies, no Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. What that means, remember, the Sanhedrin normally sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas HaGaz's chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? V'yashala b'chanos. It was in the structure. So let's say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the coastal. So it's like the Chanos were areas in front of the walls that is in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. They had stores there. There's two things there. Mikvahs, right? Because you have to make the mikvahs to be unearthed. These mikvahs with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the store? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's like, all right, it's a, listen, can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, just the family is enough, right? So now again, so there are people. So the good part is the Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up shop right in front of right before they went into the Rabbi. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabayas. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaGazis 40 years before the base of was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second base of the second base of Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second base of was the leading sage, which I must say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara says, it's always exciting. I always find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but let's say just like when the Gemara gives you history, right? It's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we're learning Gemara is any kind of historical context. Where is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of the Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella, Ben Zakkai to Alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai, not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Teachers Haran, so it seems to be clear. He saw that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karilei, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So let's say it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call him Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do it? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, my son, Ben Zakkai, will take the alien. So again, with the Brisa, and the Brisa said it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, let's say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on the Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a convict. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. To which the Gemara says, so what happened? So they were adjudicating a case. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, hey, Chevra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees, and they liked it. And what happened on the base? So it's like, and again, remember, in general, whatever a basin could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So if they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. They established it in his name. So the man says, Ki hava lomar, ki hava lomar, ben zakai hava, ki hava karli b'tamu doshel ben rabo, ki hava line, hava karli Rabbi Yochanan ben zakai, ki karli ben zakai ashim d'mei kora, ki karli Rabbi Yochanan ben zakai ashim d'hashta'a. So now understand it. When he said this ruling, there was a Talmud. It was a Talmud. As a Talmud, what was his name? What was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, so therefore, when it records it based on when he was holding at the time that he said it. That is Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as what? Now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. Incredible. So nice about that. Mavin Hakiris. My Hakiris Shine Omen. So remember again, when it comes to Hakiros, the big difference between Hakiros and Bedikos, big distinction. The big difference follows. But when it comes to Hakiros, the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other or against each other. If they get something, they're disqualified. By Bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, fine. So the Gemara said, Maya Kushtaim Omen. What do you mean, even if two get the Bedikos wrong? That's obvious. Ki Amar Echad in Yodea, they do some Kayanes. Kami, they train on me this goes. What's the experience is interesting. If when it comes to the Bedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So I'll say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. But it's like, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. Once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, it doesn't matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know. So I'm not sure, remember again, Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. Hakiros afilu shnayim omen yadanu. So when it comes to Hakiros, even if two people say no, one says I don't know, they do something wrong. Ultimately, again, the Avis is bottle. Kiman Rabbi Akiva, they're not give shlesh. So let's say here's this interesting idea. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the Avis is still bottled. This is by Hakiros, right? So three witnesses, you're asking the Hakiros, two answer correctly, one says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Avis is bottled. Why? What did Rabbi Akiva say? You're not give shlosha l'shnayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Avis, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Hakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Hakiros, then halach l'maisa again, it disqualifies the Avis. But we learned elsewhere that the Avis is still good. So if you want to say, even when it comes to Hakiros, Shnayim Omen Yadanu Ba'achad Omer and Yodea, they do some kayanas. Kiman, the Lord of the Rabbi Mar switches gears much as you know. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as two out of the three to get the Hakiros together, to get the list correct, then the Avis is good even if the third one messes up. That's the halacha. If the third one messes up, halacha. The Avis is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So let's say, I just want to point out over here, there's a Mahovis. We've actually seen before, which is when you're a group of three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get two out of the three? Rabbi Akiva says you need all three. We don't ask him that way. We ask him that two out of three is good, because we also ask him that witnesses could even be strung together independently. As long as two out of the three are getting the Hakiros correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Safat Sanhedrin We're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbi. It's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, we learned Sanhedrin, and their Sanhedrin was a little bit different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugi of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbi. Part of the Roy Bakamo, Shabakam bumped into them. I'm a little, oh my Lisa Bob, it's Sanhedrin. Rabbi, what did you learn? What did you learn? Like, what did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbi? I'm meaning they Sanhedrin gave us. But what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Like, what in general do you go ahead and choose? I learned about. Well, my question, like, what do you have questions on? I don't know. How determine Mabin Chakiros Leviticos? What is the distinction between Chakiros and Leviticos? Chakiros, Echad Omer in your day, use some Kilo. When it comes to Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the Agus is bottle. Agus is bottle. The Digos, when it comes to the Digos, Echad Omer in your day, Avishtaim Omer in your day, Agus and Kayamas. So again, this is a fundamental feature we see over and over and over again. Hakilos, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? According to the OC, only 3, only asking 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is, you're out. You're out. Bedikos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. What's an example of the Bedika question? For example, Bedika question, like car insurance, like stems of the fig tree, color of the face. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, Beis could do discussion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurs. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Chakiras wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Bedikos wrong, you're in. And the Lord says, but one, Mifti, Idi, Doraisiki, Maishna Chakiras, Maishna Bedikos. So I don't understand, why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiras and Bedikos are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one now with the other? I'm going to help you out with the Chakiras and the Ephraim. And do something to look. The hand in the Edu Shata Yakla Azimo. The Tikos Echoes on the hand in your there. Kayamas Edu Shata Yakla Azimo. So we'll say it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiros, I will say, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the Eden susceptible to our summer. Right? Remember, I will say, the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be made with the Eden Zomanim, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the Hakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to being made with the Eden Zomanim. The bigger questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to Hazama. So because Chakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. So that's why you get them wrong. For who on the road, so it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So a kind of Safra, running to Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, Shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: so Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. They said back to him, Mitivusa Demar Amina Vituva, Mizirusa Demar Lo Amina Bar. So this is actually quite beautiful. Rav Kain of Safra say back to Rami Barchama, it's only because you're so gracious that we're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. What they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would have been more difficult to share with you. Now, we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. It's some sort of finish up the sugya. But once we end up with the distinction between Bedikos and Chakiros, again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bahama and Rav Kain of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Mishaskia in that note. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What are we to start doing? What's that? What's that?
That was a trick question, dude. You passed. That's a Latino female right there. Is she Mexican? I don't even know Spanish. Oh, yeah. That sounded like British. I was just I like that celebrities are popping a little bit because that's her. She did it, and then also you pulled the clip up Kevin Spacey doing the same thing. So Papa's playbook, though redacted, seems to be at least successful enough for us. Right? Yep. Papa the celebrity that's funny shit. There's always a funny shit. Funny shit. Yeah. Forward. Okay, sorry. Stop. Here we go. This one's called Craig Jones Confirmed Homeless. It's posted by S. Lee 2. Let's see what this is about. Like you traveling? Do you have a home? I'm homeless. I'm a homeless guy.
All right. Good morning. Such a chutzpah Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding. As we still acclimate to our new surroundings, first of all, you'll see the Svarma going in. Baruch Hashem, the Arspol Shasana in the back over there, and there's Hashem. More so much trickle it. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is if that's occurring, but I know Menachem shows all his on it. Is building settling. Okay, that's our cat's off phrase for everything. The building settling. We'll find out what that is in Meretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us. So we are begin by thanking all, and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. I'm sorry? We have. Okay. Emeretz Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Everything will be all right. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Kapshin and Shulcim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. To dedicating all the Shomer Rothschilds as a zuchus for Besorah Kolos Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tevei Savalin Lutova, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah and his family in the Chama. Our Daf sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, and the Shama will have an Aliyah and her family in the Chama. The rest of us has always been dedicated. Our learning in the Swiss of our holy hostages, that the Mishpach of the men shall bring the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Karos, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and the Mishpach of them be successful. The whole Maaseh. And of course, with this, let us be. It's beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So, like I said, today's daf is Mem 41. We are picking up in Yom Hashem on Mem on the days 40b. 5 lines up, 6 lines up and bottom. Tan Rabbanan, right at the 2 dots. Bakir Matamoso. Tan Rabbanan. Also, so you remember, we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure the drishas of the Hakiris. Tan Rabbanan. Bakir Matamoso. So we say to the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael Harag, did he kill a Jew? His face and bone. Did you give him Asra? Kibal Alov Asra. Did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hitir Asmo Lemisa. There was an interesting Hashem. Hitir Asmo Lemisa means literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when you have to give him Asra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? If somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witnesses coming forward to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We asked the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Did he worship Al-Ta'ar? Did he worship Markolis? How did he worship? Is he buach? Did he offer a carbon? Did he turn incense? The nisok, or libation, ishtachava, prostration, and yes, we asked him all of these questions. Fine. So Amr Ula says, Minayim Asra, Min Torah, Su'ula says, from where do we know Hasra? Su'ula says, interesting idea. So from where do we know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, v'ish asher yikach es achozo, bas aviv ubas imo, v'lo es ervasa. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her ervas. The Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it, right? He's talking about seeing. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what do you mean, V'lo es ervasa? Ela akshir, haymo shol davar. So this is interesting. Rabbi, the Gemara says what it means is as follows. The halach l'maisa, one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what it is that he's doing wrong. So this Ashiyira is actually reference to the witnesses. Hasra, they have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, it happens to be over here. The prohibition that they're referring to over here is a kares-bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a kares-bearing prohibition. It's interesting enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because again, kares is carried out by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. You only need hasra, you only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So in the kares, so I don't need the concept of hasra for a kares-bearing infraction, top of Memah, 41a, Tineu Inyan Lamalkus. So go ahead and give it over for Malkus. So from here we see, this is Hebrews interpretation, so from here we see the Makar, the source for the concept of hasra. Beautiful. Today Chizkiya Tana. So the Yazid Ish Areu Laharga Ba'arma. So the passage says if a man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person, Ba'arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shehisrubo Ba'dayin B'nezid, which means they warned him, and halacha l'maisa, he is still acting intentionally. Okay, so again, we'll say all just different sources for the concept of hasra. Today, Rabbi Yishmael Tana Hamotziam Osam Mekoshish. So it says they found him gathering with this Mekoshish. This was one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. Shehisrubo Ba'adayin Mekoshish. So the lashon over here is Hamotzim also Mekoshish. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him, Shehisrubo Ba'adayin Mekoshish, and he was still gathering the wood. Today, Rabbi Tana Al Davar Asher. So the idea, so Bosik over here says, Al Davar Asher Al Iske Tibor. So the reference to the idea that they warned him, and so by Nara Murasa, they still went ahead and violated the Sricha. So essentially, you have all of these different sources for the concept of hasra. So we want to just point out each of these sources are actually important. Why? The Gemara says this. Because if it would have just said something by a choso, by the case of the sister incest, remember again, as much as incest is punishable by kares, so halacha l'maisa, again, halacha l'maisa, you still get malchus for that. So had it just brought down the concept of hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, it's dafka by infractions that you get malchus for, that halacha l'maisa you get hasra. But maybe by chayvim misos, you don't. Therefore, kasa rachmana kiyazid. Therefore, the Torah brings up lashon of kiyazid. Right? Because that's an intentional avera. That's an intentional avera of kares that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this kares also by misas beis. Okay. So the Gemara says, "V'chi kasa rachmana kiyazid." And if it would have just said ultimately again that what the halacha l'maisa, I'm chayiv to go ahead and give hasra by an act which has misas based in honeymoon saif to kill. I would have thought what type of chiyuv misa? Only beheading, but by a sword, which is considered to be a more lenient form of death. Now we'll talk more about this in the next paragraph. I would say again, it's not strange to talk about death penalties as more lenient, right, or less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I would have thought again that there's hasra by saif. Avaskila de Chamura Imalova by Skila, which is considered to be more chomer than Sayyid, perhaps not, to which the Gemara says Svicha. The Tartib, the Gemara says the Tartib is spelled normally, but why do I need two sources that both talk about Skila? So Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon la'asuyei nisrafim. So according to Rabbi Shimon, to include sreifa, because he knows that sreifa is a lesser form of skila. Rabbanon knows that the aseh b'kal v'chomer tarach v'kasav lafra. And according to the Rabbanon, about say sometimes you have this concept that even something to be learned by kal v'chomer, sometimes the pasuk will still go out of its way to mention it. Nevertheless, I have a lift of Rahman bin Ishkolim, the lace of Hana from the Ruby. So why not just write it by skila? I want to have it written by skila if you learn everything else by skila, because skila is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. Hanami, knows that aseh b'kal v'chomer, tarach v'kasav lafra. You're right. But sometimes people say that you're by kal v'chomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. Good. We'll say takeaway. Takeaway is that halacha l'maisa there's a concept of hasra. Hasra is d'oraisa. Three different sources of hasra. Either again by achosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the makoshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just stated. Beautiful. Teacher asking Lisa. So going back now to the Gemara. The Gemara said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. What are the questions we asked the witnesses? So number one, did you give hasra? Did you give warning? And number two, hikir atzmo lemisa. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to death? Which means, after the hasra, did he still proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the shayla, or that was the statement. So the Gemara says, "Minala." So the Gemara says, "From where do you know this? From where do you know this?" So the Gemara says, okay, so Minalan, Amarav Vitina Kiska Amarka, Dumas Hames. The pasuk says Dumas Hames as Sheyatir Atzmo Lemisa. So let's say, what we're saying over here is like this. For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received Hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means, Alashon of Yatir Atzmo Lemisa. So the defendant received the hasra, he understood the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the Avera. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the lashon is yumas hames. It's double lashon. This double lashon yumas hames means he heard it, he processed it, but he nevertheless violated the Avera. The Gemara says, actually, literally again, he permits himself to that, which means he moves forward even though he received the hasra. And look, let's say, think about this for just a moment. It sounds so crazy. Right? Can you imagine this? Right? You even say to Reuven, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet what? And Reuven proceeds with it, knowing that there's angels there. Right? There's angels there. So these two angels are going to show up in base and Reuven's going to be condemned to death. So you wonder to yourself, what's the pshat? How could someone do something so crazy? I don't say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing each and every day, right? Every time I come into an Avera, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get asked for every single time. It's not like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know that they're incorrect, right? Maybe I'm just ignoring these certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of different reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egotism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else. I just don't care about ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see you read these commands and think it's ridiculous that anyone should act this way. But it's important to know that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of bizarrety and ludicrosity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready to commit an Avera, right, come on, it doesn't even make sense. I have Hasra, the Rebbe Shalom sees it. What am I doing? And whatever it's simply not worth it. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrousity, two new words just coined here on a new base measures. Should I have everyone just put the timestamp on that? All right, let's go right there. Says the Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan. I'm going to say second word live. I'm Rav Chanan. Ede nara murasa shehozmu ene. This is interesting. But that is nara murasa. Nara murasa is a case of a nara who is betrothed, right? Erusin, but has not yet had nisuin. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another man, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. So now it's used to makes an interesting observation. It says, Anara Murasa. Now watch this. So witnesses come forward. The witnesses say, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is Uresses, right? She has innocent with Ruvain. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's say, so now, let's say a second set of witnesses come along, and they say, first set of witnesses, you cannot have seen that boy.
Dog, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
Us. You claim that you saw her commit adultery on Monday. You were with us in Florida. You could not have seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says the witnesses can't be made into Eidim Zolman. Why? They can't be killed. Now, let's say now, general again is next Masech Tamakas, but we'll see in Eretz Hashem in general what happens in Eidim Zolman. Reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim and kill them. Why not? The Gemara says Sheicholum Romar Lo Osra By Rabban Banu, because at the end of the day they could claim no. We weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to prohibit her to her husband, Ruvain. That's it. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to kill her. So the Gemara says, "I baha is Shubha." What was it? They warned her. That's why it's here. You said there has to be Hasra. What's Hasra? What was it? What would be the Hasra that they would be giving Rachel? Rachel, don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? Small little detail over here. He's not your husband. Right? That's called adultery. And adultery is punishable by death. So you give her Hasra. Usually, where's the law Asra? No, they didn't give her Asra. They didn't give her Asra. You know, Asra, Hechim Miktula. One second. If they didn't give her Hasra, then how could they execute her at all? Who are we talking about over here? A very wise woman. She might be young, she might be an Nara, but she's very wise. And the question of Rabbi Yossi, what does Rabbi Yossi hold? So the sign of Rabbi Yossi would go, Omer, Chaver, Eno, Tzarech, Hasra. Chaver, Tam, Chacham, doesn't need Hasra. This is what we've seen Rabbi Yossi before. Rabbi Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're giving over here with Rachel, who is Isha Chadera. She's a well-learned woman, and therefore she knows that adultery is asur. So because she knows that it's asur, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the Gemara says, "Official mitna hasra el lahafkin in shogeg relation." Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. I have a chayvan de'elu lo miktali. 1 second. If witnesses, witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the Gemara says, because why? Kavila edus shiata yachol lahazima. Before edus shiata yachol lahazima, lo shma edus. Don't say this is fascinating. Fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into Eidim Zolman, they're not fit to testify. So I'll say, what's the chapanet? This is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially what the halacha says, you have to have skin in the game. Right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't accept your testimonies. Therefore, if you're telling me over here that Allah Maisa, the witnesses could come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they could always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. Then Allah Maisa, that means if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama. If they're not subject to Azama, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, again, what are we doing over here? So the Gemara says, hey, Achinami. So the Gemara says, Achinami Kamar. You talk Shein Eragin. So the Gemara says, you're right. That's what we're saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't they be killed? Because they can claim we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asura. So the Gemara says, so too, she can't be killed. Okay, so it's just an interesting case over here. Elo v'isha chavera the kaimalon the mikvah alif gadlos v'yehud hechem mishkachas. So I must say, so okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman in isha chavera? According to Yossi, now remember, according to Yossi, a chavera, a learned person doesn't require hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an isha chavera who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the case in which she committed adultery and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, it's almost right across in Rashi. So in that case, the second witnesses can't say we're only coming to prohibit her upon her husband. Why? She's already prohibited upon her husband. Why is she already prohibited upon her husband? Why? Because halacha mice again, she already committed adultery the first time, so she must already be prohibited. So therefore, the Gemara says no. So therefore, the only reason they would be coming to testify is to have her executed. The Gemara says, or maybe they can testify we're coming to go and prohibit her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Gemara says, the case in which she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, so the Gemara says, did not got, I feel nami. I feel Nami. So, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nara Mulasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. So why are you illustrating it over here with Nara Mulasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel in the tsunami. The Gemara says, in Afilu Hai, the Lo Yosfa to say, the Cholun Lomar, Lo Osra Al Bai Lavan. No, the Kiddush Rabbi says like this, that the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, that they could claim that they're coming to Asr upon Reuven. Even though what? Rachel's not living with Reuven. I might have thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because he's not living with Reuven. So what do you mean you're coming to Asr upon Reuven when they're not living together? Allah, even in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay? So that's the interesting case over here. So now, good. This is great. Listen to this. Witnesses show up. Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuven killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the Drishus Bechakiris is what do we ask? How did Reuven kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? What did he use? So what happens? One witness says he used a sword. The second witness says Reuven used an axe. So let's say, so now the Gemara says, this is not a fake testimony. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore then the testimony is thrown out. So let's say, so remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Avis. Ein Zenocha means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony and therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, right? There's not even so in it. It's just that the testimonies don't line up. So essentially it's inadmissible. Ein Zenocha. Similar to Echad Omer Kelev Shchor, the Echad Omer Kelev Levanim. But again, let's say if one of the witnesses says, Reuven, the murderer, the accused murderer, Reuven was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuven was wearing a black shirt, so then halacha in that case, their testimony is fine. We don't care about that. We'll say why. No, it's very important. Why? Because the truth is, what the color of Reuven's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What instrument he used to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. In other words, we need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I was a kasha, Nochon, she ain't Nochon. So the pasuk says Nochon. The last of the pasuk by Edith. For the Ashtem Chakar to Shalte, Bine MS, Nochon Hadavar. So what does Nochon mean? So Nochon means over here that again, we're giving testimony. The testimony has to line up. So what does it mean? She Nochon Echad over the Saif Hargo, Bechor Barid and Hargo. And so, for example, one of the witnesses says with a Shimon with a sword. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad Omer Caleb Shchorin, the Echad Omer Caleb Levanin. One says that Reuben is wearing white clothing. One says Reuben is wearing black clothing. So what's the halacha? In Zenachon. Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So we'll say, so watch this. We just contradict what we just said before. According to this price now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben the killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? This is incredible. No. The Suda Shachan Kupo. No. When the Brisa says that there's Machalzak clothing, what's the case? The case is where they're coming along and they're saying Ruvain strangled Shimon. And what's the Machal? Guess? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing it says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, both say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just that they didn't clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows: Hainu sai barir. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody had told you in different ways. So Tashba, listen to this. We'll say Echad Omer Sandal Shchorin, the Echad Omer Sandal Levanim. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. And you don't say Solomais again. Solomais. One says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? In zeh noch. So the testimony doesn't line up. So I'm going to say, so we're contradicting ourselves. We just said before that that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here you see that he's in the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Hasanami Kigon Shabbat Bo B'Sandalo B'Hardo. No, what's the case? The case is where Ruvain kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, Allah will explicit clarity as to what it is. Tashma, Maisu Badak Ben Zakkai Bo Te'ina. So let's remember again, it's from the Mishnah. So one time Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses. And he asked them, they claim that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember again, what did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, I, V'Hatanyo. So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. You go to which the Gemara says, no. I'm running our hammock. You go, Sha'akatz Te'ina B'Shabbos, the Allah Kamikto. Now, what's the case? The case over there, we'll say, is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, right, detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's a capital crime. That's a capital crime. So that's what we're talking about over here. So the Gemara says, that's not what the Mishnah said. The witnesses said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, now what's the case over here? The case over here is halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed the son of Ernest. He used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. Gemara says, Tashma, Amrlahan, Te'ino Zu, Uktsad Bakin, Uktsad Basin, Te'nim Shkoros, Te'nim Levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or were they dark? Rav Yosef, Ben Zakkai Losif Inish, Shiny Ben Zakkai, Divitikos, Kichat Kiros Mashule. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because the said Ben Zakkai, he was marked both with Kedikos and Kakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say there's a distinction between Kedikos and Kakiros. What's the distinction? Distinctions are almost like chakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Kritikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Doesn't matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred were white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both Pedikos and Chakiros are explicitly necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems. And according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakkai. By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? Who is Ben Zakkai? She says, you know, listen to this. This is incredible. Man Ben Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. So what do you who's Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai? What is Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second base of the flesh. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai was responsible for all of the takanas we have. Zeker the Korban and Zeker the Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this was his mercy. 1 second. If it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, mi havi b'Sanhedrin. Is Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That time, Kol Shnos of Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, Mayor of the Esrim Shana. We'll say it's a great thing. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Arboim Shana, Asak B'Kat Makya. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business. Right? Mem Shana Lamad. For 40 years, he learned. Right? He did his stint in business, then he learned. And Arba'im Shana Limed. And for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right? He taught students. So it's something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that the 40 years he was in business, he didn't work. So no doubt. But what it means is he was in business. For that being in business, again, you come from Torah, you come to see, you come to Shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So it's such an incredible yisod. You sometimes think that like great people are just born that way, right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is, let's say, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, there are three people who follow the same paradigm. Right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai. All this 40 paradigm. Right? 40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim say. Usually we see three people, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. You just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the mussel from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee there was something. Each of these men could have just continued down their path. And can you imagine what the world would be like without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But listen, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's when you treat what the greatest come down. It's incredible. So what happened? The time that Arba'im Shana from Rabbi is also Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. It means that the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas Hakas chamber of human stone. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? It was in the storefront. So I say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Knesset. So I said, the Chonos were in front of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. They had stores there. They had two things, vaults, right? Because you had to go to the mikvah, so they unearthed these mikvahs with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the Beis Hamikdash? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's about right. Again, it's a. Let's say, do you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, right? Just the family is enough, right? In other words, so now again, so there are people. So the good part is Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up shops right in front of right before going into the front of the Rabbi. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabayas. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. The Gemara said, why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. It's not we learned. So here we have it. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas Hagazis 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there were no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second of the Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was the leading sage, which I will say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case is being adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara says, it's always exciting. I was probably excited. I don't get that much, but listen, just like when the Gemara gives you history, right? It's just fascinating. There's a lot of things that we're missing when we learn Gemara. Is any type of historical context? When is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtus, he was never involved, at least as a city judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella ben Zakkai da'alma. There must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai. Not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. This was Haganam, so it seems to be clear. These are that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karilei, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So let's say it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call the Hebrew Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do that? This is a gadol hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, so it's again with the Brisa. And the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the fig tree. So it says it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating the case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a talmid. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. Where it says, so it happened. So they were adjudicating the case. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, "Hey, Chevra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees?" And they liked it. And what happened on the base? So let's say, and again, remember, in general, whatever they seem to do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So they could, if they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. Established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lomar, ki hava lamad, ben zakai haba, ki hava karli b'shavu d'rishes b'rabo, ki hava limei, hava karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakai, ki karli ben Zakai ashim d'mei kara, ki karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakai ashim d'hashka. Oh, so now I understand it. When he said this ruling, he was a Talmud. He was a Talmud. As a Talmud, what was his name? How was he known? Ben Zakai. So now again, so therefore, when he reports it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakai. Obviously, now we know him as what? Now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakai. Incredible. So nice of Bada, Mavin Hakiros, Maya Pudushkain Omen. So there's another again. When it comes to Hakiros, the big distinction between Hakiros and Beditos, what's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to Hakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, maybe contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By Bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, they're fine. So the Gemara says, Maya Filushkain Omer. What do you mean, even if two get the Bedikos wrong? Two, because that's obvious. Ki Amar Echad in Yodea, Bedusan Kayames. Kami Be Trainami Discos. What's it? Here's interesting. If when it comes to the Bedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what? I don't know. So we'll say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. So we'll say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. In other words, once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that no, or if two say, I don't know. When it comes to Hakiros, I must remember again, Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Hakiros, Hakiru Shnayim Omer Yadanu, the Echad Omer Eniyah. So what's ultimately again, when it comes to Hakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says I don't know, they do some beteva. Ultimately, again, the Avis is bottle. Kiman Kadiakiva, the Nakish Rosh Hashanah. So what's the interesting idea? Let's say you have a group of three witnesses, right? And what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the Eidos is still batal. This is by Hakiros, right? So you have three witnesses. You're asking the Hakiros. Two answer correctly. One says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Eidos is batal. Why? What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Eidos, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Hakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Hakiros, then Allah again, it disqualifies the Eidos. But we learned elsewhere that the Eidos is still good. Even when it comes to Hakiros, Rabbi Mars switches his Mars says, no. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as two out of the three can get the Hakiros together, to get the Hakiros correct, then the Eidos is good even if the third one messes up. That's the halacha. If the third one messes up, halacha might say the Eidos is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I'm going to point out over here, there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get two out of the three? Rabbi Akiva says you need all three. We don't pass through that way. We pass in that two out of the three is good. We also pass in that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, as long as two out of the three are getting the Hakiros correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana Rav Safra, Tanit Sanhedrin, they Rabbi is great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safra, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. What's that? It's incredible, right? They learn Sanhedrin, you learn Sanhedrin, and you're Sanhedrin, but they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugi of Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi. Hog up a Roy Bachamo, Shabakam bumps them. I'm a little Maya Misa Bob, Rabbi, what did you learn? What did you learn? Like what did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi? Amalei, my Aminon they Sanhedrin they dasa. But what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? Well, my question, right? What do you have questions on? Allah, Mehar Diktanin Madin Chakilos Latinos. Well, what is the distinction between Chakilos and Latinos? Chakilos, Echad Omer Inyo Dei Dusa B'Tila. When it comes to Chakilos, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Eidos is bottle. Digos, when it comes to Digos, Echad Omer Inyo Dei, after the time Omer Inyo Dei, it is some Chayalos. So again, this is a fundamental thing that we've seen over and over and over again. Chakiros, which over again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? Currently, we only see only 3, but we passed through 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is, you're out. You're out. The Digos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. You're still in. Both sides. What's an example of a Digos question? For example, Digos question, like color shirt, right? Stems of the fig tree. Color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, they usually use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Hakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Hakiros wrong, you're in. Now you want to put one, let's see. I don't understand. Why is that? Why is that? They're both Toraisa. Both Chakiros and Digos are Toraisa. They're both Toraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one, not with the other? Amalei, Havi Ashka, the Chakiros, and the Echad, we do some B'Tela. Kahagi le'edu she'ata yochel ha'azima. The Digos, Echad Omer Me'en in Yodea, Kayemes, edu she'ata yochel ha'azima. So we'll say it's a very simple distinction. By Chakiros, we'll say, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the Edom susceptible to our summer. Right? Remember, I will say the Klal is witnesses who cannot be made into Edom Zomanin. They have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the Hakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to being named into Edom Zomanin. The deeper questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to Hazama. So because Chakiros are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. That's why you get them wrong. So it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between Rav, right? So Rav Kana Rav Safra run into Rabbi, right? And I'm sorry, run into Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: so Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. They said back to him, so what's actually quite beautiful. Rav Kana of Safra says back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because you're so gracious that we're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. What they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with you Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. I just wanted to finish up the sugya. Rabbi said we end up with the distinction between the Dikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bar Chama and Rav Kana Rav Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill in that note. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start the one side. Shkoyach. We'll say just a housekeeping, not housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the Kevin, there's plenty of seats. Kevra, who has stuff on middle chairs, open those up. Because we need to make room for everybody over here in this schedule. In the back, there's plenty of room by the tables. Just going to make a request. Please do not sit in the Ezras Nashim. Leave that as a dedicated rooming section. Again, even though there's plenty of room still up front over here, move forward, take a table seat, enjoy yourself, make yourself comfortable. Shkayach, everyone.
That's pretty. I mean, at any point, someone says that we know that's like I just watch Arrow Puppy and like they did do that. They're not finishing their sentences. They're answering questions before they're asked. Those are all things that happen in your life. It gets into your head like a brain worm. It's like Bill Haney has been watching a lot of the Arrow Puppy lately. Brian Kelly. That's a good 80%. See. That is the next shot. Don't shot. That's crazy. It's ridiculous. This cheese and this people that was rejected. That's crazy shots. I pull up the team shot. You can't call a shot. It's a dirt field. The dirt field with 4 signals in a tent. And around it is a nothing grounded bar. I'm thinking to another trophy got Chelsea World. And then it's just a dirt block. Now I'm fucking truck here. I always have cool guns everywhere. So I can't get talking about.
All right, so I'll say good morning, and good Tova. Let's just walk Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin. Together begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our commentary sponsors for Tafshin Kenya 5785. The Bills in Mishpacha are dedicating all the Shem and Rothschilds this year as is a push for the soul of Thomas for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of February have all living with all the common family in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Sefon Bracha, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that the Lord God Hanukkah, that his Hashem will have Maria and his family in the common. Of course, we say, Hold you Hashem, to the other aspect of the return of 4 of our hostages. You know, as I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that all Hashem, 4 precious neshamas about Hanukkah families. And we hope that in Eretz Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home, our hostages will continue to be united with the spouses, with the family, with the people, with the land. We hope that in Eretz Hashem, see all them home, our holy soldiers should be successful in the whole Nasi and indeed, should be a lifetime of the Soros doubles for Amis. Those are the best last video. So we are picking up the new Perek today in Eretz Hashem on Daf Mem. Great Daf yesterday, incredible Daf yesterday. So let's pick up the new Perek. How you both can also the Shada Hakilos. So remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit, about the Drishas Hakilos, the idea of the questions that we ask to the Israel when they're to go ahead and request the money. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 hakis, like 7 different types of questions. So you mentioned one of these examples for hakis, there is a shavua, there is a shana, there is a chodesh. So for example, here's an example. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, there is a shana. Very well, let's say first, there is a shavua. So it actually points out there is a shavua, shavyoga. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a yoga cycle, like 50 years yoga, so 7 Shemitah cycles. So you ask the witness, what stage of the yoga cycle did you see this murder, this victim of capital cases? Did you see this particular murder occur? So there is a Shavua, there is a Shana, what year? There is a Chodesh, what month? The Kama Chodesh, what day of the month was it? There is a Yom, what day of the week? There is a shah, what time? There is a mark of what place. So much as some very specific questions. Remember again, this is back to the capital cases, so we need to be able to ascertain with absolute certainty that the witnesses are covered. Rabbi Yossi says, there is a shah, there is a mark. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? Now, listen, obviously, this is after the witnesses have given their information about everything else. So after they've given their Zarisa, even Kiel Shimon, so it's very good. Rabbi Yossi says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, and what place. Makir, you see, Makir also. Sorry, Makir and Atam. So then we ask the other questions. Makir and Atam, do you know the defendant? Right? disgrace somebody because you didn't strike with your woman, all day that Avodah. For example, let's say you didn't accuse the worship of Avodah. So as you Abba, which Avodah did Reuben go ahead and worship? The Kama Abba, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubaneh Abba, how did he worship? I was going to say there are different ways of worshiping Avodah. You could bow down, you could kiss, you could say Bapa, you could defecate, all works. One size doesn't fit all. Right? There's something for everyone in Avodah. So you know, we're not about Kolamar, but because there is an issue. So that's interesting. So whoever, so what Mishpa's outlining over here is essentially the basic obligation. But the more the details change things to do, the better you are. So there's also a lot of this, probably I would imagine, was also very subjective, right? Based on the human testimony, and sometimes that based on probably fear the need to control a little bit more. So Mishpa essentially says over here, we're kind of giving Bezdin the general outline, but of course feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Nice Bada. Then Zakai, we've seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time Ben Alex, so witnesses testified that they saw Reuben pushing underneath the fig tree. So the idea is, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately we have to see things that also understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well, that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate. Like that's always our goal. We always try to exonerate. So as such, even such specific questions like what would the stems of the figs look like would be potentially helpful in the exoneration of the defendant. Not in Chakiros, but in so remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are what are called Chakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between Chakiros and Bekitos? First, why lie? Chakiros, Echad Omer Eliyah, or do some Beteva. So I'll say for the Chakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah, if someone responds to any of the Chakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The way to say I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. The testimony is automatically disqualified. So the says, the buying of Chakiros, Echad Omer Eliyah, it is something. Because Echad Omer Eliyah, Shine on if you compare them for the details. For example, well, give an example of the details. So let's say when you ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category of details. So at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that. Even if one can't answer it, both can't answer it, that does not disqualify the Eagles. Okay? So you know, just Echad Chakiros for Echad Bekitos, who's mentioned Makisha Zayah, they do something to that. But let's say one thing is clear, both Bekitos and Chakiros, I should say, Chakiros and Bekitos, if halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. Echad Omer B'Shnayim B'Chodesh, the Echad Omer B'Shnayim B'Chodesh, they do some kind of stuff. It's not some interesting cases. So let's say witness number 1 says, we saw Reuben kill Shimon, which was the second year month. Right? And the second one says no, the second one says it wasn't the third year of the month. That's how I thought. And do some chayamas. And let's say why, what do you attribute the error to? Shazay Yadeh B'Ibur Shachodesh. Is there any other B'Ibur Shachodesh? Was it quite simple? Remember, a month that 29 days. It could be that one guy knew that it was a Malay, a complete month of 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So, what you begin to see is, and the verse remember is that one day of the month falls under the umbrella of Chakiros. So those are more severe questions. But we again, we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. Is that one of the sources? Is that one of the Hamisha? It is simple, but if witness number 1 says we're going to go to on the 3rd of the month, and witness number 2 says no, we're going on the 5th of the month, then the Eagles is partial. Echad Omer is what's again, that's it. So what you believe this is with dates, there could be up to a 1-day discrepancy between the agent. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. After the Rothschild shows, after the Rothschild shows, we do some time to see again. If let's say, we then say, right, we didn't kill Shimon, or that's the accusation. Witness number one says we saw the angel Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's halacha? They do some kayalas. Ultimately, again, maybe this is good. Maybe this is good. After the Shalosh, after the Kamisha, they do some. And again, it's something that truly just really have to say like this. Witness number one says, I saw moving towards Shimon in the third hour into the day. Witness number two says, I saw Shimon moving towards Shimon in the fourth hour of the day. That's fine. That works. I will say, but essentially, Rashi points out that we allow for is up to a 2-hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So just understand, remember, when the person asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking for that, in 8:15. What they're asking is the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimonies can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimonies cannot combine. But Rabbi says, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in the case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And now she says over here, the quoted high tight issue. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. But there's this interesting. They do some of the but also that interestingly enough, we have really good agree. Let's say one witness says, we think he'll Shimon in the 5th hour. Another witness says we think he'll Shimon in the 7th hour. That ultimately is irreconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, both sides, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is after noon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that already, again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So that's all of this is how we go ahead and cross-examine the witness. So after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we've got our hakiros and our bekitos with the witnesses. So it turns out testimony is checked out. Okay, now what do we do? What's the first thing we do? Raising with the capital case. Posting discourse. And also remember about posting discourse. We tell the defendant, don't worry, we're going. If you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I think posting discourse.
Today's episode, I was on the road and we wanted to put a shout out to Brendan. Brendan can't be here. Brendan had an emergency, but everything's okay. Emergency was the quality show us on the podcast.
I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of you. I've also just given full context where this work is. The witnesses came to debate. The witnesses are there for. The witnesses are there to say that we don't show shit. That's the witnesses the testimony. One of the witnesses turned around and he said, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Like, oh, Achamina Hamidin. Yeshi Mohammed Alakol, one of the students, remember again, what this refers to, Moses, students, who took his motivation. One of the students said, I think I find a way, I have a way to find even guilty. In either of these two cases, we trust for us, we don't listen to these people. Now, we don't listen to different reasons. Remember, but so it says in the last paragraph, once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find even guilty, we don't accept them to now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say to them. Because what does it look like? It looks like they're having a back a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. One of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be gathered from them. We also don't listen to him. Again, if you have the ability to come along and say something positive, then we will absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Here it is. One of the Talmudim says, I have something to exonerate you, right? I have some information that I think could be helpful to you. What's called a Marin also, Moshivan also the living. So you're invited to sit on the vision, right? So one of the students types up, I have something good that could be helpful to you. Come on, yeah. Right? Yeah, we bring them ultimately again to seeking on the basis. So you are visiting. So how you going, Nisham? Call your Kudo. And we keep them there. We keep them until the end of the deliberations. in Yesh Mamish Bidvar Shalom, so it turns out that the guy had something meaningful to say, then he listened to him. Bafilu Hu Omer Yesh Bidalamet Al Atsi, and even if there was by the way, even if the defendant, Reuben says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so we must usually Al Atsi Zechos Shalom. You listen to Reuben. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful in substitute. Then that's always supposed to wrong. So say Jason finds it innocent. What happens? What's wrong? He's done. Done. Case closed. We're done. They love. So say now, what happens if Jason can't find grounds to exonerate? What do you do under those circumstances? Not also in the heart. So in the rest of this one's before, he never issued a guilty plea on the day of. Like we'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, until the next morning. So what do we do that? So we got the two races who goes, and we basically break up the so we break up into pairs. And they would go and they would discuss the case. And the not doing that hope for the Hayush, so they would minimize the amount that they would take. For the Hayush, they were not doing quite a whole site. This highly suggests what it is that they are moving. This is a little bit like as such, there has to be a certain amount of approach, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they keep giving their fast, but they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The next thing God says, they don't say Kalalayla. And they go back and forth the entire night. Go back and forth the entire night. So the Makaras must be about the next morning they wake up early, come to the evening, and Mizaka and Mizaka and been cold. So the ones who found moving is then they said, okay, if that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Reuben is innocent. And the China is that one found Reuben guilty, over Anina Kayif, but the ones who thought that Reuben was guilty, they also have the right to say, we still find Reuben guilty, and we stand in place. Amalami for the Mitzvos. They both say that anyone who originally wanted to find Reuben guilty, but then wants to switch teams to exonerate. However, about Hamalame Zivos, but ultimately, again, once a dying expresses that he wants to find Reuben innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Reuben guilty. Incredible. Everybody says, fine. I just mentioned how incredible this is. Two tremendous ideals. First of all, the idealistic from is on a general sense. You can't deliver guilty capital verdicts that you have to sleep on. Was a tremendous mission hospital that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or something, sleep on it. Sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. If you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person, sleep on it. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up avoiding tremendous and terrible mistakes. Other pieces also, sometimes once you go ahead, it's good to keep your time yourself and also your formulation of opinions. But sometimes in life, once you become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. But you see, the ones the dying says innocent, that's it, no backsies, right? You can't get out of it. That's it. That's what we have to go to exonerate. Because sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinionated corners. And we trap ourselves in there and we can't get out. Take a little bit more time to deliberate, a little bit more time to concretize our ideas, our shkakas, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, and it comes out so much better. You know what was like it? So tell the governor, Shnei Sofer Adler Shkei that was a favorite judge who yesterday again said, we found you guilty. Today he's saying this is all opposite. So don't worry about it because remember there are stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember again, 3 stenographers. Right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate. One to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty. And one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the nice again are all of these stenographers.
I don't care. Laugh, right?
So one of the variables will say, the stenographer will be able to remind him about his opinion. So what's in Matsulo, supposed to you're in that. So once again, if we finally go to the accelerate and let moving move on his way. The Rabbi, that's only doing the movement. He counts. String us on the side, that comes in the height, in that height. So 12, fine, innocent, and 11, he's a division of 23 right now. Right, 12, fine, innocent, and 11, fine, guilty, he's innocent. All you need to remember for innocence is what? Simple majority. Majority of one. However, Shnemas on the height of that, height of his action, what 12 are guilty and 11 times we shall have a majority of one or guilty. Remember, we need at least majority of two. That either Hassan is after that Hassan of Hakim, even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the Afghar Homer in Yodea, right? And one says, I don't know, but we'll get it. We said, well, what happens when the judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist based on the basic context, right? So you need to get him out of there. That even Esrim is trying to exactly hold the title, and even though if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, the Afghar there, and one judge says, I don't know, you'll see who had that evidence, which is never again, we're reiterating probably that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So, for example, it's actually an interesting case. So, let's say also, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Ruben is innocent, or 22 judges who say Ruben is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens, it's as if he doesn't exist, which is the only division of 22. You can't adjudicate capital cases in the division of 22. So essentially disqualifies the process. So what do? You mentioned how many more students, how much do you have? So you have to add on judges. How many additional judges do you have to add on? How more students? Nine after that. And then we add on judges, number 2 from the bench. So it's from the bench, 2 at a time. Add shooting the athlete until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So you know it says, so add shooting the athlete. Social the shishon is active, and social the commission is active. So if you have 36, who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, he's not going to ultimately again, he's going to go ahead and he's guilty. Social the shishon, the kaibin, and social the commission is active. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty, and 35 that find him innocent, then 80. So listen, remember again, here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? Once you get to 71, so that's it. Like we kept asking, then remember one of 2 things has to happen. You need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So from 23 to 71. You can keep adding on judges until we figure out what kind of vote it is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. And halacha might say again, you have to figure it out until they get to a vote. Incredible articles, let's analyze. You know how many it's asking, what do you know? So what do you know what? So remember the Mishnah said that there are 7 kakilos. 7 kakilos. One says, how do you know that there are 7 kakilos? There's actually something different for a scriptural allusion to this. The Pasuk says, "V'darashta v'chakarta v'sha'alta v'tei." Right? V'omer v'gat lecha v'shamanta v'darashta v'tei. V'amar v'dash la'ashevtim v'tei. So as I say, interesting enough, but one thing is like this: every time the Torah uses darashta, chakarta, and 80, that refers to kakilos, features the kakilos. So again, you have the darashta, the chakarta, 80, the darashta, 80, and the darshu, 80. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. Same thing you might have also now, we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually 3 different contexts. One is talking about here in Dachos, a city which worships idolatry. Second is talking about an individual who worships idolatry. and the third is talking about eating children. When we put them all together, because we all utilize similar Lashonos, ultimately of investigation, and that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our particular source for 7 calculus on the days. I have the Ima Chad the August to the Siva, the Q Bit Siva. Maybe not really what it is, what's the Rothschilds, how do you know to go and combine all of these into one discussion? Maybe at the end of the day, what it actually means is what? Maybe each section has its own Zushas Hakakiras, and each section has its own number amount of Zushas Hakakiras corresponding to the term that's Rashi Hakakiras in their context. Which is what it says, because if not, if the intention of the day was to go ahead and keep everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? This is what is given between the Hadi Hadi Shiva, they have done this right. Because we are all really close to each other, therefore I'm not going to mention it to learn nothing more than but they don't be lucky to have everything to be learned nothing more than because they're similar expressions. The man who did say that the Chada done. It's as if they were all written in one single context. The whole of Daniel had that. But the three, but also again, these 3 things that we're going to change for the moment are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. You must, for example, here Hanidachos, the Hanach calculate Daniel, for example, here Hanidachos, is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is going wiped out. Sirni Dachas is not comparable. Why? The Gemara says, Shekin, Mamona, and Halak. Because by Sirni Dachas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out, possessions are wiped out, everything is destroyed. So that's the thing. I have a person, an individual wants to come over Zara, he will be executed, but his property is not destroyed. They get reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Abu Zara, the Hanash Pati, the Muslim, and Abu Zara. He's also not is an individual stuff as well. He's not comparable to the other 2 cases. Why? She can decide. Because I've always done also by sight. And Aiden Zone in the Hana calculate that. Aiden Zone is not comparable to Aaron.
So what's going on, real sugar app?
She can speak in Hasra. Because of the positive word.
Go on, Dad.
So much in the hated.
What's good, big dog?
Versus you write Xer Shabbat, hated, right? And ultimately, again, this is Xer Shabbat Mufna. What is Xer Shabbat?
Hey, yo, what's up? What's up, man?
Hey, how are you, man?
It's open because it's not used for any other word. So you must
just creating robots. Did you get any more reposts from me?
If it wasn't open, you could ask the following question.
That's okay.
Versus you write,
I'm just doing my thing. What about you?
Xer Shabbat is open. These words are not used for anything else.
Bro, I'm just doing my thing.
They are, in fact, fit for the Darsha.
Okay, cool, man.
So what's up? I could have said,
just living life, baby.
Nothing.
What days are you listening to?
What do you mean?
Right? Darashta, the Chakarta, hated, thoroughly. You don't need that word hated. I don't need that. So therefore, again, Shmami that comes to show you.
Oh, it's just a
few other words
podcast.
For the Xer Shabbat. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scriptural equation.
Just doing my thing.
When it comes ultimately again.
How about you? What's new with you?
To Aiden Zom and Avodah Zarah, Mufnavu, because ultimately again, because he could have just said Shahal and the Kakata, Ella Irani Dachas, my Habra, but by Irani Dachas, what else should there be?
Bitcoin's doing well. Is that good? Word dog. Are you happy about that?
A double expression utilizing the same word. Or
That's great to hear, man.
The Torah goes out of its way, changes.
Word dog. Well, as best I can.
That extra word is there to finish up the rest of the phrase.
I said as best I can.
Since you have this Shabbat between Yeridachos, Avodah Zarah, and Eden Zomim. What that halachic triangle, like what that triangle Xer Shabbat does, is allows me to pull one of those words and recognize that the expressions of Darashta,
You maybe turned it down on your own end. I'm not sure.
7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 chakiros. Incredible.
Okay.
And also, ultimately, again, those subject to Kanika could be learned out from the Kabbalah from those subject to Skila.
I'm not sure, big man.
And ultimately, again, those subject to Skila could be learned from the Kabbalah from Skila.
What about it?
I'm going to say that Skila is more Chamura. This makes sense.
Yep.
But according to the Shimon, it says that Sreifa is more Chamura. What is there to say?
I do what I can.
MS
Seemingly okay.
which Rabbi says that the part is MS sorry. Sorry, so what's the issue? Rabbi says if you add in that MS sacrifice, total of 11. Like, in other words, if we're dashing every single time you have
You're gonna be
dash,
set.
and now why not adding MS lahom? That gives me 11.
Oh, I don't know.
The Gemara says, sorry, Sheva,
No, tell me about it.
So I'll use 7 of that for the 7 chakiros. Dal plus the zero shava. Go and take out 3 views of zero shava. Partial chata. Don't give me 1 left. But if Shimon last week, Rabbi Shimon comes to include those where or those cases are subject to sreifa. The Rabbanon also the Aseh b'Kavachomer Tarach l'Kasav l'Kra. And right to the Rabbanon, even sometimes that we learn from Kavachomer, Torah goes out of its way to state it in the pasuk itself. Okay, the God gave Rabbi Avon. Rabbi Avon did not like any of this. He did not like these drashas. Ema la svi shmona chakiros. So Rabbi Avon says maybe it chakiros. Comes with it chakiros. Which the says what? The shmona chakiros me.
He said this would be because the children of
7 chakiros.
every year sacrifice.
Why not? Why can't there be an 8th chakira? Only 8 chakira. But the last week,
Oh, they're just joking about that.
that.
They're just joking about that.
Posits. Sorry, Rabbi Avon posits. Maybe there's an 8th chakira. What's the 8th chakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's chakiras, the chakira was what hour? What hour? But maybe Rabbi Avon says maybe there's an 8th chakira. The 8th chakira is not showing the hour. What time during that hour? Give me the time. Tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, we have a margin of error. But maybe the 8th chakira tell me exactly what time. The time of Rabbi says supports this as well. How you both, so bishmona chakiros. There's actually a Brisa that says this. The Brisa says that there weren't 7 chakiros like the Mishnah. There were actually 8 chakiros altogether. To which the Gemara says, so this makes sense according to Abaye, right? This makes sense according to Abaye. The Amra in Adam Torah, below Klo. These next 2 lines are absolutely
All right, we'll go talk on Telegram.
So go do there. The Mayor says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because a person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8th chakira.
I kind of asked him if I tried to chat him,
what time?
Be like,
not what hour, what time. And because a person has the ability for complete precision,
Ask one of the other people.
should be able to answer that question appropriately. So listen to this.
I have asked on your behalf, and they said no.
They can
So.
still get it in the ballpark. So there's one where it says,
okay,
somebody
you
Shimon at 8:40.
Yep.
Another one says, I was 9 o'clock. Okay,
But
that's
then-
fine. That's fine. In other words, even if
I'm not sure,
you need to accept
but
some
at one time I asked for you to be back in. I mean, it's been a long time. And then they let you back in, and then they kicked you out for some reason. And
up to a half hour.
I don't really recall why, but I'm not exactly sure.
People could go ahead, people could make a mistake for a long run. People can make just
I
fascinating.
don't really know why they keep me out there.
It's fascinating to see that people, how people treat timeliness.
I already
People treat timeliness.
I plan to apologize to each and every one of them if I do wrong.
Crazy. Again, it is one of the most
I've
important,
done
one of the most
that,
important to lead those
but I don't want to ask
yes,
that.
is timeliness. If you take something,
So I don't-
if something
I don't
is
really
meaningful and important to you, then you have time for it. And if you're not on time for it, just understand the message.
Send them a message on Twitter.
It's not important. You can give whatever excuse, like give an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for
send them
job,
a message on Twitter.
It's for davening, whether it's for when you're supposed to be home, whatever it is, and it's true. There's never a shortage of excuses. It's an incredible yourself. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not whatever it is. It is not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. And it's a good window into ourselves because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So the Gemara says, like, people treat time differently. People treat time differently. So it's interesting. So you have like Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact, right? And then again, you see other opinions that say a person maybe is a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tov in Shituva. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right? They're all over the place, always late, always this. And I'll say it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's a little bit validating because there are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. It's certainly again, unless a person has some compelling reason why they can't be on time perpetually for things, it's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. You can have all the most wonderful reasons in the world, but at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast it, is this is not important enough for me to be here. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's why I'm going to be late to this. Just understand when there's a lack of timeliness, what a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. And it's important because sometimes these things happen, we don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it. But when I say again, I'm still doing it. But it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Okay, and then Ella super can be over. So you're trying to figure out something about but the law has this eight hakira. So what is this eight hakira? So yes, okay. So depending on the seven, the eight hakira is what time, the exact time that a person will get like the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the eight hakira? Allah see the come up with yoga. What year during yoga cycle did the murder occur? You might be already asked that. It was a Shabbat. So something about that's why you're right.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
No. The question is, once remember again, Yovels, like Yovels.
What'd you say?
Like it's interesting.
I don't really use Twitter like that anymore. They banned my account, so I just kind of do my own thing.
We count minutes. Like,
well, you just did actually message you. You don't have any tweet on me.
Oh no! Don't message me. Message a member of the community and ask if they'll let you back in.
We count minutes. We count hours. We count days. We count weeks. We count months. We count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles.
Any of the people from here, Pater Wellness on Canino, look up one of their tweets and comment on it and say, hey, I'm Real Schiller X. I used to be a part of the community. I got banned. I apologize for anything that I did wrong. Please let me back.
And therefore, time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, going back to Friday's daf, we saw the accounting of Adon Rishon's day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great. Every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute, complete time management. Are we going to get down to the halakim? Maybe if I knew what a chiluk was, I'd be able to manage all of that, right? I don't know if the halakim are right, but okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably how about to get to that level, but at least to manage the hours of life, not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion. Is the key to personalistic success. So maybe again,
defending right now.
Okay, well, just remind people who you are.
What are we up to? The other being said, no. We don't need something about Yoda. As long as the audience says no, what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than
Who
enough.
is this
So
guy,
interestingly enough, okay, so what's the takeaway from this?
Introduce yourself.
Here's
You're
the
big.
takeaway.
You know how to do
Takeaway
that.
is the Mishnah told us we have 7 hakiros, right? And what the Gemara taught us is, interestingly
Yeah,
enough,
what's
the
up?
makar,
What's
the
up,
source for those hakiros, not the hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 hakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the
I met him on Discord.
individual worship of the Zara, and Edim Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts we have Darashta Chakarta hated, Darashta hated,
Yes,
Darshu
sir.
hated. There is an opinion. There's an
Me
opinion that
also,
says
I
that there's
want
an
to
Hakira.
be doing
Halacha
things
Ma'aseh, we
the same
reject
thing.
that opinion. We
Just
go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah
There you
that
go.
has a biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back there. Said the Gemara.
You know, we were kind of showing where I can play the live stream, where I can be on live stream. You know, you show me keep together.
Yeah, you can still use that.
Is a yom, what day did Reuven kill Shimon? Is a shah,
And I
what
make money
time did Reuven kill
on
Shimon?
You have to work really hard. You'd have to stream like many hours a day.
8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And
So
Be'ez
when I'm
Makom.
streaming, I will ask
Be'ez Makom.
about
What
something.
place? What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's.
I
That's
mean,
Rabbi Yossi's.
yeah, if you do IRL
So the Gemara
streaming and
says,
stuff and do interviews with people,
good. Rabbi Yossi,
there's a chance. I'm not guaranteeing it, but there's a chance.
So Rabbi Yossi said to them, according to you,
What about one thing? Do you know the live
let's say
stream going on
witnesses
the
show up.
phone?
Right?
Yeah,
Yes,
they
right?
they
So
used to have it, but then they took it away.
Right? So what happens?
I
Show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon, and he says yesterday. Are we going to say, okay, well, Be'ez Shavua, Be'ez Shana?
You can't do it anymore, though.
Someone says,
Or I don't know how. I tried within the last 3 months to try to stream on there.
And they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben killed Shimon. You're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year of the Shemitah year was it, right? Which year, which month, what day of the month? He just told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these chakiras that you Chacham are espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday Reuben killed Shimon. So the chakiras, so because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions could very often just be totally unnecessary. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. So the Gemara says, so the Chacham said back to Rabbi Yossi, according to you, so according to your logic, let's say witnesses show up amazing. They say literally, we just saw Reuven kill Shimon. We just saw it. So I say, come to Rabbi Yossi. Are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So in other words, they'll say, so they come and say to Rabbi Yossi, we can't say kosher back on you. Ella, Ramiran Alik Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar. Rather, what's going to come say to Rabbi Yossi like this? You're right. It could be that sometimes the questions are unnecessary, but you will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information in accordance with Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar. What's the name again? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar was the one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get their testimony not to stick.
Okay, so in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 you know there's a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Discord?
In the comment section, they say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. But we ask
Alright, we'll join that and ask to be unbanned.
In an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witnesses are really telling the truth. And if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well.
Yeah, they I don't know if they let you stream on there anymore.
Yossi will respond that witnesses coming in and saying that
People
halacha
don't stream a lot. I do
myself,
watch
even to Shimi yesterday, that's a common.
When's the last time you saw someone yesterday?
We just saw Ruben Shimon.
stream.
That's not common.
Okay.
That's not common. And therefore, Allah
Well,
we're not worried that is going to actually occur.
Try to figure it out, because I could never figure it out.
Giving these 7 chakiras, which the Chachamim hold really have their source. Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. But I'm not asking it's like the Chachamim, and therefore, Allah in capital cases, we employ these 7 questions, the 7 chakiras. Incredible. And goes, stop over for today. Shkoyach, okay? There's an incredible week ahead of us. Yeah, shkoyach, everyone.
You just like
What happened?
create a coin name it.
All right.
Put in some money on your
Have a good day, everyone.
extra. You see, once you watch screen, people coming in. That made a lot of people be the community. Get it pumpkin. And open the telegram for you to come exit transfer. That's right. You say no, bro? It's very easy. People pull out $100,000, $80,000, $100,000 out of it.
Yo, Mr. Meaty, mute yourself if you're not talking to us, please. Okay, well, we can't hear what you're saying.
All right, Shabbos, say good morning, or good tava. Let's just Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Pei 5785. The Vilsum Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Jerushos this year as a Zuchus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Habal Leilun Latova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Neshama will have an Aliyah, and his family in Nechama. And of course, we say Hodu Hashem Ki Tov Ki Yolam Chastov for the return of 4 of our hostages. As I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea, not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, four precious neshamas are back home with their families, and we hope that Emir Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home. Our hostages will continue to be reunited with their mishpachos, with their family, with their people, with their land. It should be Zocha Emir Hashem. To see all of them come home, our holy soldiers should be successful. And indeed, it should be a lifetime of Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Listen with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new parak today, Emir Hashem, on Daf Mem. Great daf yesterday, incredible daf yesterday. So let's pick up with the new parak. How you Bolkin Osan B'Sheva Chakiros. So remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit, about the Drishas V'Chakiros, the idea of the questions that we ask to the Eidim when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 Chakiros, right? 7 different types of questioning. So the Gemara says, what are the examples for Chakiros? Ve'eza Shavua, Ve'eza Shana, Ve'eza Chodesh. So for example, here's some examples. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, Ve'eza Shana. Ve'ela, what's the first? Ve'eza Shavua. So Rashi points out there, Ve'eza Shavua, Shal Yovel. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle, right? 50 years to Yovel, so 7 Shemitah cycles. So we asked the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle did you see this murder, these are the capital cases, did you see this particular murder occur? So Be'ez Shana, Be'ez Shana, what year? Be'ez Chodesh, what month? Ekama B'Chodesh, what day of the month was it? Be'ez Yom, what day of the week? Be'ez Shah, what time? Be'ez Makom, what place? So it says some very specific questions. Because remember again, the capital cases, so we need to be able to ascertain with absolute certainty what the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, there is a yom, there is a shah, there is a makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's three questions. Question number one, what day did it occur? Question number two, what time did it occur? And question number three, where did it occur? Now listen, obviously, this is after the witnesses have given their information about everything else. So after they've given their Teresa, Judge Shimon, so and so, then again, Rabbi Yossi says three simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir, this is Makir also. Sorry, Makir and Atem. So then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir and Atem, do you know the defendant? Right? His face symbol, did you give him a shot? Did you warn him? Ha'oved Avodah, for example, let's say you didn't accuse the worship of Avodah Zarah. So as me Avad, which Avodah Zarah did Reuben go ahead and worship? The Kama Avad, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubameh Avad, how did he worship? As most of there are different ways of worshiping Avodah Zarah. You could bow down, you could kiss, in case of alcohol, you could defecate, right? One size doesn't fit all, right? There's something for everyone in Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, "Ubameh Avad, Kala Marbe, because there is a Mishubah." So what says interesting. So whoever, so what the Mishpah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the more details things to do, the better you are. Also a lot of this, probably I would imagine, is also very subjective, right? Based on the hearing testimony, and sometimes based on the probably feel the need to probe a little bit more. So in essentially says over here, we're kind of giving dating the general outline. But of course, feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Maisil Bada, then Zakai Bo'oktik, which we've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time Ben Azai, so witnesses testified that they saw Ruvain kill Shimon underneath the fig tree. So Ben Azai says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately we know the season and also this is ultimately the same motif as well, that Halacha L'Maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to accelerate. Like that's always our goal. We always try to accelerate. So as such, even such specific questions like what did the stems of the figs look like would be potentially helpful in the exoneration of the defendant. So remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are what are called chakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between chakiros and budikos? First, why not? Chakiros, echad omer inyo, so we'll say for the chakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah, if someone responds to any of the chakiros and he says, I don't know, like the witness to say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. If you can't answer them, the testimony is automatically disqualified. So the Gemara says, good. Chakiros echad omer eni yodea, idus amtela. Budikos echad omer eni yodea, afilu shneim omer eni yodim, idus amtela. For budikos, for example, what would be an example of budikos? So let's say when we ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category of budikos. So if at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that, even if one can't answer it, both can't answer it, that does not disqualify the others. Okay? So the Gemara says, "Echad chakiros ve'echad budikos." This makes the Machishon says that edus amtela. The one thing is clear, both with budikos and chakiros, I should say chakiros and budikos, if halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. Echad omer b'shnayim b'chodesh, ve'echad omer b'shlosha b'chodesh, edus amtela. Those are the 3 cases. So let's say witness number 1 says, we saw you going to Shimon, and it was the 2nd day of the month. Right? And the second witness says, no, the second witness says it was the 3rd day of the month. What's the halacha? A decent chayanis. But we'll say why. What do we attribute the error to? Shazeh yodeh v'ibur shachodesh. Zeh ein yodeh v'ibur shachodesh. So we'll say it could be quite simple. Remember again, a month could have 29 or 30 days. It could be that one guy knew that it was a Malay, a complete month of 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So in other words, what you begin to see is, and because remember again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of Hakilos. So those are the more severe questions. But we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of errors. That one is supposed to result in the Hamisha, it is in data. But if witness number one says we didn't kill Shimon on the third of the month, and witness number two says no, we killed him on the fifth of the month, then the Eidos is Batal. Echad Omer, because once again, that's it. So what you begin to see with dates, there can be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the 18. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. After one of the state shows, after one of the shows, the person kind of seeing it again. Let's say, Ruben said, right, Ruben took Shimon, and that's the accusation. Witness number one says, we saw Ruben kill Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's Talahon? They do some chayalas. Ultimately, again, the Eidos is good. Eidos is good. After one of the Shalosh, after one of the Hamish, they do some. But again, it's something that should really what the saying is like this. Witness number one says, I saw Ruben kill Shimon in the third hour into the day. Witness number two says, I saw Ruben kill Shimon in the fourth hour into the day. That's fine. That works. I will say, what we're essentially Rashi points out here is what we allow for is up to a 2-hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So just understand, remember, when the basin asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking for 8:15. What they're asking is a general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony is combined. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Ruda says, so Ruda says, no, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. Now she says over here, people make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's this interesting. They do some detail. I will say that interestingly enough, even if you would agree, let's say if one witness says, you didn't kill Shimon in the 5th hour, and the other witness says, you didn't kill Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately, again, is reconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, I will say, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that already, again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows, right? Good. So that's all of this. This is how we go ahead and we cross-examine the witness. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So again, it turns out now we've done our hakiros and our bedikos with the witnesses. So it turns out now testimony is checked out. Okay, now what do? What's the first thing we do in Beis Din with the capital case? Posting bischos. You also remember what posting bischos means? Beis Din tells the defendant, don't worry. Ruvain, if you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. That's being posted in this case. Listen to this. One of the witnesses says, I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of Ruvain. Now, let's say just to give you some context over here. The way this works is the witnesses came to Beis Din, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are there to say that Ruvain killed Shimon. If after the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Like, or one of the students. Remember, again, this refers to the rows of students who sit in front of the basement. One of the students say, I think I have a way to find Ruvain guilty. In either of these two cases, we're shaskinos, so we don't listen to either of these people. Now, we don't listen to different reasons. Remember, Rabbi says in the last paragraph, once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Ruvain guilty, We don't accept them. We now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say in favor of you. Because what does it look like? It's like they're hedging your bets a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be damning for Ruvain, we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Ruvain, we'll absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Amar Echaner Talmidim. Yeshi Lamir Rothschild. Here it is. So let's listen to this. If one of the Talmidim says, I have something to exonerate Ruvain, right? I have some information that I think could be helpful to Ruvain. So let's talk about Hamalin also, Moshivan also Beheim. So we invite him to sit on the base, right? So one of the students types up, I have something good that could be helpful to Ruvain. He says, Shkoyach, come on down. Right? Yeah, we bring him ultimately again to seat him on the basement. So the Gemara listen to this. And we keep him there. We keep him there till the end of deliberations. So if it turns out that the guy has something meaningful to say, then we listen to him. And even if, by the way, even if the defendant, Ruvain says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so the Gemara says, we listen to Ruvain. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. So say Jason finds him innocent. What happens? He's done. Done, case closed, we're done. They in love. Well, so now, what happens if Jason can't find ground to exonerate him? What do we do under those circumstances? Also, in the heart. So, we saw this before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, until the next morning. So what do we do what do we do in between? It's incredible. So and the base would break up kind of into chavusas. They would break up into pairs. And they would go in and they would discuss the case. So they would minimize the amount that they were consuming the food intake. They would not drink by the whole site. This highlights just the importance of what it is that they are looking. This is little bit again. This is life and death. Life and death. As such, there has to be a certain amount of COVID approach, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they don't fast, but they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The Gemara says, "V'nosin kol halayla," and they would go back and forth the entire night. The next morning they would wake up early, come to Beis Din. So the ones who found Ruvain innocent, they said, okay, that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Ruvain is innocent. And the Chayiv, the one who found Ruvain guilty, Omer Ani Mechayiv, or Mechayiv Ani Ben Chomi. But the ones who thought that Ruvain was guilty, they also had the right to say, we still find Ruvain guilty, and we stand in place. Hamalame Chov, Hamalame Tzvos. They both say that anyone who originally wanted to find Ruvain guilty then wants to switch teams to exonerate. However, ultimately, again, once a dying expresses that he wants to find Ruvain innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Ruvain guilty. Incredible. The Gemara says, fine. I just mentioned how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea, what he's seeking here, just on a general sense, we can't deliver guilty capital verdicts. You have to sleep on it. What's that tremendous motion has to go that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or something, sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. If you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person, sleep on it. Sometimes you end up averting tremendous, terrible mistakes.
If you can talk to me in the chat.
Once you go ahead, it's good to give yourself time also in the formulation of opinions.
Oh, cool. Hey, dude, you're a real person. Hi.
It's very difficult to back
How are you? Dude, I just started this, but this is going to be the biggest coin in the history of mankind. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just type Rabbi Rothschild.
Sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinions.
Oh, yes, you can hear me. Okay, type. Dude, check this out. Look how many, let's see, how can I show you this? Just type Rabbi
our approaches, our
Rothschild
opinions, and they come
in
out
YouTube.
so much better. The Gemara goes right there.
Filter.
So, Tov B'davar, good.
By
Tov B'davar.
live.
Shnei Sofer Nadar Maskir also. Now, let's say you have a judge.
I have more data online than any person ever.
Guilty.
And if you're like, okay, what is? We can hear you.
So don't worry
Don't
about
type.
it. because
Okay,
remember,
cool.
there are
You can hear me.
stenographers. We spoke
So,
about this before. Remember again,
just like
three
here, check this out.
stenographers, right? One to
I'll
go
just show you
ahead
with my
and
phone.
record the opinions of the judges who exonerate.
Just
One
one
to
moment.
record
I'll
the
turn this
opinions
down.
of the judges.
Wow, so I'm brand new to this. So apologies if you're like, dude, you're such a newbie. I'm sponsored by another cryptocurrency. That's what my shirt is. But I just started this just really so I could stream. I'm the king of streaming. I've been streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 3 years. Look at all these live streams I have going. Look at this. These are all live on YouTube. Recorded. Type. Show 3 fingers. Here, I'm showing you 3 fingers. What 3 fingers you want, baby? Yo, check this out. Look at all these live streams on YouTube. Look at all these live streams on YouTube. Are you here? Yeah, I'm here right here. What up? Look at all these live streams on YouTube. Look at this. If you go on YouTube, you'll see I live stream my life 24/7. Say yo, yo, yo. That's yo, yo, yo 3 times. Check this out. Look at all this. This is crazy. Okay, so watch. You can actually see me talking on YouTube. Let's see if you can hear me. Watch this. Let's see here. So there you go. This is insane. Dog, look at YouTube. Baby, I'm going to make all of you rich. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live. Let me see if I can figure out how to do it. So just one moment. Let's see. Will you also live stream to it for 1 year? Nonstop on Pump Fund? Yeah, I've been doing it for 3 years. So I'll do it for 1 year. Absolutely. I just figured out how to do this. Okay. So look at this. I'll show you right now. Let's see if I can. How do I pull it up? Just one moment. Bear with me. So I guess I go to YouTube. Okay. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just typing in YouTube into where I'm just typing my name, Rabbi Rothschild, in YouTube, filtering by life. All right, so if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is essentially a real-life Truman Show. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show, this is like a real-life Big Brother. If you've ever seen that television show, I have more data online than any person ever, and data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have far more content than any person ever. Okay, so here we go. Let's see how I can show you guys this. So let's see if you guys are still here. Look up the name of the coin on YouTube and filter by live. Yeah, exactly. I love world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace, so I don't want anyone to die. Okay, so here we go. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, order. Let's see here. Add. We want to add a display capture browser. Okay. And if you're like, you're not very good at this, I just started, so bear with me. I'm figuring it out. But I'm the best at everything that I do. So you'll see this is going to be really big. This is going to be the biggest event in global history. I can't believe I have real people in here. It's so difficult to get real people to talk to you on the internet. So just one moment and we'll see. We'll make this the biggest event ever. Um, Here we go. Apple. I see somebody said Apple. Okay, here we go. And we'll pull this up. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to work. Should be pulling up in a second. So I guess I can move this thing. This is just like my okay, there we go. Remove this image. Yes. Okay, cool. All right. Look at all these live streams that I have going. Okay, how could I do this so that you can see it better? Um, so let's see here. How could I show you all these live streams? One moment. And if people are like I'm about positivity, so I hope everybody else is as well. I'm about peace and love, caring about others. So if you're down with that, then you're down with the right person. Okay, so we'll close the browser one. We'll reopen something. Add. Let's see here. Display capture. Window capture. There we go. All right. And select the window capture. Uh, let's see. This is the thing that I want to show. The window to capture. How else can I show this? Okay, window. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Okay, now look, you're gonna see some stuff like unlike anybody you've ever seen before. I have more data online. You're gonna be like, wow, this rabbi. I've never seen somebody with so many live streams, and you're absolutely right. All right. So look at all these live streams that I have. These are all my live streams, and it's quite a lot. I know I'm covering my face, but apologies. So, like, you can watch my life 24 hours a day, and it's a really big deal. And, there we go. Maybe. Okay, that's all right for now. So, these are all my live streams, and let's see if I minimize this. Does it minimize that? Shoot. Okay, that's not what I want to happen. So, we've got to get that back up so that I can see the chat. All right, here we go. Wow, this is so cool. We have people in here. All right, here we go. I do respond to the chat. I'm back. All right, everybody. So you can see all my live streams here. I have more social media than any person ever. Let's show you all my social media. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, so just type Rabbi Rothschild, but make sure to filter by live. Make sure to filter by live. Oh, here, I'll send you the link. Can I post links in here? That's the big thing, and you guys are all gonna be amazed at all of the different streams I have going. Okay, here we go. Copy. Okay, so I hope I don't get in trouble for sending a link. That's actually the different. I think that I have the link. Um, let's see here. Is this the right link? Actually, yeah, filter by line. This is the key. This is the key. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. Okay, so I'll go back and let's remove this link. That link's fine. Just refresh the whole page. Okay, look at this link. Look at all these lives that I have going. Okay. There we go. I have more data online than any person ever, and I live stream my life 24/7. So I'm gonna always be on here as best I can. Um, I can give you a room tour if you want. Um, Look at all these other devices that I have here, and look at all these devices. And I've got devices back here, so that's how you can see. Fix the streams. Okay, well, how do I fix this stream? Can you not see me anymore? What's going on? Okay, so yeah, it's real. Absolutely. So you can see me live 24/7. I have more data online than any person ever. He's live on and try mode. Okay, what is he doing? I do read the chat. I'm reading it right now. So if you want to see my live streams, just go to that link that I just sent. It's giant. You stream from 4 PCs. Yeah, I stream a lot, like more than anybody ever. So I'm live on like 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. You can't see me. Oh, I have to refresh the page. Oh, apologies, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, I refresh the page. Connecting to room. There we go. Okay, can you see all my live streams now? Can you see me now? Yo, dog, I don't want to give the middle finger, but like this would be my middle finger right here. Okay, so I refreshed the page, so you should be able to see me right now. So let's see. I'm reading the chat. Oh, finally. Yes, we can see you now. Great. Look at all the live streams I have. Look at all these live streams. It's incredible. Okay, so that's great. Okay, what is going on? I'm just chilling. Okay, so you want to hear what I do or what I talk about? I talk about future technology. So I'll read you some of the things about what I like to talk about. Well, firstly, here's my spiel. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. And according to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. They think, repeat what they ask you to say. Okay, say car. What else you want me to say? Can you bust my bags, Rabbi? We're going to do a Shema for everyone. So if you don't know what this is the central prayer within Judaism. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. So this is just like a gathering for everyone as we do our best to make money. Okay, so I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. And basically my streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Additionally, I talk about things to help all of you all. So if you didn't know, data is Earth's #1 resource. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And if you weren't aware, data overtook petroleum in 2018. What do I think about Gaza? I want world peace. So I don't want anybody to die. I want peace in the world. And I'm adamant about that. The real one from HPOS. Yeah, exactly. Look, they sponsor me. So if you don't know about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, they sponsor me. I'm the real one. Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. So if you don't know about that Why is this off chain? Because I just started it so that I could live stream. I don't know how to do it any other way. So I would support peace in Gaza. I support peace everywhere. Absolutely. I feel that everyone diplomatically. So I want no one to die. So let me tell you about what I do. I want to make all of you rich through data. Data is Earth's number one resource according to the Economist magazine, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, all exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have independent, you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What's the lore behind HPOS 10I and myself? I've been live streaming in their Telegram for like 2 years now. I met them through Twitter Spaces. I'm live on Twitter Spaces as well right now. I've been live on video in there for a long time. But yeah, I got to know the people within the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu community. I'm in their fantasy football league. If you want to see, here's a fantasy football league that we've got for Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. So yeah, I want peace everywhere. Peace is really important to me. So what's my Twitter? It's Karaoke King 0000. It's live right now. So you can actually view me there. Coin will fly. Oh yeah, this coin's going to be the biggest thing in global history. You can trust me. My whole life is online. Okay, so I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. So I'm sponsored by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, this coin. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. And I want to help with those types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I'm a major advocate for futuristic topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevators, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I've been live streaming since before ChatGPT launched. I was live streaming the day that it launched. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. And yeah, this is going to go to 1 million minimum. This is going to be the biggest coin in global history. And all I have to do is stream. So do I think AI will build the third temple? Well, I want to rebuild the third temple or build the third temple and what we call rebuilding the Beta Mikdash. I want to do it through diplomacy, though. And so that means I don't want anyone to die, period. I don't want any Jews to die. I don't want any non-Jews to die. I talk about other things like nootropics, Neuralink, brain-computer interfaces. I talk about things like alien disclosure, Area 51, Area S4, Bob's Lazar, the Lockheed Martin's TR-3B. I talk about alien abductions. That kind of stuff is fascinating to me. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. If you weren't aware, this company essentially wants to bring back the woolly mammoth using de-extinction technology, which I just think is absolutely fascinating. I am someone who I do my best to be a good person. Again, if you're like, where do you stand on the Middle East or Ukraine or anywhere? I don't want anyone to die. 0 people to die. That's what I want. So I want diplomacy, and I think that can be done. I have uh, an interest in making you all live longer. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as, if you want, peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like red light therapy, um, testosterone replacement therapy, just things to help you and help the world. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What what's the next plan? And if you want, the next plan might be the opportunity for you to be able to utilize another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, this is all with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you all is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. Okay, so I'm going to read through some of the things that you guys have to say. Um, so let's see here. Just generally, I want world peace. Not generally, I do want world peace. That's why I dedicated my life to live streaming. That's why I'm an advocate for live streaming. What do you think about Israel right now? You agree? I want world peace. So, in terms of that, that's what's important to me. Um, I am additionally just someone who tries their best to be a pacifist. Um, so yeah, that's what I do. In my free time, I like to do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in at Disneyland, and basically everywhere in between. So I do like to do that, but generally, I just like to stream my life. So um, that's something that I think is cool. All right, let's see here. I don't want to have to refresh this thing again, so we'll just keep it going. And yeah, I won't mess with it anymore. Um, okay, so if you want to be able to talk with me, join my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi, and we can chat right now. You can ask me any of these questions that you want, and I'll do my best to answer them. Um, wow, I was not people to be watching me, so this is absolutely phenomenal. Let's see here. What is my opinion on this actual state? Should not Israel be a state of conscious? Again, I don't control Israel, and I want it to be a peaceful nation, and I want world peace. That's all I can really tell you on that subject. If I controlled things, it would be different, but I don't control things. So I don't know what people do on here. Um, I was just watching a podcast, but I guess that's not going to be that interesting to people. Um, let's see here. Um, wow. All right. So, what do you guys want to do? Um, let's see if I could show games or things. Good answers. People will try to set you up on here. Obviously, a lot of people hate Israel. I understand that. You seem kind and gentle. That's why I'm asking you these questions. Usually, Jews don't want to talk about these topics. No, I get that. I totally get that. I'm different though. I I do my best to be as open and honest as possible. Um, so yeah. Wow, this is so cool. I can't believe I have people talking to me. I never have people talking to me. And I've been doing this for 3.5 years. Actually, pretty close to 4 years. So that's amazing. All right, what else we have here? Um, may mission bless me. Oh, I hope so. God willing. Okay, So, do you guys want to hear about future technology that I like to discuss? I've got to go to the bathroom, so I may have to just take a break for like a couple seconds, but I'll be right back. Um, but let's whet your appetites. All right. So, let's see here. Um, all right. Here we go. Um, okay, so here's what I like. I want to see if there's a way. Okay. Oh, I'm really kind. Well, you normally have people on here. That's amazing. Well, we're gonna be really good friends. What is my X handle? Um, yeah. So, in answer to your question, since rabbi means teacher, can't technically anyone be a rabbi? That's absolutely correct. In fact, in Israel and some yeshivas, basically your teacher, who would be like your fourth grade teacher, fifth grade teacher, first grade teacher, second grade teacher, if they're a man, you call them rabbi. So that's absolutely correct. Shout out to 3JDK3L for that. That's absolutely right. All right. So here's what I like to talk about. Um, so I have a list of things. I'm a huge advocate for open source software. I'm against permanent bans that are too strict. Um, I'm for an equal rights amendment. I'm an advocate for women in all aspects of society. Um, so, like in terms of like the internet, I feel if I can show my nipples, anybody should be able to show their nipples. We shouldn't discriminate against people. Um, oh wow, do you address your teachers in grade school as rabbi? Yeah, if you attend yeshiva, a yeshiva, yeah. But even just in general school in Israel, that's how that works. I am someone who is an advocate of gravity batteries, hydrogen cars. I give to Wikipedia. I'm like that one person who actually like gives to Wikipedia. Uh, I am an advocate for a Bering Strait tunnel to close the Darien Gap, a Pan American highway. I'm an advocate of Bob Lazar Element 115 anti gravity, Area 51 S4. Um, I'm an advocate for. So if you're like, well, why do you stream your life, or like, what do you get out of it? Um, I get it's like a journal, like what somebody would have written a journal years ago, or a diary. I just do the same, but on video. So according to ChatGPT and things like documenting your life can provide a treasure trove of data that could be valuable to researchers and businesses alike. By tracking everything from your daily routines to purchasing habits, you can create a detailed record of the life that may be of interest to others. By sharing your data, you may be able to participate in market research studies. Social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram already collect a lot of this data. Um, so, yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I'm going to learn how to use this system really a lot better. But as of right now, I hope you guys can still hear me and see me and everything. And um, I was not expecting just launching a coin like this. I was just, okay, cool. You can see me. All right, so I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I've got the Talmud. It's called Daf Yomi. It's like our daily learning. That's what's going on in the background. So enjoy yourself. I'll be right back. Just
and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the mice, again, are all of these stenographers. So the Gemara says if one of the man makes a mistake, the stenographer will be there to remind them about his opinion. So the Gemara says, in Matula was Patro the Imlav. So we'll say, so once again, if we find the ability to exonerate, We exonerate and let Ruvain move on his way. The in lav, and if not, omdim the minion. So we count. So if 12 find innocent and 11, because remember there's a base of 23 right now, right? 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty, is innocent. All you need to remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority. Majority of one. However, what if 12 find guilty and 11 find innocent? So now I have a majority of one for a guilty verdict. And remember again, you need at least a majority of two. Or even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the echad omer eini yodea, right? And one says, I don't know. What happens when a judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist. That is in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there.
Yo, friends.
I'm back, baby. Okay. And even about say,
so the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu team, they sent me a bunch of merch, and so I promote that. In addition to this coin, so there you go. So I hope people are still watching. Great. Oh, okay. It's important to link up your social on the coin. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I should do that right now. Okay. I mean, if you're watching this, I was not expecting to be launching this coin. All right, so profile. Apologies, I did not mean to leave. Refresh the page, G. Yeah, I can. Okay. Here we go. Let's do that. All right, I should be back. Okay. Oh, maybe I can watch myself on there. Let's see how this works. So, pretty sure I'd be able to. So I guess I go to, what is this website? Pump.com. How it works, yada, yada, yada. Continue on web. And if you're like I'm going to be online so long, this is going to be the biggest coin in global history. So get in on it now. But I really, frankly, I care about world peace. I don't really care about making money. So, yes, I'm ready to pump. So let's go to Rabbi coin. Okay, excellent. All right, let's see if this works. Connecting to real. Oh, it works really well. Oh, apologies for the sound. This coin has been promised to me 2,000 years ago. Ditto, big dog. All right, cool. All right. So, that's neat that works. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, we could watch. Oh, let's see here. Since you're a rabbi, you mind if I throw you some religion questions? Yeah, throw any questions you want at me. Oh, no. It says connecting the room. Can you still hear me? Yeah, go for it. Ask me any questions that you want. Hopefully you can still hear me. Let me see if I can see if it still works. Yeah, ask me any questions that you want. Let me know if you need me to refresh. Let's see if we can get this thing going. Connecting to room. Okay, it should be going again. Yeah, ask me any question that you want. And okay, this is cool. This is really neat. Um, bear with me. I'm like in shock that this is working. This is really neat. Okay, in the meantime, okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna get my social media ready. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. We've got a question here. Uh, can I explain what the difference between uh, between the E name, the A name, and the S name? Yeah, sure. So, um, essentially, they're all names for God. Um, if you notice, I'm gonna do my best from saying them because we as Orthodox Jews don't do that. Um, so the one with the E means God. It's a general term that you'll find in the Bible. Um, grammatically, it's plural, but it's often used with singular verbs when referring to the God of Israel, and it emphasizes. Just one moment. Hey, Mr. Aquarius, I'm in the middle of an interview, so apologies if I can't talk. Just, I'm in the middle of an interview right now, so apologies if I can't talk. Okay. No. Just an interview for a cryptocurrency, so I can't talk with you right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Excellent. So then the A name, that generally means like L space O space R space D. It can also mean like master. It's um, used sometimes as a substitute for the divine name of God, which generally is Y and then H and then W and then H. And if you notice, I'm not just saying these things because we as Orthodox Jews do our best to avoid that. Um, and then the one with an E, there's another name that we use. So it would be E and then an L and then space and then the S and then the H and then the A and then the D and then the D and then the A and then the I. A lot of times this is translated as God Almighty and emphasizes God's sufficiency and power. These are all just different names, though, of what we reference as Hashem, meaning the name. And I hope that answered your question. Do I believe in Jesus Christ as a rabbi? You know, I have very interesting um, takes on Jesus the Nazarene, and well, generally that's the biggest topic that separates Jews and Christians, and I would say that as someone who, from a traditionalist Jewish standpoint, we don't believe that the Nazarene was at all divine or God incarnate or anything like that, which I know a lot of Christians do. Um, Generally, we don't have a great view of the Nazarene, but I like to cut him some slack because he was Jewish and he taught about generally um, in what we would say like a Hillel, who was another rabbi in that school of thought. And he didn't have anything to do with all of the bad stuff that gets associated with him later on. So, like the Crusades and the um, insurrection, any kind of insurrection, or um, you know, any of the things that perhaps were used to punish other people of other faiths, uh, whether they're Jews or Muslim or anything else, even witches and things like that. Um, do I believe he was crucified and came back from the dead? No, I don't. I don't. I think that's a story. Do I think he was crucified? Yeah. When the Romans crucified him, do I think he came back? I have an interesting comment if you want to hear it. This. I think that he. Okay, so like the big thing about him is like we as Jews couldn't prove his um, paternal descent. So he had Mary, his mom, who was a Jew, uh, Christian, I respect. She's okay, cool. Um, but there's an interesting take that if you're someone who knows anything about alien abductions, these things could have been done for thousands of years or even longer. That Earth could have been seeded here by another um, civilization. And if that happens, that can open up a lot of questions for what if Jesus the Nazarene was an alien abductee. It's just something that I think is a really interesting take. Whether I believe it or not, I'm not sure, but I think that's interesting. All right, this is so cool. I can't believe we have people in here. You have to understand, I live stream my life, so this is just the beginning of this. So get excited. Um, if you want, I could do some singing. I don't have a very good voice, but it'll be fun. So let's see how I could do this. Let me think about how I could do it because I'm live on so many different streams that it could cause some issues. So, um, such a nice start, Rabbi. Well, thank you so much, Unu Man. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna be here, God willing, like all night, all day, from now until I go viral. Really, is what I'm going for. Um, so, I know you guys are all very financially motivated, as I would be too. That's why you're on Pump Fund. Um, I'm somebody who knows that you're all going to be rich. The fact that you have made a comment in here shows that you are recorded in the annals of history, and we're going to make sure that you're all rich. So, um, just want you guys to know I really appreciate you guys being here with me. And with that, um, let's see here. How could I do this? Sing songs while um, sing songs while not getting a copyright strike. I don't know if Pump Fund will give me a copyright strike. So just bear with me. Let's see how we can do this. Um, let's see. I think you can sing. I hope so. I hope so. Um, let's see here. I got another device right here. People actually DJ on here. Oh, that's really great to know. Thank you for sharing that with me. All right. So let's get on here so you can see me a little better. And let's see. I wonder, can I add friends on here? Is that like a thing or no? I don't think so. Okay, that's all right. You can follow them. Okay. Let's see here. I followed you. Okay, great. That's the cool thing. Or that's the big thing. Make sure to follow me because I'm going to be streaming on here. Again, I'm not going to stop. I haven't been stopped in 3 years. Well, I should say this. Every 12 hours, I stop my streams and restart them. But, this is what I do. All right. Let's see how we can do this. The best way that we can do it. So make sure to follow me. That's important. And I have another device right here. Log in. So continue with email. So I've got Spotify right here. This is so cool. I'm so glad that there are nice people here. And if you're like, hey, you seem too good to be true, okay, that's fine. You'll get to know me. My whole life has been online for the last 4 years, so I mean, I'm the real deal. Real deal Holyfield, as they say. All right. Uh, can you also say again what my X handle is? Yeah, it's Karaoke King 0000, I believe. And if you're like, why do you have such a strange handle? Why isn't it just Rabbi Rothschild? Oh, I had that. I had made 2,000 social media accounts. Yeah, can I type it? Yeah. Let me just make sure I got it right. I've made 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And I get banned all the time. So I'm doing my best to not get banned. Okay. Here we go. Karaoke. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. Now, what's really cool? Why all the bands? They don't like when you create multiple accounts. Okay, but check this out. I do live social media, live spaces. So you can actually see this in here's. I'll show you in a second. Here you go. So I'm live in a karaoke space right now, 24/7 space. But you could go back to February of this year and see all my streams um, on Twitter, and they're all video. So that's where you can check that out. Okay. With that being said, man, that's super crazy. You got that right. If you're like you're the most interesting person we've ever met, well, I get told that all the time. So, and if I'm not, well, I will be. Just you watch. Yeah, it's super crazy, man. Okay, I'm gonna have speakers here. Um, so that's probably what I can do is Let's see. We get these. Usually they say that to me. Not gonna lie. Oh, you're cool, man. Shout out to Unu, man. All right. Let's see if we get this. All right. So I like oldies. If you don't know what oldies are, I mean like 50s, 60s, 70s. I like classic rock. I like the Beatles. You can't read the whole handle on here, but you follow me on X. There, I explain what it means. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry if I make grammatical. Your English is not your first language. You're doing great, man. Don't you worry about it at all. All right. Let's see here. So sometimes I have to have um, songs going to throw off um, the sensors or like the what do I want to call it? The copyright infringement things. So if you're wondering, that's what I'm going to be doing. All right. Let's see. Charlie Puth. Can you go on with more questions? Yeah, go ahead. If you have the chance, please join my discord.me/Rabbi. That's where you'll be able to, if you want to talk with me directly, and I'll answer your questions in just a moment. I am doing my best to multitask. before we sing, what is the Orthodox take on the Demers? I mean, do you all believe it's not Nashem, it's Hashem with an H, but that's fine. I mean, it's the name. Made everything by itself or split it itself. I mean, we believe we're monotheistic, so belief in one God. Um, yes, I know the music is really loud. No, you're fine. I know the music's really loud. It's gonna be loud purposefully. Um, Yo, hey, Pyro Obama San Tenino. Hey, GMU or not GMU. Uh, um, yeah, it's GMU. Um, I know who you know. You know who I am. Go to Pump Fund. I launched a coin. Not that I don't love Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenny New. That's what I'm representing, and I'm telling them all about it. But it's the only way I can live stream. Yeah, it is GNU. Or GMU. GNU. If you want to see it, tell everybody in the community to buy it if you have any extra money, because I live stream, so like people are finding out about it. Just one moment, Pump Fund. Okay, so if you're looking for me, it's just under Rabbi. Just look up Rabbi, and you'll be able to find it. So here you go. Here it is. GMU. So just check it out if you can. All right. So I'm gonna sing. Pump Mod is now monitoring this chat for spam. Oh, cool. What up, Pump Mod? Welcome. All right. Here is the Beatles. Twist and Shout. Let's see if we can get this. Do not mind him. I've never seen a thing like that. Probably a scam or troll. Okay, I mean, that's cool. All right, let's try this again. Well, shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby, come on and work it on now. Work it on now, work it on now, and work it on now. You know you look so good, You know you got me going round, got me going just like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Yeah, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, baby, come on and work it on now. Work it on now, it's a little girl. Twist a little girl, you know you twist so fine. Twist so fine, you know, twist a little closer. Twist a little closer, let me know. Let your mind, let me know your mind. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. twist and shout, come on, baby, now, come on and work it on now, twist a little girl, twist a little girl, you know you twist so fine, you're gonna twist a little closer, now, twist a little closer, let me know that you're mine, you know you're mine, shake it, baby. Shake it up, shake it, baby. Shake it up, shake it, baby. Now shake it, baby. There we go. All right, I see that man asked for an interpretation of the second question. So, for those of you who don't know, um, Psalm 82 in with these verses is a reference to the rebuke of unjust judges or rulers. Um, so, specifically, is I said, you are gods and you are children of the Most High. Nevertheless, you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. And the idea of you are gods, using that term E that we talked about earlier, does not mean divine beings in the theological sense, at least not the full theological sense, but it's more a reference to human judges or rulers acting in God's name. In ancient Israel, judges were sometimes called that E word because they exercised the authority on God's behalf. Children of the Most High, this phrase underscores the dignity and responsibility of the position. Nevertheless, you shall die like men. Despite these lofty statuses, these unjust judges will face mortality and judgment like any other human being. And really, this is a warning about accountability. So basically, it's a discussion that those who are in power are not above judgment. That answers your question. You're welcome, my friend. Yo, Big Swole. I don't know if you can hear me, but join Pump Fund if you haven't already, if you don't know what that is. And I'm live streaming in there. So check it out if you can. If you guys haven't had the opportunity, please join my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. All right. Let's see here. What else can we do that's cool? Well, bear with me. This is all new to me. By the way, look at your face. Look, this is similar to a friend of mine, like 98% the same. Oh, you've got a really good looking friend. All right. I'm going to have some coffee to get the energy levels going. And in the meantime, enjoy yourselves. And get this bad boy going. Let's see. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to make some coffee. It'll just take me a few seconds.
אפילו 22 מזקים. And even I will say, if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, and one judge says, I don't know, Yosifu Hadayan. So we'll say, remember again, we're reiterating the call over here that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So for this is actually an interesting case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Reuven is innocent, or 22 judges who say Reuven is guilty, and one judge says I don't know. So again, essentially, what happens? It's as if he doesn't exist, which means you only have a basin of 22. You can't adjudicate capital cases with a basin of 22. So it essentially disqualifies the process. So what do you do? The Gemara says, how much do you add? So you have to add on judges. How many additional judges do you have to add on? Remember again, we add on judges. Remember, take them from the bench. We saw this. We take them from the bench, two at a time. Ad shivim ve'echad, until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, so ad shivim ve'echad, shloshim v'shishim v'zakin, u'shloshim v'chamishim v'chayvim. See, if you have 36 who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, Zakai ultimately, again, he's going to go ahead and be guilty. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty, and 35 that find him innocent, done an Elu connected. Elu, so remember again, here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? So that's it. Like we tapped out. So then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until we figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. So let's analyze. So ask the Gemara, where do you know this? Now, what do you know what? So remember again, the Mishnah said that there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. The Gemara says, how do you know that there are 7 chakiros? The Gemara actually seems to be looking like for a scripture.
If you haven't had the chance, feel free to
so the Gemara says, because the Pasuk says,
I'd appreciate it. I'm new to this, but I'm going to be doing this all night. And all day and all night. If you ever see me saying something before I drink, it's just a blessing. All right, dog. Well, you guys know who Joe Rogan is? I love Joe Rogan. So we could watch his podcast. Let's see. I could put it behind me. Okay, I'm here, everybody. I'm just going to make an adjustment over here. BRB, as they say, I'm here, baby. You'll be able to see me changing this stuff. Wow, this is so cool.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. All right, MVP in the house. The most enigmatic, difficult dude to solve in all of MMA. That's you, man.
Bro, you know what? I want to start simply because what you have done for me specifically, I get a lot of criticism, a lot of hate, and especially obviously jumping when I first got into the MMA world. New to me, I'm just like, okay, let me just be myself, do my thing. First fight goes well, land this crazy kick, goes viral, and I get nothing but hate. But then having prominent figures like yourself that are constantly have been championing my style, championing the point element of things. I just appreciate you for that.
Oh, my pleasure, brother. I appreciate you. It's almost like we called for you because there was a time in the early days of MMA, like in the early 2000s, where I was like, this is what's missing. Mm-hmm. What's missing is point fighters. And people would like mock me. I'd be like, no. Like, I've sparred with these dudes. You can't hit them. It's a different thing. I'm like, they have a very specific skill, that skill of closing distance and being elusive. It's not like any other sport. It's almost like fencing and MMA combined, and martial arts combined.
I always tell people that, like, most of the combat sports, in terms of kickboxing, the full contact side of things is more to do with there's a fixation on power, nothing else. Whereas our element is just the speed element.
Yes.
Getting in and getting out, not getting touched. Like you said, the tag kind of feel, fencing, similar kind of footwork. And just not many people had decided to cross over to any kind of full contact world, really. And he had the likes of Wonderboy Thompson,
Raymond Daniels. Yes, you and Raymond were the most prominent ones. And him and Glory, of course, you.
Well, he did a little bit of MMA.
A little bit of MMA, but you're more prominent in MMA. But the point was that this was an element that I remember when I was doing Taekwondo and I would fight in tournaments, I would occasionally fight in point fighting tournaments. And I'd fight a guy like Mafia Holloway or one of these guys that were really good. I'm like, this is crazy. This is such a crazy skill.
Very different.
And when I saw MMA where a lot of guys were just like real flat-footed and waiting, I'm like, there's a giant opening here. And then you came along, and you really were the proof of concept. And I was like, okay, this is it. You get a world champion at that who figures all the other stuff out, because essentially striking is striking. You can learn throwing leg kicks differently. You can learn, different stances and movements. The grappling is that's the big hurdle. But once you could solve the takedown defense and some of the grappling hurdles, and you've actually got submission victories, then you got a real problem, because every fight starts standing up.
Exactly.
Every fight starts standing up with a big ass fucking cage. It's a big ass cage. And I see guys like Kevin Holland, like, he's like, what the fuck do I do with this guy?
He hated every moment of it.
I
could feel it. But that's just part of my style, is that kind of frustrating people, because it's just so unfamiliar. For someone like yourself, you'd kind of be in there, whether you're successful or not, you'd understand what's happening, and you'd be calm enough still to be like, okay, I need to know how to figure this out, because I've experienced this before. For someone that's never experienced, and because there's few of us in the MMA world, who do you go to train?
There's very few people that are really good at that.
And like I said, Wonderboy Thompson, he, friend of mine, obviously me and him, and just us getting on. And he's even said people have contacted him, like, oh yeah, I'm fighting MVP. Like, I want to train with you. He's like, I want MVP to win. So
I can't help you, bro.
Can't do anything.
Well, it's good for the sport.
Yeah,
it really is, because like, think about, there's certain techniques that just come along, like the calf kick, and all of a sudden, like, how is this? People have been kicking legs for so long. How is this kicking a different spot on the leg kind of revolutionary? We need to see that. And I think the introduction of you is going to make a lot of these guys that are like high level point guys go, there's a spot there. Because the open, like, there's always an advantage
in the fact that every round starts standing up. As long as you have takedown defense, every round starts in your realm. And your realm is different than all the other stand-up realms. Totally different. And if a guy is plotting guy and he thinks, oh, this is my world, like that's not your world. It's not it's your world against someone who agrees to fight the way you fight.
100%.
Yeah.
And I always say that is because I've come up against guys and was like, man, he's got big hit, with a big punch on him. And I agree. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but power only means something if you land.
Yeah.
And my whole element is like not being touched.
But it's also fucking with people's heads.
Yeah.
One of the things he did during the Jared Cannonier fight, after you hit him, he like, calm down. Calm down. I was like, oh no. Because you imagine just getting popped, your eyes are running, your nose hurts. And this dude's standing in front of you going, calm down. Calm down. Like, no, he didn't. Oh no. But it's psychological warfare.
But that's the end. That's kind of like part of my personality coming out. And the entertaining side of me, and a lot obviously added to the criticism that I would get, which because of how I would make my opponents feel in terms of their frustration, and then obviously the antics on top of it. So many people, the main term that came with me was like, oh, he's fighting cans. He's fighting cans. That my whole career was, oh, he's fighting cans. Like, he can't. But I always say to people is, I'm just making it seem a lot less difficult than it actually is. These guys are super talented fighters.
Yes.
I'm just not fighting on the same wavelength and timing as them. As you said, these guys that plod around, they're so used to it. So when they're fighting other people, it looks very even. And when they're fighting somebody that they just can't get their hands on, and they're getting frustrated on top of that. So there's the mental side, the physical side.
And you have a lot of power, so there's consequences.
Yeah, there's consequences.
It's not like you're tippy-tappy, patting them. Every now and then, like the Cyborg fight was one of the craziest knockouts in all of MMA history.
One thing I actually wanted to do, I actually brought some gifts for you, but one of the things I actually wanted to bring for you.
Don't tell me you brought a piece of his head.
No. Yeah, he would have let me have that, so I have to leave it. I actually wanted to. We basically had a Pokeball come, a very specific one, and they messed up on delivery. But I'm gonna get it to you in Vegas.
Okay.
So when we go over to Vegas, I'm just making sure I get that to you, because again, it's something that you've spoken about with me, and it's a big part of my history in MMA. Just that Cyborg fight. So yeah,
that was the most gruesome injury I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of broken bones. I've never seen someone with a caved-in head.
The doctors were saying that what we were hearing back from, they said he's only ever seen that in a car accident, never in
that's his
MMA.
Head. That is so crazy.
Yeah.
And that was his last fight. And I know after the fight, he was like, "We're going to fight again." The doctor's like, "Hey,
yeah." Because I think he was. Someone sent me something where he was supposed to fight again, and then I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, he didn't.
It's crazy. How could you fight again after that?
What made it? I felt very, very bad, obviously at the time as well. But then I didn't see him for another 2 years.
Boom. That was just
the sound of that was. It's only when I watched it back.
Give me the sound, Jamie.
It's hard to breathe. So just about everything you need in a fight, you lose off the liver shot.
It sounds like a baseball bat on a pumpkin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just what?
Yeah. Yeah, it was different. The thing is, I didn't know. I keep telling everybody I didn't know what happened, because obviously they're like, you celebrated, like threw the Pokeball at him afterwards. I did not know.
You thought it was just a knockout.
Yeah, this was a knockout. And obviously, because from kicking his legs, I'm assuming maybe I broke his nose, or because I can see he's not out, but he's in pain. It must be something like that. It's only the next day that I found out. But yeah, it was a bad one.
That was a bad one.
Yeah. It was a very bad one. And the thing is, like I said, I met him, I want to say like 2.5 years later down the line. Obviously, this clip's just been going crazy online and so on and so forth. And I felt awkward. I didn't want to, but also he had come over for another MMA show, but with one of his students. But one of his students was fighting one of my teammates. And at the beginning, my coaches were like, "Oh, do you want to go and at some point go and see him and say hello. I was like, yeah, please, like I'd love to, because that's the last time I saw him. The fight happens, and my teammate is known for his leg locks and breaks his student's leg. So I'm like, for fuck's sake.
Oh, God.
So the officers were like, do you want to go and see him? I was like, yeah, I'll try. I just felt like I needed to.
Sure.
I kind of walked into the room. His guy's obviously upset for losing. He's like getting sorted out by the medics, and he's sitting there, just looks at me, and I'm like, hey. What do you say? Like, yeah. Unlucky. Like, I was just like, hey, he's like, shook my hand. Like, I could just feel he wasn't right.
Yeah.
It just wasn't that time, but I didn't know when I'd get to see him again. And I haven't again since. So, yeah, I just felt, it's just one of those things. I just felt bad.
Yeah.
But what do you do?
There's nothing.
Yeah. What do you do?
Guy's got a broken leg. You broke his head.
Yeah.
It's just want to stay the fuck away from you and your crew. I mean, at least you're nice about it and friendly.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. It's such interesting because you've trained with Marius, my coaches, one of my coaches, Marius, and obviously he says to say hello.
Tell him I said hi.
Yeah. He said he trained with you guys. I think you guys trained for about 4 years with Eddie Bravo as well.
I've known him for 20 years.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. And that's a big part of my history now with them two, the brothers, Alexis and Marius.
Were you at the gym when
Lee
Murray was? No.
I was just after. Yeah.
Luckily.
But interestingly though, when I was at the time that he was around, I was still very heavily focused on the points fighting, kickboxing. So, but a friend of mine was training at Shoot, and he was like, you need to come and train with these guys. Like, these guys are serious. But for me, MMA was just never going to be a thing that I'd ever see myself in.
Really?
I've always seen it as, I guess, like your average fan back in the day and sometimes now, of like, it's brutal, man.
Right.
And again, and I'm a points fighter. Like, I don't see myself being good enough or tough enough to fight these guys. Like,
what changed?
Obviously, I had a successful career in the kickboxing, but it didn't really go anywhere. It's like you're fighting and the same people. Like the amount of times me and Raymond have fought, and we were like some of the top two guys. Like, if we're both in the competition, like we both walk in the room, everyone was like, oh my god, are these guys gonna fight? Like, right. We were the guys. But I'm fighting the same people, and it's just like everything, hoping that you're gonna lose or your fans like supporting you. And then I come back to reality, come off a plane, I traveled, I fought all the whole week or whatever, won a world title, and I've come back home and nothing. I come back home to just me being myself, just me being me, which I'm okay with. But there's no recognition. There was no sponsorship. I paid to do everything, and I loved it. And if I could choose the route again, I'd still do it because I absolutely loved it. But there comes a point, I'm getting older, and it comes a point where I have to start. And I'm now starting to. But at the time, I'm a kid. But now it's getting to the point where I have to work. And so now it's like, I can't do this forever. But at the same time, I know I want to compete for a living. I just didn't know what. So then I said to myself, okay, cool. I need to take a step away from this. I know while I'm in this will be a distraction. I'm not going to be able to focus on things because another competition that I'm going to want to win is going to come up and it's going to turn my attention. So I said, look, I said to everyone I'm retired. I thought, let me say it to as many people as possible so that it's hard for me to turn back on it. So I'm just like, I'm retiring now, not fighting again. Yeah, this is my last fight. And I said, cool. Started to go around looking at boxing gyms, looking at full contact kickboxing, looking at MMA gyms. And the first gym I actually went to was in Miami, Coconut Creek, American Top Team. Yeah. Because my sister used to live in that area because I got siblings over in America as well. So came out there, and in my head at the time, there's only few people from the UK that was doing anything
Thank you.
in MMA. So when I was like, maybe I'm gonna try
I'm just gonna
MMA,
live on.
I was like,
This,
obviously you have to go to
platform.
America, and I'm lucky enough to have siblings that live over there, so I'm good. So get to American top team. I go in there. I'm like, this is where I'm gonna start. Like, I've met a couple of the coaches and just kind of just like general chit chat. I didn't tell them who I was or anything. Just kind of saw the vibe. The facilities are amazing. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be my new life. And then I get back to England, and a good friend of mine, Marvin Francis, was like, just in case, just have a look at some gyms over here. You don't know. Just while before, because obviously I got things to sort out before I can just make the full move. So while you're doing that, let's have a look at a couple of gyms. And we did some research. We went to a couple of the Gracie gyms, went to a few other gyms that was around. Then I found London Shoot Fighters. I hadn't done any research. And at this time, I personally wasn't watching MMA at all. The only person I knew...
What year is this?
So I'd have been... what, 24? So what's that about? It's over 12, 13 years back. And I'm trying to say the only guys in the UK would have been Brad Pickett was fighting
Solid fighter.
But quality from there, everything was in America.
Was Bisping still living in England, or had he moved to America?
I think he was still in England. Yeah. But again, I was only learning it as I got more into it. But initially, I made the decision without actually researching anything, which is very much like me. I'll just jump in head first. figure it out afterwards. So I said to myself, I've got to London Shoot Fighters, and the only person I knew was Chuck Liddell. That's I've actually seen. And I just was like, this guy was just knocking people out. I was like, I could relate to that. I was like, he's a striker. Everything else I didn't really care for. I was a typical fan. Like, when they got on the floor, I was like, stand them up. So, I've never been to a show, anything. But he's a guy that I like watching, and then I made a decision, I want to do it. Cool. I started in London Shoot Fighters, and for some reason, the guys there, I don't know what, because I've had good coaching. So in my upbringing, so I feel like I can hear sense. When I've gone to a place, I'm hearing how they're coaching and what they're saying, and I'm like, it just makes sense to me. I was like, cool, I want to start here. I still want to go to America. I'll start here for now, and then just see where it goes. And I just fell in love with the place.
Was that time you did any grappling at all?
Any grappling at all.
Wow.
Did you? And all I was doing every day was applauding people because I was tapping every 2 seconds. I was just every 2 seconds.
It's frustrating, right?
But I loved it though.
Oh, well, you have a good mindset.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, I kind of enjoyed the fact that, like, I'm looking at this guy. Like, if I saw you on the street, in my head,
right,
I'm destroying you.
Yeah.
But this guy just twisted me up into a pretzel.
It's a humiliating feeling.
Oh, so humiliating. But I crave. If I go back to the point side, from about, like, we met my brother outside. He's the oldest of my siblings. Of the boys. My sister's the oldest, then it's my brother. We've got 2 other brothers, then me. And at the time, we were fighting around, but they were winning everything. I used to get my ass kicked everywhere we went, and this is every single weekend.
That's crazy. When something.
He was the more talented one. But I mean, like, every single weekend we're driving to Birmingham, to Manchester, to Scotland. We did trips everywhere. Like, my dad started the gym. He was going around everywhere. And every weekend, it's like 3 hours that way, 4 hours this way. Coming back, and I'm just kind of boss lip. and the medals are just like cling, 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 cling. Like they got all the medals and they're talking about how they spin kicked some guy and they did this, and I'm just like, yeah, cool story. And I got destroyed for 4 or 5 years, and when I got to a qualifiers, is in Birmingham. It was an IASCA qualifiers, and I managed to win that, which that in itself was success for me. Like I'm like, oh man, I qualified to go to the World Championships. I've already done well. Everyone else they were supposed to do it. Like they're good enough to have the expectation of themselves. So then I get to the World Championships, and the way they seed fighters in the US was very different to the UK at the time. So I one fight, another fight, and I'm winning, and I'm like happy, and I must be in like the finals already. And then they're like, okay, bring the seeders fighters in, and there's like a shitload of fighters join your mat, and I'm like, oh, my dad would tell me, he's like, yeah, I think you're in the semis, I think you're in the quarters. And then he was like, bro, just keep fighting. He said he couldn't work it out. I don't know. Seriously, I genuinely don't remember. I just remember just feeling tired, and I didn't understand why this was still going on, because in the competitions, 3-4 fights you're in a final.
Right.
And I was at least 10 fights deep and still felt like I was fighting.
All in a day?
In a day.
Wow.
So there's again, the IASCA World Championships in Orlando, Florida. And it was the biggest points kickboxing competition. So there's thousands and thousands of competitors, kids, adults, doing forms, doing katas and all this stuff. And then you had the points fighting, the light contact fighting, and that was it. And yeah, it just all day. And then it literally got to this like, okay, I won a fight, and the guy was like, okay, you're in the final next. The referee said that to me, and I was like, oh. Like, I can't believe I'm in the final. And this guy was very good. I can't remember his name. He was young. I think it was like 12 or 11 at the time. And I won the fight. Just collapsed to my back. I was just like, oh my God, everyone ran in there, because again, nobody expected that of me. And I remember going in there, the trophy itself was 6 feet tall. And in my head, I was like, I just want one in my house. And I managed to win that. But that competition clicked. So all the times I was getting beaten up, all the competitions I was getting destroyed at, and it wasn't even like close, I was getting destroyed. I won this competition, and I went back home, and every person I used to get destroyed by, I was smoking them. Like something was different.
Instantaneously.
There's a weird shift that just went click. Wow. And all the kicks that I'd walk into face first. I was like, oh, actually, I can do this. I was like,
wow, you entered into the matrix.
To the point where, so when I went back home, it's like 12, and for the year of that circuit, I didn't lose a fight. And this is from getting whooped.
Crazy.
And this is what I'm fighting. All the same guys that I grew up
They must be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the hell's going on here? Then when I was 13, I asked my dad, I was like, can I please fight? And the scene is like 18 plus. And he was like, and he said it to me later on. He was like, as a coach,
if anybody knows how
I knew you could, as your dad. I was like, hell no.
Like just
and I begged him. Like every competition goes like, please, can I fight this? Please. And there was a big British Championship competition, and I begged. I was like, please. He was like, you can do this one. And again, I don't think remember, these guys are 18 plus, but all different sizes as well. I don't think he knew I'd do well, but not as well as I did. So I won my senior division. Wow, for my weight. And like I said, these are big men. But the problem is, when you win in this competition specifically, when you win your section, you go into the Grand Championships. And I'm like, Dad, you gotta let me go. Yeah. He's like, no, this is different now, because they're the winners of their division. That was your weight division. Now these guys are the winners of their own weight. Yeah. You can't do this. I begged him, and I beat everybody and got to the final. And the final was really, really close. And I felt like I got robbed. And even my dad was like, he could never tell me no after that, because I destroyed some of the best fighters in the UK at the time.
Do you think it was a confidence thing of having gone through that grueling tournament and proven that you could do it, and now you didn't have doubts in your mind anymore? Or was it you had just seen so many different high levels of competition that like maybe your own expectations had risen? Like what was it that made that instantaneous shift? Because it's one thing to go and compete and do really well all of a sudden, and like now I'm competing. But then you went and you were doing it against people that were normally beating you, and you're fucking them up.
Yeah.
That's like a 50% shift.
Yeah.
That's a giant
Massive
shift.
I would say one thing. Obviously, I hated losing, as anybody would, especially as a kid.
There it is. Okay.
And we also, and I think as for all of us, we wasn't allowed. So a lot of the kids would fight first, and then the seniors would fight. But because we all traveled down together, we stayed the whole competition until the seniors were finished so we can drive back. A lot of the other kids were messing around when obviously we, like, as guys that I've known since I was 8 years old that I'm still good friends with now, because we were the kids that like, playing with each other afterwards, like just being cool. But my dad was like, no, you represent me. You sit down and watch. So as much as we could play a little bit, like when he wasn't looking, but we had to try and get back to the mat to make sure we were watching people. And I feel like I'm a visual learner, and I feel like that helped me become that visual learner. As much as I was getting my ass kicked, I was also spending time watching amazing athletes at the time.
I think it's an important thing to mention that at that time, there wasn't video readily available like there is today. Like, I remember the first time I went to the Taekwondo World Cup. It was in Colorado Springs in 1980, I think it was 86. And the first time I went, I immediately got better just by seeing them, by seeing everybody. I just went as a spectator. I hadn't beaten anybody to qualify for the nationals. So when I went there, the whole experience was just absorption. And I came back and I was much better. Much better. I'd never seen those guys live, but my expectations for competition, my expectations for movement and speed, everything had risen. And at the time I was 18. So it was just, when you're 18, your brain just absorb. Just absorb.
And I think even more so when you're younger.
Yes.
And
when you're a little kid.
And my first competition, I was 5 years old. So that is just many years again being up.
That's incredible though, because your body develops with that. I started a little late. I started karate when I was 14, and then wrestling and taekwondo when I was 15. But I wished I started earlier. Because I was with these guys that were younger, and their little bodies had like grown stretching. They'd grown punching and kicking. Like you develop into that.
Well, funny you say that. That's where my name came from. So Venom came from when I was 9. And the only kids that was in my dad's class at the time, mainly, bar a few others, because at the time it was basically one class. He didn't really separate the kids and adults. It's just one class. So I'm trying my best, throwing everything in to hit adults. And they're not moving, but I'm trying my best to just get some kind of reaction. And then when I started hitting people my own size, even though I was losing, I was tall for my age as well. So I was fighting kids slightly more naturally developed than me. But I had a whack on me.
That's a great way to put it.
You know what I mean? Like, just, even though I wasn't beating these guys were just way too fast for me. But when I hit them, they felt it. And it was one of my, again, Marvin was literally just like, hey, you got some venom in you, man. And we was very into like kung fu movies back in the day, and then and I was very creative mind. Like I love just even with my martial arts, I learn a jab like this, and now I have to add something. I can't do things conventional. I've never liked to do it. If there's everyone's walking that way, I want to see what's over there. Like I don't know what is wrong. I don't know what's wrong with me, or what's right with you, or what's right with me. But I just got that. Like I was just curious and creative. And so there's a film called The 5 Deadly Venoms, like old school kung fu classic. And he would be like, 5 Deadly Venoms, let's make a move for each thing, because he'd be like Scorpion or Toad, and I would make up weird moves and try to add it into, and that was always my thing. I'd see something in the movies, and I'm like, I want to try it in there. This is all while I'm still getting beaten up, by the way, as well. But that never left me. So even when I started beating all these people now, I'm doing it with the style of flair of like, what more can I do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, it's so perfect for martial arts for you, for MMA, because a lot of MMA is pattern recognition.
Mm-hmm.
You get accustomed to certain types of movements. I know this guy's going to do this. The calf kick's going to be available. I'm going to feint with this, and I'm going to throw that. I'm going to shoot that double here because I know he's going to come with the overhand right.
Mm-hmm.
All these patterns,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have normal patterns.
That's all.
So you're moving around. Your hands are down. You're sideways. They're like, and they have to make up new patterns as they go along. So they have to think.
Yeah.
They have to react. It's such an advantage.
Yeah, and I always tell people that like the first time they're actually really gonna experience this style is on the night.
Yeah,
and you have to figure it out on the night
because there's not enough guys that have what you can do that also compete in MMA.
Yeah.
There's might be 5 or 6 in the whole world.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Yeah,
it's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
It's really I had been saying this for decades. I'm like, this is the one thing that's missing.
Yeah.
And then when you came over, I was like, see? This is what I'm saying. This is crazy. You can't even hit him.
It's weird, though. It's a blessing and a curse. Blessing, obviously, having the advantages of a fight. But sparring, headache. Earlier, a lot of people wanted to kind of like, let me see what this is about. Then word spreads quite quickly. And I struggle with sparring. I think it's starting to come back now. People are a bit more willing. But I struggled with sparring.
You just couldn't get sparring.
Couldn't get sparring because also, I kind of see it from other people's point of view. It's like, well, why? I'm not going to fight anybody like that. So why am I coming over?
Yeah, but if you saw that, with your mindset,
I'm going over.
You would be like, I got to figure out what 100%. The fuck he's doing.
100%. And my teammates, they're forced to.
Right.
And a lot of them, they even say, like, I'd spar you and then I go spar someone else. And they feel so slow. Because when I'm with you, my eyes are like this. Like, I'm forced to be, like, ultra alert. And then I go on someone's throwing a punch. Like, oh.
That's the thing, too. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's exhausting. Your style's exhausting because you always have to be at high alert. There's no moment. Because there's so many times where you've done, like a shift in rhythm, and it looks like you're slowing down, and then you explode and crack people. And you've done that so successfully so many times that if they've watched any tape, they know there's no moments where you could catch your breath. There's no moments. And you're always putting pressure on people. You're always feinting. In the feints alone, see, people don't even know. When you're just standing there, it looks like you're just standing there. But you're standing there, and a guy's fainting, and you never know when he's going to actually launch. And your whole body's constantly tense. You can't breathe.
And that's just their energy bar is doing this without anything.
Without any kicks landing.
No punch, which is actually why I'm actually a big fan of like Tom Aspinall as well.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really see that anywhere full stop, but definitely not in the heavyweight division.
No heavyweight moves like him.
No one moves like him.
He moves like a 185er.
It's crazy.
It's nuts.
With that kind of explosive and that power, it's crazy.
Crazy speed for a heavyweight.
Crazy speed.
And that's why when the John Jones thing was being, John is one of the, if not the greatest fighter of all time. But he's not the fastest guy in the world. He hasn't. He's just so complete, and his fight IQ is off the charts. Off the charts. Like
very well rounded.
Very
well rounded.
And wild. Opens up his world title fight with Shogun with a flying knee.
Yeah, crazy.
Wild. Just believes in himself, goes for it.
Confidence.
Goes for it. I thought that was a complicated matchup for him.
It is.
Because that guy's not easy to get to the ground, and Aspinall, and he's fast as fuck, and he's big. He's a legit 250 pounds natural. No, he doesn't need anything. There's no way he can make 205 ever. He's fucking big.
I've got to train with him, and I went down there, and I was like, this guy, he's a tank.
It's a tank. So that's a problem. That's a problem when you're not really a heavyweight. As great as John is, and I think John beats most heavyweights that have ever existed. That's a big. That guy's a Francis is another problem. That's another problem because you're dealing with a real 265 pound solid natural. Grew up in the sand mines. Literally,
his story is crazy. His story is.
Bro, when he told it on the podcast, he told the whole story of him going to Morocco and getting to Europe. That's a movie, man. Easily. Crazy movie.
I'm surprised nobody has jumped on that.
I'm surprised too. Someone needs to.
It's
nuts.
That we'll do it.
But he was a child digging sand in Cameroon.
It's crazy.
You know? Incredible.
Crazy, yeah.
And then you have incredible genetics.
Yeah.
And then you have just this fierce mindset from all the shit that guy's been through.
Yeah.
That was another one. So there was
Yeah.
2 fights that I was really interested in with John at heavyweight. Once he won the title, I was like, God, bring back Francis, please.
Yeah. I just don't see that.
Sort out your difference. I wish I was running shit. I feel like I could have. Me and him get along great.
Yeah.
I just feel like I don't know. I think sometimes it's the executives and the fighters, and Dana generally gets along with people.
Yeah.
You know, like most fighters he gets along with, but him and Francis, it didn't work.
Yeah.
I love the guy. I've never
had the privilege of meeting him, but he just seems very sweet, like a big friendly giant outside of the cage.
Yeah, exactly.
Big friendly giant.
This episode is brought to you by the fucking great guy.
Yeah.
From I'm always saying from my experiences with him.
Yeah.
But as a fighter, just make it happen.
Yeah.
Keep him around. You got a
That's
gem.
more important.
It's extraordinary gem.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about sellability. You want to talk about marketability.
Mm-hmm.
What's more marketable than that giant man who destroys everyone?
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Yeah. So true.
Drove me nuts.
I know. I think everybody. And I think that's added to people's frustrations with the Tom Aspinall fight not happening then after as well.
Well, that was not on the UFC's side or on Tom's side. That was all John.
Yeah.
Look, John's a wizard. He knows how to play all games. And one of the games he plays, I'm retired. No, I'm back. But now I'm hunting after you. It doesn't matter to him. He's going to get the same amount of money. He's still John Jones. Like, it's all mind fuckery. Keep you guessing. And meanwhile, John's deadlifting every day. You know what I mean? And partying. He's just so wild. But it's like that fight would have been amazing to see. But to me,
so that means it probably could still happen, no?
I hope so. I genuinely hope so. You know, they were talking about doing it at the White House.
Yeah. And then Dana said that.
Dana's like, I can't trust John to show up and be fun.
Which is fair.
So you gotta say, there's been a few times where things went awry.
Yeah.
But
fair enough.
However,
it would be great.
Do it on a card where you have 12 other fights. That's what I say. Who gives a fuck? Let's see if it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
That's true.
That's what I would be. Let's go crazy. Let's fucking go.
I think I guess what would happen is that fight overshadows many fights. So if it doesn't happen, even though the fights are amazing, still people are like,
It does, but so what?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you get. I don't know who you would do. Ilya Taporia versus Justin Gaethje or something like that. Something crazy like that.
Yeah.
You'd have a few other fights. It depends on what happens this weekend with Pereira and Ankalaev. It depends on what happens with Merab and Corey Sandhagen.
Yeah.
Those are 2 very complicated fights.
Beast.
Yeah, very
Merab
good
is
fights.
a beast, man. He's such a beast.
Dude, he was talking to, I forget who he was talking to. He did an interview. Oh, he was on Mighty Mouse's podcast.
Yeah.
No sauna, no cold plunge, no stretching.
Doesn't do any of that.
Doesn't do any of that. Just no warm up. Shows up. I just show up, start to train. Just shows up and fucking hits the gas. He stays up till 1-2 o'clock in the morning.
Just
like his whole routine is totally contrary to everything that you've heard before. And this is how he weight cuts. I stop eating. He just stops eating. He stops eating on Tuesday. He just stops eating, stops drinking water, keeps working out.
Oh,
the man's mind is a giant factor that I think a lot of people are looking at as cardio, which is an insane weapon.
Of course,
But the man's mind, the toughness, the mental toughness, that is Fort Knox.
Yeah,
you ain't getting in there. You ain't getting in there. Remember that time? Who was it? He was mounted. I forget who got him, but he got him in a mounted guillotine, and he didn't. I think it might have been Ricky Simone, and was it? No, somebody else had him, and he got out, and then he won the fight. But he was being choked unconscious for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, and he's like,
kicking his legs and moving around. He's like, there's no quitting that guy. Fucking zero quit.
You have to put him out.
Zero quit.
Yeah.
In the Marlon Moraes fight, he was basically out on his feet in the first round.
He
just came back and stopped him. He's a monster.
He's a beast.
And he keeps getting better.
Yeah.
I mean, what a guy, you feel like, a guy like that is so good. Look how good he is. He's better than everybody. No.
Yeah.
He's still getting better. He's not done.
Yeah.
He's a project.
Yeah.
He's like, what can the human mind force the human body to do?
And how young is he now?
He's like 34, I believe.
Yeah,
so
no,
which is in that lightweight class. It's a little bit more of a problem in the heavier weight classes, but I don't see any.
Like you said, his mind
is a fucking steel trap.
But it's funny you say that because I don't really have structure either. So like I said, the weight cut I do, but that's because I came in it with no understanding of weight cut, and London Street was like, you do this.
You look so big for 170. How the fuck did you do that? How much are you cutting when you went to 170?
So even like now, I'm massive now.
Yeah, you look like, let me guess, 220? What do you weigh right now?
Yeah, about 215. Yeah. Because I'm gonna do it in kg, so yeah.
Right. Okay.
But yeah.
Kilograms. We never adopted it. So stupid. It's a way better system.
But yeah, but I've never struggled to get down though, because again, I was just told. I guess it's ignorance as well, but I was just told to do these things, and it's like, okay, you do.
What is it like? When you start? Like, say you get a call from the UFC.
6 to 8 weeks out.
Okay. Well, so you're not going to accept any 2-week fights?
No.
Well,
it depends on the fight, and it depends where I'm always training.
But middleweight, maybe you would.
Middleweight, yeah. Middleweight,
you have taken short notice.
Yeah, short. Yeah, for middleweight, which was the first one. The first one or the second one I did. The last fight, maybe. But I would take short notice fights depending on where I am
in training.
In training. But even I just like to have a rough idea, right? Even right now, it's like trying to get, and I'm bugging people because I've come from a circuit where we fight weekends.
Right.
Every weekend we're somewhere.
And it keeps you sharp.
Yeah. And then this is probably the most frustrating thing for me. Obviously, starting Bellator, and you're training all the time, and you have a fight, and then you're training. I'm just like, and a lot of my fights, I don't take too much damage, so I'm like, I'm ready now. Like, give me a week off, and I can come back. And then it's months and months. I'm like, well, who am I fighting? Who's this? And
the problem is you're a hard sell.
Yeah.
When people get a call.
Yeah.
So, flat-footed dude. You're like, shit. I'm going to have to learn how to dance in 6 weeks. Fuck.
And that's the thing. So I'm here, and I assumed wrongly that when I get to the UFC, that is going to disperse. Everyone's going to be gunning for me. Like, yeah, I'm gonna show everybody that this guy is a can. Like, he only fought people that weren't his level. Yeah, it's still the same. I think, and obviously the more I fight, the less people are putting their hands up. I think even Whitaker said, which I respect, to be fair, he came out, I don't really wait. Somebody sent me something, but he had said, like, yeah, I wouldn't be interested in making that fight.
Yeah.
He's
At
just
this
like,
point in his career, that's just a setback waiting to happen. Yeah, it's not. And his style is very similar.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of his as well. Like, I love his, obviously he can tie in the wrestling way better, and just, yeah, I love his style.
I do too. Like, no, and you got to realize, like, that guy, he's been in it for a long time. He had 2 fucking wars with Yoel Romero. When Yoel Romero was made out of metal.
Yeah. That guy's fine. He's still fighting.
Still.
Yeah.
48 years old, fucking people up, looking like he's 30.
Mate, I'd swap buddies with him in a second.
Who wouldn't? Bro, when he was in here, he came in the studio. It was the most amazing thing because Joey Diaz translated for him.
Yeah.
So it was him and Joey Diaz going back and forth, and Joey's Cuban as well, of course. And so when he was here, he had to be 230 pounds. His neck starts at the top of his ears. And one of the things that he said, man, he was talking about the Cuban system. He goes, "You have to be a machine." Because he was talking about the system of you get more food if you're at a higher caliber of athlete. So to
get more food, he's
athletes, man. The athletes that are the lower caliber, they eat twice a day.
Yeah.
And his caliber, he's eating 3 times a day. He's like, so every day they're coming for you. You have to be a machine. And I was like, oh my God. And you get to look in his eyes, man.
Bro, we are soft in the West, bro.
Oh, we're so soft in the West. We're so soft in the West.
What the hell is this?
I'm not a fan of communism. I don't believe in it. But damn, it creates a fucking peace. Alexander Karelin. I mean, I don't know if you get. There's 2 things you don't get that with. There's like substances.
Yeah.
With for sure taking place, and then there's a regiment that they have, both the Cuban system and the Russian system, where they had figured out the balance between
unbelievable hard work, but technical ability and recovery. They didn't go meathead style. In America, we went meathead style, and we burnt a lot of dudes out. But the dudes who survived were just the killers of the killers. But they probably could have made more killers like the Russians did if they did it more technically.
No, it's the same. So again, shoots. They've been they were the first MMA gym in the UK. I think like 95, 97, 95.
I got a T-shirt. I got a London Shoot Fighters T-shirt from 2003.
Yeah, crazy.
I couldn't find it. I was looking for it today.
Crazy. So like I said, they've been around. I'm gonna tell him. They've been around a long time, and obviously they've fought with I think they fought at every major competition that's ever been out. They've done boxing with the likes of like David Hay, Derek Chisora now. Even Dylan White did a kickboxing fight with them. Myself, Lee Murray, John Hathaway, even like Carlos Mola was the first Czech guy before Yuri to be in the UFC. That was them guys. They've done a lot, but they're the meathead style.
Yeah.
They're like, everybody will
anything to produce Lee Murray.
Yeah.
You got that guy in your gym.
It's a problem.
Just the echoes of that guy's style will permeate through that gym for decades.
That guy's just an angry man.
He was an angry man.
But then at the same time, you needed somebody because my coaches are beasts. Like you needed that kind of militant force to be able to manage that and cope with that. And 100%. That's what my coaches, they are. They like, people used to come to our gym and we're just like, who's ready? And if you don't do it, I'll do it myself. That's one thing I always respected about them. Even with the machines, the fitness machines that we had to do, the scores are crazy. Like I'll see people in other gyms posting their scores. I'm like, is that it? And they're celebrating it. And I'm like, we're forced to do this. The hell is that? But he'd push you, but he'd also do it himself. Like he'd jump on the machine, like, that's the climber. And just smoke it. Fight like 5 fights back to back. And then running and this and that, and we have to do all of it because he's doing it. And he's not doing it, he hasn't got to fight.
That's the way you lead.
Yeah, and he led.
Especially with killers.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They demand respect.
Right. And they have to know that you're real.
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just some pontificator on the sidelines with a fucking clipboard. Fuck off, bitch.
Which is more nowadays, like I'm seeing a lot of, and to be fair, I'm a fan of a lot of these guys, like the fighting nerds. And again, I'm hearing that they had, I forget, like a data analyst or something that's in, and he does like this, he studies this, and I think that's cool. Like I feel like we should have add elements of these things as well. But obviously, I've just grown up by this iron sharps iron.
It does. It's undeniable. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
There's outliers. There's a guy who will come out of a gym with nobody and he's a monster. There's just a few of those guys that exist in the world.
Yeah.
But for the most part, like if you look at a gym like American Top Team, for example, look at how many animals have come out of that gym.
So many.
Pantoja, who I think does not get the credit he deserves. I think Pantoja is one of the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Fucking guy's a monster. When that Japanese cat came over from Ryzen, and he just like ragdolled him. Like he had no business. And then the Kai Kara France rematch, like you see the difference between when they first fought and now the difference between like a dominant all-time world champion. Whew. People like when he's on a card, like people don't freak out. I'm like, God damn it. Just because he's 125 pounds, get that shit out of your head. You're watching one of the greatest ever.
That's the thing. It's the marketability. People, this is what I knew I had to get right as well.
Yes.
And I say that to my teammates as well. I'm like, do you know how you're going to market yourself? No, just, if I beat people up, it's like, it doesn't always just, unfortunately it should, but it doesn't, that's not what's going to get you. If I have to, as a promotion owner and the person managing everything, I'm either going to pick you that's beating everybody but nobody cares about, or this guy that's, pretty decent but everyone's making noise about, gonna pick that guy. So you need to be able to market yourself. And I knew that from the jump, and this is before really social media was massive is a thing. But I said to myself, okay, I need to look in, how am I going to market myself? Because we don't have that much time, like on the mic. The interviews at the time, I don't feel like people got the recognition. People just cared about the fight. They just wanted to watch the fight. They didn't care what you said beforehand, unless you're arguing or shouting. There's beef.
Unless you grab that mic and go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you gotta go crazy.
Chael Sonnen was the first guy
Oh,
to
he's
figure
the
that
best.
out.
Yeah, he was.
He figured it out before
He's the
anybody.
best. Yeah.
Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck. He's the best fighter.
But he's still good. This is why he's on the mic now.
Yes, but
he's the best.
perfect.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
But there was balance
He's
with
the
that.
king.
For me, there's perfect balance. Like it wasn't too far.
Right.
It was exactly what you wanted.
Right.
Exactly what you need to market a fight and to promote himself.
Yes, I agree with you.
But again, it's weird though because I think authenticity is important when you do that as well though. And Conor McGregor kind of is the next person for me that's kind of delivered that.
Oh, 100%. He took it to a whole nother level.
Every time this guy's on the mic, he'll say one line and I'm like, T-shirts, easy.
How about when Jeremy Stevens is yelling at him and he goes, who the fuck is that guy?
You can't beat this guy. In my head, I'm just like, why did you even open your mouth?
It's so funny, man. It's so funny.
But you need to be able to do that. Like before I even had my first fight, I spent hours. I was a big WWE fan, and I felt like The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, out of all of them, was the best at marketing himself. He had the crowd in the palm of his hand. Every word that he said, and the simple sayings. And I was like, study this. I'm like, okay, what could even like his stances, he'd come up, like jump on the ropes and put his hand up and just stand there, look around. You know what I mean? Like he just demanded eyes. So again, I just came. Okay, what could I do? So I was like, okay, venom, the snake. I was related to a snake. Okay, yeah. Let me do this. Okay. That's check. I got a stance that I can do. Okay, I need a saying. Okay, like what can I say? Because again, I used to listen to people on after fights, and I didn't hear anything they said. They're like, yeah, but I'm good. Yeah, I beat that guy. And I'm like, right here. Thank you for my sponsors. Like, who? Who were your sponsors?
Right.
Didn't hear anything. So I'm like, it has to be like concise. I have to say specific words and just. I write this stuff down. But again, I speak to my team. It's like, bro, what are you guys doing? You need to do this kind of stuff and understand that this is a part of your game. You've got 5 seconds after the fight on the mic.
Traditional route of an Orthodox
If that. So what are you going to say? What message is going to land? What is going to make you memorable? And I do things on my walk-ins as well. I need people to remember. They're watching 16 fights on the night. Why do they remember me? Yes, my style is exciting. That's cool. Yeah, there's this weird guy who does some weird stuff with his arms and that. He's quite cool. But they're not going to remember my name. I need other things to keep them coming back. Oh, there's this guy in the weigh-ins. He's stood above this guy, put his snake hand out. Oh, that's the same guy that did the dance. Because now you're getting it from places. That's the guy that threw the Pokeball. Oh, what's his name? The more times you keep hitting them with different things, the more times they're more likely kind of really buy into you. And I think this is why I was able to create a big enough brand before even touching the UFC. Just because I paid attention to that.
You were one of the first guys to make a name for yourself in Bellator. Because Bellator, it was hard to break out. There were some wild fights in Bellator that never got recognized. How about the Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler fights? Fucking crazy fights. And I feel like those guys left a lot of who they are there.
Unfortunately.
We got them kind of after. And Chandler's still remarkably durable. But that's just a discipline thing and a hard work thing.
I think he's just accustomed to, like you said, he's trained a certain way his whole life. He's always going to have that kind of athleticism.
But he's, 38 now. It's like you can only. I wished he had not been in Bellator. Look, I'm all for competition. I think competition's important. I don't think there should be a monopoly in the MMA business. I think it's bad for the athletes.
Definitely.
I love the fact that PFL overpays people. Give them $1 million. Get $1 million. Everybody gets a car. I wish there was more organizations. I hope ONE FC succeeds.
It does help. That helped me as well, even in my negotiations.
Fucking everything. However,
not just
there's a caliber of athlete that I feel like should only be in the UFC. And you're one of those guys.
Thank you. I appreciate
There's a caliber of athlete where, like, I want to see how good they really are. Like some guy like Patchy Mitch. Patchy Mitch is a beast. He's a
about Kabbalah. I'm 39 years old. I'm not yet 40, so I follow the traditional route of Orthodox Judaism, where we do not study Kabbalah in depth until we're at least age 40. So I'm going to refrain from any comments on Kabbalah until I've had several years to be able to study it. But there are some reasons and characteristics why we don't study Kabbalah generally in a traditional sense before we turn 40 and have children and get married and have children and such. And usually those are just because we should be focused on other endeavors. So that's an answer to that question. Rabbi the goat. Hey, what up? 7YFHXQ. Follow me and I'll follow you back. Tell all your friends. This is the biggest deal in global history. I love you, my friend.
Bad motherfucker, but so's Mario Bautista. Mario Bautista had the perfect game plan to fuck up his party, but that dude, when he was in Bellator, was of that caliber. I was like, I want to see him over here, man.
I personally, and obviously because I've experienced it, for me, the first time I got nervous in an MMA fight was my first fight.
In the UFC?
No,
ever.
my first fight
ever.
And then after that, I was like, oh yeah, this is the same as when I was fighting the kickboxing one. I'm cool. I didn't get the nerves again. The first time again since then was the second fight in the UFC against Ian Gary.
Thank you for the follow.
The first fight, I don't know why. I don't know what it was, but I was quite relaxed. And then the second fight, I was like, oh, it's something, a reality hit me of like, oh, you're in the UFC. The people are going to demand a certain thing from you. And you got a reputation of before of the knockouts, of the celebrations, of the walk-ins, of the this, of the that. And then I just let that put weight on me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy that it was the second fight.
I can't even explain as to why it was the second
every day
fight.
is a holiday, every meal's a feast. Larry, how'd you find out about me?
Well, I'm actually in one of the servers you're in, and I just like the profile, so
Excellent. Excellent, wonderful. How long have you been watching me?
How long have I been watching? I mean, I've seen you just sitting in there for a while now.
Okay. Excellent.
And, I mean, like, what's up with that, man?
Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Are you familiar, Larry, with the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. It's on camera 24 hours a day, and it goes back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, Larry, your friends and family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to have generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds beautiful. I'd love to get back.
That's wonderful. I talk about other things that I want to do to help the world, like help end world technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you, Larry?
That sounds really awesome.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm a futurist. I study futurology topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial narrow intelligence,
Is
artificial.
115 a real element?
Yeah, it is. 100%. Yeah, dude. Okay, you're amazing that you know that. So yeah, it's known as Moscovium. It was like officially discovered at the University of Moscow in the early 2000s. But as you know, Bob Lazar uh, brought this to the forefront of the ufology world in the late 1980s. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's also known as Un Pentium. And as you know, that element may be what extraterrestrial crafts, specifically the
It's
discs.
like Latin for one. It sounds like I don't know if Latin and Spanish is the same thing. It's like close thing.
So
Let's
Latin,
just go check
Latin
it
and
out.
Spanish are not the same thing. Latin is the um, language, or was the language of the Roman Empire. Spanish is the language, or was the language of the Spanish Empire. They're both so Spanish is derived from Latin, and Spanish. Un is 1 1, and then pentium. Un pententium is 5, so 115. Element 115, and but yeah, it has been given the scientific name Moscovium because it was officially um, discovered, so to speak, um, at the University of Moscow in the early 2000s. So yeah, I talk about that. I talk about artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about things like space elevators, space tourism,
Yeah.
time travel. I talk about things like faster than light communication, interstellar travel. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, and I just think this is a really exciting opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think this is really exciting.
Yeah.
I talk about other things that may affect you, your friends, your family. When you were born, Larry, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps nootropics, cryonics,
Yeah,
cryogenics.
they did some with stem cells with like monkeys and it was like older monkeys. And apparently like it's like a new like gene or something, like a new I don't know, a new gene in your brain. And it creates like new healthy cells for like old people. Because it's given to those monkeys and it did practically well in the new environments. And it just should make everything easier for you're like open stage where it's whatnot.
Phenomenal. That's the kind of technology I reference. Additionally, I talk about things like um, hormone replacement therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like uh, perhaps ambrosia therapy and red light therapy, cold shock therapy, all to get you to be 120 years old. But then you may say, Larry, Rabbi, your absolutely everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is, with your consent, if you want, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Larry, is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality.
Cockroach.
You could be, absolutely. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, man. What?
What are your thoughts?
My thoughts? Hey, if I could be a little cockroach and just survive. How long do cockroaches live? They probably live like 7 to 8 years.
Well, depends on the environment. But there's the argument that they're one of the few organisms that can survive a nuclear blast.
Oh yeah, dude. Like I've seen shit where they getting thrown in microwaves. Tests, dude. They never like freak out. Same with flies. I don't know if it's just their immune system or the way they function. But the cockroach didn't even fucking like freak out. Like he was all casual, like a normal bug.
Yeah, essentially.
It's crazy, man.
So that's what I do. How'd you find out about me specifically? What Discord? What was it?
Here, let me look. I think it was. I think yeah, we have 6 mutual. I think it was E-Girl World.
Absolutely. Okay, great.
Yeah, PC too.
100%. Well, I stream my life in there. So more than anything about making you rich and fulfilling all your greatest hopes and dreams, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm here to give you hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, you let me know, okay?
All right, hold on. I will be right back. I'm just gonna set up my camera.
All right, you do you. Yo, what's going on, Sky Windy? Hope you're having a good day, big dog.
Fight and not the first one. And then even the third fight, I still had that kind of, oh man, I'm not performing the way I want. And I felt like I'm eager to impress. And I never felt like that in Bellator. But at the UFC, I'm like, I'm trying my best. I literally have to sit. Yeah, it's
the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Same thing. Cage, cameras,
Yeah.
people.
Same thing.
Same thing.
But the magnitude of it, I don't know. I'm guessing.
It's what we all grew up with.
It's what everyone grows up with.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's
this
the
is
thing.
where, like I said, there was
That's
always
right,
question
no one
marks
does have my
around my name.
perseverance.
I was jump knees and this and
That's
that.
absolutely
Always
correct.
question marks around my name still. But then now I'm here. It's like, oh, actually,
What
I
up,
can.
the GR?
These guys
How
can
you living, big dog?
respect me now. Actually, respect me now.
The GR, are you there? Can you type? I hope you're there. The GR, are you there? Oh yeah, you're there. Hey, send me a friend request. I'll follow you back. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so let me tell you about what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, and they're archived going back to the pandemic. So you can watch any moment, any day of my life, essentially going back 3.5 years. I do this for world peace. I have more data archived than any person in global history. And data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Which may make me an influential person someday, and if that happens, I want to make you, the GR, your friends, your family, all exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you are able to become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have the opportunity to create generational wealth if you don't have it. And I want you to be able to potentially, if you want, create charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. So please join the Rabbi community below. And also, if you can, if you have Discord, join my Discord. You can always talk with me live. That's where I'm talking to other people over here. And we're just watching the Joe Rogan Experience, and we're just gonna basically do a marathon of this for until this coin goes viral. So, um, you know, do your own diligence. But all I can tell you is that more than any other dev in the world, I doxed, and my um, my whole life has been archived for the last 4 years, basically. So that's a little bit about me. I could give you some mass ideas to setting this to 100x. Okay, please do, because I mean, I just started this. So, what are your ideas? The GR. If you're down, absolutely. That's my absolutely. Okay, so the GR. First, send me a friend request, and I'll follow you back. I just started this, and I'm very new to it. But send me a friend request. Don't trust everyone here, Rabbi. I won't. But send me a friend request. I know Unman. You sent me one. Yeah. But the GR, you send me one too. Unman, join the Rabbi chat below. I already gave you my username. Hit me up on Telegram. Dude, I don't do Telegram. Just follow me on here. It's really simple. Just press the follow button and I'll follow you right back. I don't want to say I don't do Telegram, but I only do the Harry Potter Wellness Sonic 10 email. What chat, Rabbi? What's that? Okay, great question. It says below, well, maybe I can just put the link of it. Yeah, Rabbi chat. So it says below, Rabbi chat. Let me see. Let me see how I can show you that on the phone. Okay, so basically here we have the, okay, so if you see this is like, you know, what you're seeing right here. Scroll down and pass the chart. And right here, it says Rabbi Chat 15 members. Join chat. Press, do you see it? It says join chat. Uman. Oh, I can send you, maybe I can send you the, oh, I'm from the PC. I think I cannot. No, I think you can. I can show you on a PC too. Yeah, okay. So where it is on a PC is if you, okay, so you've got the chat on the right side. Scroll down on the chat part. So like below the chat, it'll say buy, sell, and then there's a thing that says Rabbi Chat, 14 members. see if you can see that. So it's below the chat. Keep going below the chat. So I'll show you on my phone. Let me just turn it to we'll get you there, Unman. Yeah, this will let me download the PFF, but unfortunately, ain't got a modern phone. Oh, okay. All right, no big deal. I'm following on X. Excellent. Unman, tell all your friends about this. Unman, do you have Discord? Unuman, do you have Discord? Yes, I do. Okay, go to my Discord. It's right here. I'll send you the link as well. Just go to discord.me/rabbi. That's the easiest way. And then join my Discord. And you can see I have 2,000 people in the Discord. Unuman, join the Discord.
I mean, because I'm here. Yes. And then I was just trying too hard. The last fight was the first time I was like, you're back. I'm back.
Yeah,
and this is why I was like, keep getting me back in the cage.
So,
because I swear to you this.
You should see I'm live.
To where I used to be and how I used to feel.
It's just an issue of getting guys that are willing to fight you that are of a certain caliber.
Exactly.
Hey, there he is.
You know, obviously.
Man, can you hear me? It's okay. I know you said that English isn't your first language. That's all right. How are you, big dog? It's okay if you can't. Well, hopefully you can hear me. It's okay if you can't talk. No big deal. I'm glad you're in here. You can always connect with me in here if you need 24 hours a day. As you can tell, I got a bunch of people in here. Can you hear me? Uman, can you hear me? It's okay if you can't.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all your guidance and assistance, navigating the challenges. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, definitely. So you can always connect in here with me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I cannot actually hear you from Discord. I can just hear you from phone.
That's okay.
I don't know why.
That's okay.
You seem muted.
That's okay.
Now, try now.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, excellent.
Yes, I can.
How are you, my friend?
I'm good, thank you, Rabbi.
Excellent. I'm lovely. Thank you. Will you tell all your friends that this is going to be the biggest coin in global history?
Yeah, I'm going to shoot it on X right now.
You're the man. Wow, that's wonderful. Shout out to Unuman. Thank you so much. So if you ever need to connect with me, I'm here. I will do my best to read the chat, but I obviously can't read it 24 hours a day. But I will. You can always talk to me here. And then if for some reason, let's just say I'm asleep or something, there's a section of this Discord that says send Rabbi a message, and you can just send me a message, and it'll be the first thing I see when I have the opportunity to check Discord.
Okay, I will check it. I will
Excellent.
find it.
Beautiful. Well, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Well, thank you for sharing. And you're in on the ground level, and I'm not gonna stop streaming. I mean, I might have to stop to like refresh a stream or something, but I'm gonna just live on Pump Fun. So this is gonna be the biggest event in global history. So I hope that's cool in your book. I know it's cool in my book.
Yeah, just shared it on X.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for the
much.
beautiful life.
Absolutely. If you need me, I'm always here for you. Okay, Mom?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend.
Honestly, right now you're pretty big. So for you to get down to 170 again would be a real problem. Are you committed to 185 or are you,
No.
you open either one?
I want 170. I can see a clear pathway. Even after my last fight, I messaged Hunter, and I literally like, look, let me fight. It was Morales, yeah, and I was like, look, another undefeated guy, perfect fight. Like he's a beast. Like I'm ready. Let me take him. Then, and I said, what I could do after that is in like December, I think I said, or no, March next year. I was like, yeah, give me that for November. And like March next year, usually come back to the UK. Let me fight the winner of Leon Edwards and Pratas. I was like, another great fight there.
Yeah.
And then you've got July card. Obviously, everyone's going to put their hand up to be on that. But I said, if you guys want me to be on that, again, I'll fight for whoever you want in that top range. I don't care who it is. Pick somebody.
Yes, sir.
I'll fight them, and then I want a
I
title.
see that.
Or you give me the title there.
We're gonna
Like,
refresh it.
Yeah. But I'm like, I can
Let's
see
see
a
if it
clear
comes back.
path
Very
to
good.
what
I see
I
that
want.
myself.
And it's just everything seems slow, which I did. Like I said, I didn't expect coming to the UFC. I thought
I think there's just too many athletes.
There is a lot.
I think they have on contract more than 500. How many athletes does the UFC have under contract? Throw that into.
But then also they're
Yes,
I
sir.
think, and obviously I'm managed by Paradigm with Audi, and he said he feels like the Paramount deal is they having to integrate that now as well. And I'm like, I didn't think about that, but every time because Bellator kept getting new partnerships, it did slow things down a little bit.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
So
yeah, that doesn't start until January.
But obviously they're sorting out contracts and things from now, and then they have to try and align the shows. And I'm guessing, obviously I don't know, but I'm just saying it just feels even slower than before. And I'm like, that sucks. Yeah. And I'm like, I just want to be back out there. I don't care. And this is why I'm happy to take
674.
Wow.
674 fighters under contract, and they don't have fights every week. They have fights almost every week, but not every week. That, I mean, just think about that. Yeah. So you have 52 weeks. You have all these fighters. Fighters want to fight multiple times a year.
I appreciate that, but I'm MVP, man. Let's go.
I am with you. I'm with you. I always say that I wish I was a matchmaker, but I don't. Because it's the hardest job.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I used to talk to Joe Silva back in the day when he did it. He fucking hated it. Dealing with everybody and managers and people flake out and fail drug tests. God damn it. And these guys, what they're doing right now is very difficult because what Mick Maynard and Sean Shelby are dealing with is the volume is so much greater.
Yeah.
There's so many more really good guys. Like in almost every division, like guys are coming in from the Contender Series.
Yeah.
Like, that guy looks like a world championship caliber fighter.
Talented.
Talent's off the charts right now, and it's because they get to watch.
Yeah.
You know, these are the kids that are growing up watching Anderson Silva. They're growing up watching John Jones' first fight.
Yeah.
They're growing up watching the early Chuck Liddell fights.
And it's normal.
Totally different.
Yeah.
They like when they're play fighting with their friends, they're in stances that look right. You know? They know what they're doing.
They know the names of every submission, and this is so true.
They're calf kicking each other in the fucking schoolyard. It's a totally different world.
That's very true.
And those kids are going to grow up. That's going to be integrated into their neuromuscular system.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're going to learn. There's guys coming along that are like elite black belt level jiu-jitsu, elite stand-up, elite wrestling, takedown defense, cardio off the charts, and they're 22.
Yeah.
You're like, this is nuts. Now it's just about whether you can compete, whether you can pull it off and keep your head together on fighting days.
Which is, again, I think is something that people don't speak about enough.
Listen, Aaron Pico is as talented as they come, right? That dude is a fucking vicious boxer, incredible wrestling, gold chip prospect from the very... But Lerone Murphy is another guy. I was saying before that, this is the guy that's not getting the credit he deserves. Because you got all these loud killers at 145, but you got this one dude that does everything perfect.
And he's beating everybody.
He's beating everything.
Etching away.
And he doesn't take damage, and he's clever, and he's slick, and he does things, and every technique is perfect.
Absolutely.
He doesn't. And there's no fat on anything. There's no wild winging punches. Everything's tight and intelligent. That spinning elbow was a work of art. He just knew Aaron Pico's trained. He's come bang.
That was
But that's the difference between someone who can compete at the highest level.
And someone accustomed to it.
Right. It's the knowing when to hit the gas and when not to. Pico's just all gas, no brakes.
Like you said, it's like similar to Michael Chandler again.
Yes.
Just like in that rage mode all the time. And
all gas, no brakes.
You need to take your time.
Well, that's a wrestler thing too. They always want to break people. Because in wrestling, you can do that. You can have that mentality where you're constantly hitting the gas because you're not going to get knocked out with a flying knee.
True. It changes.
Yeah, because you get that. That's how you compete. You get this mindset of, I'm going to fucking dominate. I know what I did in training for this. My gas tank's off the charts. My aggression's off the charts. I'm a killer. I'm going to dominate. I'm moving forward. I'm moving forward. The problem is with a guy like Lerone, it's like you think he's backing up.
Bam, he's coming forward.
Oh,
that was amazing.
The timing. It was just like,
But Pico even stepped right into the elbow.
It was ruthless.
It made it 10 times worse.
Ruthless.
And that's my thing. The car crash effect. We create those collision moments.
For a guy like Lerone, who's not a big marketing guy, not a big doesn't say wild shit on the moment, just steady professional, does his job. He needs that, right? He needs like this spectacular thing where all of a sudden everybody goes, he needs to fight Alexander Volkanovski, and that looks like that's what's going to happen now because of that one performance.
Which is, I'm so happy for him.
Me too.
He's a cool guy, man. I'm so happy for him. But this is why I tell people, if he had just a little bit of chat, a little bit of show your personality, or something. Just give me something else.
You have that.
No, but you know what it is? I always say, like, everyone, like, Demetrius Johnson for me is one of the greatest, like,
of all time.
Yeah.
Another underappreciated guy
because of his size.
Small.
Yeah. But I feel like underappreciated because you can't market him in the exact same way as you'd market like a Conor McGregor or somebody else like that. But he's a gamer. I'm like, shed a light on. There's a massive community of gaming. That industry is $1 billion deep. Market this guy because he goes back home and he's just like,
he's one of them.
He's one of those guys.
Yeah.
So, but again, I don't feel like we saw any of that until afterwards when he was kind of like doing his own thing. And he's now obviously doing a lot of his YouTube channel. I'm so happy that he's, he's getting the recognition.
It was kind of when he went to one that he started doing more of the gaming stuff online.
But he had been doing it though.
He had been doing it in the UFC as well.
Yeah. But again, it's just more, I guess.
They didn't capitalize.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I think so. Certain people, you have to, like, what is your thing? Right. Not everybody is just the fighting. They have things to kind of release, wind down, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Find that out. He's killing everybody anyway. So how else can we market? Instead of being like, can't market him, and saying he doesn't talk, say anything. There must be something there. There has to be something else there we could look into.
Well, it's interesting because some guys, their personality is no personality.
like Pereira.
Yeah.
His personality is stone face.
Yeah.
Just stone face, destroyer, death machine. Here he comes, Amazon warrior, literal, actual Amazon warrior.
Yeah.
Like not a faker. His fucking family comes from a tribe in the Amazon.
But then that's what he markets, though.
Yeah, I guess that's what they marketed. But it was
he
because
markets that as well. He walks out. Oh, that walkout.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Bro, I do it myself. When he's walking out, I'm just waiting for him, like,
That's true.
And that's what I mean, though. I mean, like, that's you're selling your story with just something so simple.
That's actually a very good point that I didn't even think of.
Yeah.
His walkout.
His walkout
gives you the best in the sport.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say.
That music.
Yeah.
Jungle music behind him.
You just walk.
Just like this Amazon warrior.
It's simple. Everyone can relate to it.
Oh yeah.
It's consistent. So I'm always gonna. Oh, that's the guy.
And you see kids in the audience throw the 1-2.
Yeah, they do it.
Yeah,
and like I said, because I'm a big wrestling fan. I see it's those moments that everybody will remember and everybody will do.
Right, when Stylebender came into the Undertaker.
Oh, beast. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's those kind of things that people just don't.
Yeah.
And I'm talking the fighters themselves. Obviously, I feel the UFC can do their bit as well. But technically, you're already on the platform that's going to show you to everybody. So then it's your job to figure it out as well.
Another aspect of the game.
Yeah.
Like strength and conditioning, like all these different things.
Exactly. Just think about it.
You're a professional. Figure out how to market yourself. Yeah.
You are the product.
The problem is, though, it does lead to like cringe moments. Some guys. So not everybody has your personality. And some guys try, and it's like, yikes. Shit.
You gotta take a risk. You gotta take the risk. You know, if it goes well, it goes well.
Yeah,
it goes well. So, like as you said about Alex Pereira, technically we wouldn't care if he walked out of that and got knocked out. We wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah,
but he's a killer.
Yeah, that fight this weekend is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Because so here's the downside to fighting all the time. Fighting all the time with your style is a very different thing because you take so little damage, which is another huge element.
Yeah.
Like I kind of would tell people that if you have a kid and your kid wants to learn martial arts and they want to eventually be an MMA fighter, I would say two things. Number one, wrestling. Take that kid and teach him how to wrestle, because if you could just develop takedown defense and understanding of grappling, at least you have a base from the time you're real little.
Exactly. Yeah.
That should be your base.
Yeah.
Because it's the most important aspect of the fight. If you can't grapple, a guy can take you down and he can hold you down. You can't do shit about it. Number two, learn how to point fight.
Yeah.
Learn how to point fight.
Learn distance control.
There's a different thing that you guys are doing. If you got like, people think of Billy Blanks as Tybo. You got to go back and watch Billy Blanks when he was a fucking karate wizard, dude.
Exactly.
He was a wizard.
And
he was hitting people where you couldn't hit him.
You
know, all the old school guys were all like light on the feet, bladed style, and they had this leap-in ability that if you're used to a guy standing in front of, it's a giant problem, and you don't have the timing to solve it. You could go 2-3 rounds deep before you start actually landing it.
Exactly.
You can't do anything to them. It's a giant problem. And I would
100%.
say you want to be the person giving the other person that problem.
Exactly.
Then you can learn all the other stuff too.
Exactly.
Learn your boxing fundamentals and Muay Thai and knees and elbows. But if they're nowhere near you and you can hit them, you can close that gap quick. You have a blitz.
So I mean, understanding that distance control.
Yes, and also the feints, the stutter steps.
Those things change the game.
Yes, there's so much movement in that style of fighting that just gets lost when people are plodding and just keeping each other in the stomach, kicking in the legs.
But it's funny, people always used to go on about me and Wonderboy Thompson fighting, and I'd always say, like, it won't be as exciting as you think. For us, like me and him, there'll be moments where we're bouncing and faking, and we'll laugh at each other because we saw what would have happened if one of us went. But the crowd's like, the fuck is going on? Fight. The fuck are you guys doing? Smiling at each other. They don't get the fight that's going on in the moment. And I say to you, it's not as exciting. 2 pluses don't always give you that plus.
Not always, but you still want to see it.
Of course, people always want to just...
It's also like fighting doesn't have to always be ultimate excitement. You have to, that's why I say no stand-ups ever. When a guy takes the guy down, that person on the bottom does not want to be on the bottom. They want to be up. If they can't get up,
tough shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 5 rounds.
Mhm.
Every fight starts, ends it up,
Yeah.
which is a giant advantage for a striker.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to get themselves up.
Yeah.
So none of that. See, it's got to be pure. It's got to be real. You can't have like ways that a guy won only because the rules set it up for him to get to a better position.
I agree. The only thing that I find slightly frustrating in that element is I don't mind the wrestling. I think wrestling is a beautiful art and is, like you said, one of the most important arts to dictate where you want the fight to go. But if you're taking me down, try to kill me.
I agree.
Try to finish the fight. Don't just take me down and just.
I agree.
I like people like grabbing my legs and looking at the clock.
Here's the thing: if they're not good enough to kill you,
yeah,
right? What if they're good enough to take you down and hold you down, but then they just have to be real defensive afterwards, and they'll throw a little pity pat. I know.
That's the only element that I just.
But here's the thing: they're not good enough to do more. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
but you must be though.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe only good enough. Like you're so good, and they're just good enough to hold you down.
Mm-hmm.
But if they've reined up and started range, and then you fucking framed off,
you
got the half guard, you got back up to your feet. All of a sudden, we're dealing with this shit again. Fuck that. But if you just stay on top and don't take any chances, now you can't do shit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's boring as fuck.
And it's not for me. It's not even the boring element of it. Like I still enjoy that aspect. If I was watching, I only enjoy that aspect because I know what I'm looking at now. Like I'm like, oh, he's grabbed his wrist there. Okay, I can see what he's trying to work to. Okay, no, he didn't get it. Okay, I'm still in the fight. Whereas some people, I guess the people, if you don't get into grappling, you're not going to know what's happening other than they're just lying there. So I get it for them, but for me, still, it's just like the aim of this game is for me to beat you, and I mean like knock you out, put you to sleep. So I'm trying to show you that I am the stronger man as a warrior, and that's not by holding you.
Right.
That's not by holding you down. Holding you down to get you to position to land this elbow and hold you down to get to position to land this pop. Yeah, but just to.
I completely agree. However, even though I'm a fan of yours, if a wrestler who had that boring style took you down and held you down for 3 rounds and won a decision, I'm like, damn, he did it.
Yeah.
He did it because he can't do it any other way. If he can't stand up with you, he's going to get fucked up. And he can take you down anytime. Why would he ever let you up? And if losing position is dangerous, so if you're very explosive and you're very good at grappling, you're very good on the bottom, you've gotten submissions off the bottom. If a guy reins up and starts throwing shots, but he feels like his base is gone, and he just wants to clinch and hold on and maintain position, and he maintains position with this kind of shit. On top, doing this kind of shit. Just little movements, like he's still getting away with that.
Yeah,
he's still doing that.
I agree.
Because that might be his only path. Right, for you. But the thing is, he's not good enough.
Yeah.
Where then you have guys like Khabib. Khabib gets you down. You're getting fucked up. And you're getting fucked up
Everybody loves that.
Everybody loved it.
He's talking to you. He's creating that space, but still pinning you.
He's crushing your legs in between his legs, and he's trying to choke you out on you.
That I can appreciate. All day, every day.
I can too. But some guys aren't good enough. They're still fighting.
Yeah.
Right? They're in there. They're like, they're not good enough. There's guys at a world-class level that are not going to be world champions, but they might be able to beat a guy who could be a world champion if they can do that thing.
Yeah,
it sucks.
I know.
But
It's hard to class you as a world championship fighter. Then.
Let's talk about Hamzat then.
Yeah.
Hamzat Dricus Duplessis is a perfect example of that. You got an elite grappler who dominated the fight with very little damage.
Yeah, when I dominated it to the point where you're in the worst position you could be in MMA. You're in a crucifix
over and over again,
every round,
over and over again,
and you
can't do shit about it.
You let him just.
You can't do shit about it.
But so do you think that he's worried about him exploding? Because in my head, I'm like, the fight ends if I elbow the shit out of you right now.
I think he's worried about the chaos and Dricus getting back to his feet, and they wanted to just win. This is the whole thing because he came back to his corner apparently, and this is told to me secondhand, but I'm pretty sure it's true.
Yeah,
by a reliable source that he was saying, "Can I box now?" I was like, "No,
okay,
no, you're not fucking box." His team was like, "Take him down. He can't." Look, if you got that clear of a dominance.
Like that I still agree with though. As the coach is saying, no, take him down. But I'm saying once you are in that position,
smash.
smash.
Yeah.
Your whole thing is
Right.
smash.
Yeah.
Smash the shit out.
Yeah.
That's what the hell? Like,
I think they just wanted that win,
Yeah,
no matter
fair.
what. You know, because
Fair.
it's like it's such a big deal.
Yeah.
Hamzat's finally got a shot at the title.
Yeah.
Like, just like, what is the clearest, most intelligent?
Way to
Like, if
success.
you're betting $1 billion on this fight,
Yeah.
what's the best way to victory?
Yeah.
Fucking just take him down.
Yeah.
You can take him down anytime you want to. Hold him down, punch him a few times.
Yeah.
Make sure you're in dominant position so you're not going to get stood back up.
Yeah.
If the referee starts talking to you and telling you got to start
Just
to
a
do
little
a
bit,
little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
of this, do a little bit of that, fake a submission, don't throw all your gas into it. You know, do whatever the fuck you got to do, but get that goddamn title,
Yeah.
right? And then,
Yeah.
you know, there's going to be some guys that he can't do that to.
Yeah.
And that's where things get interesting.
Yeah. But
Which is-
who would you say that is though? Because his wrestling style is just
Crazy.
yeah. It's
So Brendan
Crazy.
Schaub had been to his training camp.
okay.
And he called me up. He goes, bro, we got to talk.
Mm.
He goes, I just got back watching Hamzat train. He goes, I've never seen anything like that in my fucking life. He's like, dude, but I'm telling you, he's mopping the floor with like Division I All-Americans, world-class grapplers,
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu black belts.
Mhm.
He goes, he's mopping the floor with people.
Mhm.
He goes, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Because they asked me if I wanted to spar with him. Schaub goes, fuck you. He's like, fuck you. I'm not going in there. He goes, he was mauling people on the ground. He goes, I never seen anything like it. He goes, it was crazy. He goes, he's so high level.
Yeah. I had the privilege of going to the gym and in Dubai and train alongside him, and I saw it for myself. And I was like,
It's a shocking level of grappling.
yeah.
And when you can achieve that shocking level of grappling on world-class MMA fighters, why wouldn't you do it? This is just my thing, my take on it. Like, if you just want to win and make as much money as possible and keep doing that, I mean, you should finish guys whenever you can.
Yeah.
But if you don't think you can, the path to victory is grappling, this is still a sport.
Yeah, fair.
If it wasn't a sport, there'd still be headbutts.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Still
yeah.
be
There's
all
still be
the-
stamps and
stomps, soccer kicks,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the wild shit that used to be. You can
Mhm,
still be able to wear shoes. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
But it's a sport. So if it's a sport, we've got some rules.
Yeah.
I just don't think. I don't think there's anything wrong with winning by the rules. It's not my favorite style.
Fair.
My favorite style is either a knockout artist or a submission artist.
Yeah,
I like a guy who just finishes everything.
Yeah, Oliveira when he was
When he's in his prime.
just killing.
Woo!
Yeah.
Catching triangles,
Yeah.
darces.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he was a monster. He
Yeah.
was so good. Those guys, like, when you watch a guy who's like an elite world-class submission artist
Mhm.
and the fight goes to the ground, it's just a totally different thing. You know, you're in real, like Fabricio Verdum when he was in his prime, when he caught Fedor with that triangle.
Bro, that was
Catching Fedor with a triangle is
it's
crazy.
Yeah.
Just
crazy.
if you know how explosive that guy is and how fast he is and strong and what a great grappler he is. But
Yeah.
Fabricio Verdum's another guy who doesn't get his due.
Yeah.
When you think about all-time GOATs,
Yeah.
you think about Nogueira,
Yeah.
you think about Fedor, and you think about Minotauro. And Fabricio Verdum tapped them all.
Yeah.
He tapped all the greats,
Very true.
all of them.
Yeah.
tapped them.
Yeah.
Tapped them. All the greats. Didn't just win by a decision.
Yeah. Didn't just hold
Tapped
them.
Fedor when Fedor was Fedor.
Yeah.
People were like, whoa,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Fedor's a beast.
Bro, he was a monster. Stoic warrior
Yeah.
from Russia. No expression.
Yeah.
And his
He's the earliest, the first of his time.
Oh, way ahead of his time.
That's first of his time.
Way ahead of his time. His ability to catch submissions off his back with lightning speed. He had a lightning fast arm bar.
Yeah.
And power on the feet.
Yeah.
Bro, he walked down Crow Cop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy. With stand up.
Yeah. Coco's head kicks were insane.
Every kick. But like Fedor was blocking them so intelligently too.
Yeah.
He was using that high block.
Yeah.
Way up like that to catch that left kick.
Yeah.
And he caught it. They caught it shin to shin many times.
Mm.
That was a crazy fight. But Fedor in his prime was so good, man.
Yeah.
Because he was the first guy other than Minotauro. But he was more dangerous on the feet than Minotauro. But Minotauro on the ground was like one of the first guys, like super dangerous off his back.
Yep.
Yeah, just super lethal guard.
Yeah.
Like when he beat Bob Sapp. That was the nuttiest fight in the history of MMA. Bob Sapp was 350 pounds with abs.
I was gonna say he's kind of like your Ngannou nowadays.
Big, but way bigger. And
Obviously,
way bigger, but not as skilled.
Yeah, no.
Different.
He's gotten Francis's improvement. Because in his earlier stages, I was just like, yeah, he's got power, but he's technically like
Francis basically beat Tyson Fury in a boxing match.
crazy, right?
Basically beat him because I scored it.
I scored it for him.
Yeah.
100%. They just could not let that happen.
He dropped Tyson Fury with a left hook and then danced in front of him. I mean, that's skill. I mean, he wasn't ready for Anthony Joshua because Anthony Joshua was a different thing.
Yeah.
Like it's just, he's got more one-shot knockout power. He took it more seriously too.
He likes to switch him. But again, like this is where the boxing is. If you don't have that kind of intellect in the boxing, that footwork and foot positioning is put your foot on one side, you're gonna get killed. You put your foot on the other side, you're safe. You can kind of manage the power and see the punches coming. But he kept switching stances, but just leaving himself in just the wrong positions.
Yeah, he wasn't ready.
Wasn't ready. There was a lot of hype off the Fury fight.
Also, Joshua got to watch him box in the Fury fight, see some patterns. Fury, I think, probably took him. This guy's never had a boxing match. At the beginning of the fight, he's like, time to go to school. Like, oh, really?
And then he probably got stunned, and that was it. He's not working.
You talk to any fighter, they will tell you the worst times of their life is when they thought that a guy was nothing. And then in the middle of the fight, they realize, oh my God, I'm losing. They took a guy lightly, and they didn't get up for the fight. And then they went in there, and that dude was fired up and ready to go. You know,
you can't take anybody lightly, though.
No. Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas, another perfect example.
100%.
No one.
This guy was partying every day.
Yeah, exactly. He did not take it seriously
at all. You got the big respect for Buster Douglas on that one, though. That was
oh my God, it's one of the greatest performances of any heavyweight title fight ever.
Yeah. To want to walk in and do that as well.
The fact that guy could do that the whole time, but only did it against Mike Tyson is nuts. Because he was one of those guys, and we all know them, that is super talented and just never realizes their full potential. Like gym, guys in the gym that like you'd see him spar. And
I talk about this all the time. Like I've had so many people. Obviously, I've got to see over the years that are talented. And again, it's the same thing. But can you do it when it counts? Right. Can you do it when the lights are on? Can you do it when there's pressure and it means something to you? Your friends, your family, money. Yeah. Can you still do it? Yeah. That's when it counts. But I've seen guys that are. There's a guy actually. And I always talk about him just because he was super unique. And weirdly enough, he got to the UFC on a short stint. Galore Bafundo. I don't know if you ever remember him. He only had 2 fights, but he fought Charlie Ward, and I call it Hadouken. He just grabbed him and threw his head into the floor. Oh, and it was a KO. And he actually never got the bonus for that. I don't know how he did it because I've never seen anybody just throw someone's head down. You need to watch it. But look, boom, there you go. Oh, God. And if you keep it going and you see how he finishes, look, he's like, wow. Oh, landed hard. Yeah. Landed hard. And if you see the finish, look at this is how athletic this guy was. Just watch, light work, just landed, just landed a little perfect spider stance. Yeah, perfect landing. Now I had to deal with this every day. Yeah, and that was nothing. He's super explosive, but again, he's a striker. Very weird striker. Like kicks, his kicks are like his hands. He can for ages. Yeah. I was sparring him one time, and me and him, like I'm the guy with him. When he steps in, my eyes do this, and I'm like, okay, I have to make sure because a kick will come from anywhere. And we're sparring and going back and forth, and I'm in my element, and everything slows down for me.
Drink some water.
And I see his head drop down. And alarm bells are going off. And I'm like, he doesn't shoot. He doesn't go for takedowns. But I'm feeling alarm bells going on. I'm like, something's gone wrong. I don't know why. This felt this slow. Something is wrong. And I've never done this block in my life. And I went like this. X block. I've never done this in my life. Never been taught this. My body said, throw your hands. He did that and did a cartwheel kick. Front flip. Oh, geez. Yeah. Landed on his foot and axe kicked me. If I didn't do that, I'd be sitting here in 2 right now. Wow. Talking to you about the story that I once used to do MMA and this guy split me in half. He's front flip axe kick and a front flip axe kick.
That sounds wonderful.
On his Instagram, I don't know if you'll find it, but on his Instagram, there's clips of him doing it on a bag. and he literally flips, lands on his foot, bah, hits the bag, and he's just standing there. But he did it. I blocked it. Now, even now, because I've now blocked it, you fall off balance. Took his foot off and carried on sparring. Everyone in the gym was like, what the hell was that?
I never even thought anyone could do that.
Like, he's another person that in the cage, he never showed this stuff. I've seen him, someone in a single leg, and he's run up the cage and slipped up the single leg and kicked off the cage and landed behind the person. Because always, when I talk about this, it sounds like I'm exaggerating. He used to do stuff that I've never. It's only in games, and this is why everyone used to love.
Watching him do that flip, I believe every word you're saying. Because that was crazy. The landing was crazy.
Yeah, like it was like
he was
it's not like doof. It's not like this. Yeah.
No, he landed soft on one knee. Yeah.
He was insane, but just never showed it.
Wow.
Never
retired.
Yeah, he's like he teaches and stuff now, but he just. And it's a shame, man. He was a fun character, and like I said, amazing person to train because he made me better. Because he got the few people that in the gym that could actually kick me in the head, and and catch me because I'm good at seeing. I got good eyes, and he's just it was just something else.
Crazy that you knew it. You had intuition.
I don't know what happened, but something said if you don't do this, you're going to die today.
Wow, that's crazy that you recognize that of all movements.
Yeah. But again, because he never shoots. He's a striker. He'll sprawl in and start doing his jiu-jitsu from there. Never really shoots. And he just went like this. I'm like, what's going on here? I don't feel like sprawling. Something's wrong, but I don't feel like sprawling. Here you go.
Oh my God!
He does one. He does one. He does one. And he lands it.
That's crazy.
Boom.
That is so crazy.
And imagine doing that during sparring. It doesn't make sense. And he's hitting the bag. Boom, look.
That's crazy.
And I tell people feel like you're talking rubbish. You can hear that. Oh. If that hit me.
That is so wild.
And I wish he was able to show this stuff.
Explosion you have to pull that off. The amount of force you generate.
Yeah. And who would see that coming? I still don't to this day know how I saw it coming, but
wow.
If he did that, and again, he went into these fights and it would be relatively basic. He wouldn't show all of this kind of stuff.
So he would tighten up in fights.
Yeah, he'd just tighten up a little bit. He just wouldn't express himself in the same way.
Did anybody at that time work with like a mental coach?
No, I wouldn't. From our gym, the only person that I know did it from our gym was actually Alex Reed, but he is a weird character anyway.
Yeah.
Funny guy, lovely guy, but he used to have like therapists come and do this kind of stuff. And at the time, I feel like I didn't care for it because he just made it seem lame. It's just because it was from him, but I understand more so over my time the importance of the mental aspect of things as well.
Maybe if someone could explain to him, or if you could have a conversation about what goes wrong when he competes.
Yeah.
Like what are the thought process when he competes and what could be done different to change that thought, like to combat them when those thoughts come up.
Yeah.
To have a tool.
Yeah.
Have a mental toolbox where you go, no.
Yeah.
We're not going to entertain this kind of negativity.
Yeah.
We're going to stay positive. We're going to stay zen.
Yeah.
You know, the most important things, don't ever give in to anxiety.
Yeah.
Don't let it get to you. Don't let it follow you. You're positive. You're breathing. You're moving. You're a killer. Keep moving and just have someone with him maybe initially to coach him through those movements.
I wish there was some, but again, also maybe the gym that he's in with us at London Shoot, that's not a thing. It's
right.
We beast. Like we're just gonna.
Right. That's
and the thing is, he still look amazing up until the fight. You get to the fight, and you'd be like, bro, I can't wait for people to see this.
Right.
And he'd get there, and you're like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
And it's frustrating because he was still super talented. He's still, he won one, and I think he lost the next one, and then that was it. But even his previous fights before that, he's got some exceptional fights. But just
not what he's capable of doing.
I've never seen what I've seen in the gym on stage.
Wow.
Never seen. And he still got signed to the UFC. Just because he's still talented, but And obviously somebody saw his talent and was like, yeah, I want that. And nobody's ever seen what I've seen this guy do. And all of our teammates are like, if you just seen that, everybody would be throwing money at this guy. Just make sure he's on the next card.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really crazy.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be like that in almost every sport.
Yeah.
But in fighting in particular.
Yeah.
Because it's the biggest mental hurdle. You know, there's no team to fall back on. There's no, I guess we lost tonight, boys. No, you got fucked up in front of the whole world.
Yeah,
and that's the sport that you're in.
Yeah.
You're in the sport with the highest highs and the lowest lows.
Yeah.
So that pressure is just, it's unexplainable to the average person.
Yeah, you can't explain it, really. This is why I try my best to focus on the element of fun, because I feel like when I'm dancing, smiling, laughing, joking, everything slows down and everything's enjoyable. There's no stress. And anytime I feel slightly stressed, you might see me dance, which is interesting because people just think I'm just doing it for the other person, to mock the other person. And sometimes it's just just stay chill, man. You're here. Like, you don't need to do anything more than this.
Right.
If I feel like a little bit like, that was a bit, and my mind starts going, no. Let's shake it off, get into your mode again, and then go back to enjoying yourself. That's but I know some people need to be in this angry state and just, psych themselves into it. And I don't even need to be angry at my opponent. And I think that comes from the fact that I used to have to fight my siblings. Right. It's not based on anger. Right. I love them. But my dad he used to say, that's not your sibling on the map, but straight afterwards, make sure you pick that person up, make sure they're good. And again, my brother would beat me up, my other brother would beat me up, my sister would beat me up. Everybody, but I still had love for them. So I never needed anger to thing. And the fact that my family did this thing, and even my nephews and stuff now, it's generational. It's just something that keeps us all together and we're so close. It's not based on being angry, just based on learning something, enjoying something, and doing it with people that you love. So that's why I can make it fun. Everyone loves this whole tense, and I don't.
I think what a lot of people don't understand too is the hardest part of it is the day of the fight. It's not the fight. Once a fight starts happening, you're in there. You're in it.
Yeah.
It's not scary.
Yeah.
Unless you're getting fucked up.
Yeah.
When you're getting fucked up and
scary.
the end is near.
Yeah.
There's like you want to see ultimate bravery. Khalil Roundtree in the last round with Pereira.
Yeah.
When Pereira's putting it on him, that's ultimate bravery. Because he knows he's getting fucked up.
Yeah.
He knows he
and
doesn't
there's nowhere
have much time. There's nowhere out.
Yeah.
His skill set is all in stand-up.
Yeah.
I mean, he can take guys to the ground, but at this point, that's not going to happen.
It's not happening.
And his face is broken up.
Busted up.
And Pereira is doing that Cobra thing where he gets Cobra style, leans back and slams in.
Beautiful.
It was terrifying. But that's that kind of bravery in front of the whole world.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they're not sure if they have that.
Yeah, fair.
And so there's just the pressure of that in front of the whole world.
So maybe they're in there just just do enough.
Yeah.
Just do enough.
Exactly. They're scared.
Which shrinks you.
And sometimes super duper talented people are the most scared. Because it kind of came too easy for them. There's a thing about super duper talented people that for some reason, that gift comes with a curse. And that curse is that it came to you too easily, so you never really developed
Understand the grind.
The real will and drive to overcome, just make these little tiny wins every day to pile onto a skill set. You're just a lightning bolt. You're a lightning bolt, and then when it's time to actually fight, you're like, you don't know if you've been tested. You don't know who you are yet.
I think I get that a lot though, as in people always he's just naturally talented. And only when I tell people that, I get my ass handed to me.
But this is the thing that I've always said. Guys who grow up with brothers, especially older brothers who can kick their ass, they're ready to fight at all times. Because they're fighting in their fucking house. They're ready to fight with guys who can beat them up their whole life. Just that alone sets you up for competition in a different way than someone I grew up with my sister. We didn't fight. It's nobody beat me up at home. It's totally different. Because you're accustomed to being around hostile males who are dominating you.
Was it older or younger though?
Younger sister.
Okay, yeah, because my older sister was still beating me up.
My sister never got into martial arts. I was the only one in the family got into it.
Oh, okay.
But if I grew up with a bunch of brothers, I'm sure we'd be beating the fuck out of each other.
Yeah. Well, we enough. We had to do it. There's one thing again. You'd always say you can't. This is not for out here. It's for in there. If you got an issue, verbalize it.
Yeah.
And if you still have an issue, we can sort it out in there. But yeah, I'd be annoyed at her. We'd have fights every now and again, but nothing crazy.
But it's just being accustomed
To
to
just-
just constant back and forth.
Yeah.
How about fuck you?
Yeah.
You know? It's like it's in your house. It's in your house. It's
And
where you sleep.
I was the wind-up,
Oh yeah.
but I couldn't fight, so I had to do it some other way.
So
I
you
just
had to
had
talk
to,
some
talk some shit. You know what I mean? I'm
You
the
also
wind-up.
have to be a little tougher because you're the smaller one.
Yeah.
That's part of
Yeah.
the thing. You know.
Yeah.
What's crazy about John Jones is his brother.
He's got two older
Yeah.
brothers, no?
Well, I think one of them is younger. Isn't
Yeah.
it Chandler younger? But they're all beasts.
Yeah, of course.
So you
But
growing up
both
in a house-
NFL, no?
Yeah. So you've grown up in a house of beasts.
Yeah.
Like you better look. You better be ready for some hostility. You got to be ready for some aggression. And there's a giant benefit of that as far as mindset, because the mindset you're accustomed
Look at him.
to hostility. I mean, all his brothers are super freaks, just giant athletes, and so. He's in this house with highly competitive males his whole life.
Yeah.
So you're totally accustomed to competition.
Yeah.
Whereas with some people, competition is like super overwhelming,
Yeah.
and it's a test you don't want to take. You almost don't want to find out if you're good enough.
I think even the school system has over the years, they've slowly taken out certain things that challenges people in a way that gives them that gift of being competitive, and especially in the UK. I'm not sure about in the States, but in the UK, they changed the rules so just after I would have left to not allow it to pick teams because
Because then people feel bad.
Yeah. But I'm like, if you're shit, I'm not picking you. Get better at this is real life. Like
that's how it works in real life, and that bad feeling of getting picked last. Richie was talking about that yesterday.
Oh, serious?
Yes.
So
Lionel Richie, before he was in a band, it was always like he was the last one to get picked for this. He was the last one. He was talking about that openly. But look, that's what created Lionel Richie.
100%.
Yeah.
And again, I think over there, I'm not sure here, but we model mollycoddle the kids, and then they think you surround them in cotton wool.
Yep.
And then the real life hits them, and they're just like, what?
It's the opposite of Yoel Romero.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You big
Way
my
opposite.
gene. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of that.
I think I was talking to my brother as well earlier about how they say, I forget the saying, it's like tough men create good times, times, and that the whole cycle of that. And I thought it's very true though. We're creating
100%.
too much good times for people, and everybody's complaining about everything.
Exactly. When things are really good, the problem is whatever is bad, even mildly, becomes a giant thing.
Yeah.
Then you're dealing with like microaggressions. People get crazy.
Yeah.
They look for all kinds of grievances everywhere they go.
Yeah.
When you are involved in like hard competition, you're not interested in any of that stuff
At all.
because it's just a giant distraction.
Yeah,
The real thing is so difficult, and that's why I think even though it's uncomfortable for kids, I think like wrestling in high school, any kind of competitive sports in high school, martial arts especially,
100%. I've been
so
for
valuable
ages.
for you.
For ages, I've been saying this.
It's okay to lose.
It's okay to lose. And
It's actually good for you.
It's very good for you, and you need to learn this kind of stuff. Like I said, as soon as they're out of your care, they have to experience that anyway. You can't.
Yes.
You're. And I used to do this even in when I was teaching. We're teaching a jab or something. Teaching a jab, and we're doing slipping drills, and you're jabbing like this. I was like, you're not helping anybody by jabbing away from their face, because now this guy thinks he's amazing at slipping punches.
Right.
And then we make him spar, and he's like, douche, douche, douche. Move your fucking head down. I'll do what I usually do. So I'm like, it's better that you hit him in the gym, so then when they go out into the real world or they go out to a competition and whatever, they're actually good at these drills that I'm giving you. You're not helping by trying to be helpful.
Yes.
You don't have to hit hard, but be accurate.
Yes.
Get them used to it, and then slowly speed up. Yeah, bro, I say this all the time, but it's exactly the same thing. People need to go through those actual trials and tribulations in certain areas so that then they can be ready for it later on.
100%.
And this idea of protecting them, and everybody gets a participation trophy.
Yeah.
That's so bad for it's.
Hey.
That feeling of bad from losing is beneficial.
Mhm.
It's just like the feeling of being tired after you work out. That's
Yeah.
how you get in shape.
Yeah.
It's all good for you.
Exactly. It's all good for you.
You're getting into emotional shape.
But this is why I feel a lot of people are trying to take shortcuts for everything. Nobody really wants to do the hard work.
World.
Yeah. Nobody wants to do the hard work. And I get it if it's really excessive. You let you get to a certain point, and it's like, okay, you need to at least some help to get to a certain point to then work out. But you need to work.
You need to work, and it's good for your brain. Your brain is. We have, for whatever reason, a whole series of human reward systems that are built into our brains from the times that we were all living in tribes, thousands and thousands of years ago. And in this brain, it requires tasks. There's things. It's like enforced in your brain that if you go out and you make arrowheads and you hunt the deer, you have food. Your family survives, so you have tasks. So they're whittling the stick, and you're into it, and you better be fucking into it because if you're not into it, you're not going to eat. So if you have a life where there's none of those things, and you're sitting there in front of Netflix, of course you're depressed. Of course you're depressed. Your body's not getting any of the stuff that it needs. Your mind isn't getting any of the tasks that it needs.
Someone was telling me like it's the reptilian mind set that looks for dangers, that seeks dangers, because we're not in a society that has those dangers. We look at danger. Our dangers are now. This person looked at me funny. Or this person,
or you're even worse. Your phone.
Your phone. Yeah, it's even easier now. Yeah,
people are commenting on. The haters getting me today.
To be fair, it's funny. The first time, this was still earlier, so my comments were from YouTube initially. I had an Instagram, but I didn't really use it like that. So after my first fight, I was super pumped. I'm like, because like I said to you, I was so nervous after my first fight, and I always say, look, if you watch, all of my walkouts have been like, vibes, I'm just happy to be here. My first fight, I was like this. I was dying inside, Joe. Just like, what? In my head, I was like, why did I decide to do this? Oh, sorry. Why am I here? What? I was stressed. The whole walk was the longest walk, and you've never seen me so tense. And then the second I got in there and the bell rang, I was like, oh, yeah, same thing. Okay. Then I started to feel myself, and the vibe, like my energy started, like the MVP that we obviously come to know now, it came out. And that was, for me, that was just like, that was great. But in terms of, I just lost where I was going.
You lost what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No worries. It happens all the time. So, but that was interesting that then the second fight was the one that really overwhelmed you.
That was in the second fight in the UFC. Overwhelmed me.
But so the first fight you ever had was when you walked out.
Was when I walked out.
The first fight you ever had.
So that was me versus not UFC, me versus Dishman. And I just walked out, and seriously, I just had nothing but fear inside me. And
what kind of an athlete was he? What did he do?
I'm not sure. He's a kickboxer or something. Didn't seem like his first fight. I had like, I think 3 pullouts before I got to that fight. Like probably like 3 weeks before. Like 3 different people. At that level, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And I had fights online, so my coach was like, are you able to take these down? I'm like, they're randomly filmed from so many random people.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't even know where to begin to find out to try and get them taken down. So if anybody did research, they would see that I had like a 720 kick. So it made sense why people was pulling out.
For people that don't understand what that means, that's not a 360 degree kick.
This is one of them. This wasn't even the first time I did it.
Where is it?
Yes.
Is it coming?
It'll be after this one. Okay, yeah. Wait. Okay, it's gonna be. Yeah, that's it. Just before this.
That's crazy. That's such a crazy kid. That dude is sitting there going, how the fuck did he hit me with that? He put his hands on his knees and everything. Like, how the fuck did he pull that off?
So I understand why like people would look at that and be like,
No,
let's
not yet.
yeah. But this guy stepped in, and yeah, like I felt so bad, negative going forward, walking in. But then once I was in there, but yeah, if you see the walkout, this one was like, but even how I'm even here, I'm super tensed. Like it was only until I started bouncing that it was even a thing.
What was the thing that was bothering you the most about doing this? Just
my decision. Like, why did I do this? I don't know specifically.
Oh, but once you got loose.
Once I got in there, I was like, oh, cool.
He had an obvious game.
Yeah, he was trying to take me down.
Yeah.
He wasn't strong, so I was like, just push off. Like, I was feeling good. And I think after he felt my strength, he was like, okay, he kind of stood back.
That style's such a problem. It's such a problem. I'm watching you move here, and I'm thinking, like, what do you do? Oh, you can't do anything. You can't do anything because he's so far away from you, and you like that when you try to close the distance on him, or when he tries to close the distance on you, and he just can't. He just can't get close. Like, look at that. That's just nuts. That's a terrible puzzle to try to solve in real life. Wow, look at that dive. That's pretty good, though. You got a hold of your ankle. I mean, that shows you how much you wanted that takedown.
Yep. Until this happens.
Oh boy. The best part is just the standing there. That's amazing. Look at this. Is amazing. That's amazing. That's the best not walk-off KO ever. Right? That's a standoff KO. Like, you realize, that's crazy. You didn't even look at him. That's amazing. It's funny
when people ask me, like, why did you stand there? Like, what if he came back? I was like, I landed the kick and I stood still and I was thinking he might come back so I could spin the other way and land another kick. That was the game. And then when he the referee stepped in, I was like, perfect. This looks good.
It did look good. It looks
But that's the thing.
fun.
I went, okay, that's where I remember I was going. I went crazy viral for that. Everyone's like, who's this guy? Like,
Yeah.
And I was like, because of the relief that I had, because of how tense I was like, oh my God, like that was for me ticking the box that I can actually do this. I can actually make a career of this because I wasn't sure. And got home. What did you jump online? Like I want to see. Like I'm seeing a video, like crazy thousands of like comments and this and that. Like, okay, yeah, maybe the next comment. Maybe the next one. Nope. Yeah, people don't like me.
They didn't like you for that video?
I felt like I had murdered someone's child.
For that video?
Yeah.
Okay. It just shows you why you should read comments.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you're only getting the opinions of the dumbest motherfuckers alive. If you just saw that. So let me tell you my thought when I saw that. Because when that clip went viral, I went, finally. Like, this is proof of what I've been saying for a long time. Like, they have a different thing.
Yeah.
Like, the really elite point fighters have a totally different thing, and you can't even get close to hitting that. And we're seeing that now.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Because even though Raymond had really good success in Glory.
Yeah, he was amazing,
He did a great success in Glory, but it was different, right? Because you're in a small ring, it's roped off, and he wasn't accustomed to leg kicks yet. He had that one spectacular jumping side kick, spin back kick to the face.
Oh, he nearly hit me with one of those. He was very famous for his double back kicks.
Oh my God.
And then every now and again he would hook it. And it was just like, he's knocked people out in the points game before it. Everyone's seen it. Like, and I remember I think it's the first time I fought him, and I was young, but I had a reputation. He was the guy like over in America that had a reputation, and we've collided. I was like, I don't care who this guy is, man. I was feeling myself. I was killing everybody for ages. I remember faking, like moving around, faking, got him in the corner. I was like, oh, perfect. Boom, blitz. Same thing. I was like, something's off. Boom, did this. Bah, bah. But normally the first kick is light. Both stamps. I was like, shit. Not only was that fast, but that was powerful as well. And that just got into my head. This threw me threw me right off. I didn't want to commit to any of my strikes, and it just from the first moment he let that go, I was just like,
he was very dangerous,
very
dangerous.
dangerous.
And he was another guy that, like, you know, proved that point that this is a completely different skill set. And if you don't know how to deal with that, you're in real. It took the elite guys. It took like the Nicky Holtzkins and the Joseph Valtiminis, those guys to figure.
Nicky was beast.
Yeah, just chop the legs.
Yeah.
And Nicky was so technical. It was tight, hands up high, chop the leg, chop the leg.
He was a beast.
Yeah, chopping the legs, man, is a totally different ballgame.
Yeah.
As soon as the legs start getting chopped, you're like,
it's harder. You can't bounce anymore.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's weird because I started to utilize that as a way to win fights. Weird. Not obviously taking the leg kicks, but only giving you that option. So everyone's like, yeah, but that's an awkward style. I was like, yeah, but when I stand in front of you like that, you don't think to do a punch because I feel way too far away. So you're not doing a punch. The only thing you have is what's in front of you is a kick. So it's like I got used to timing kicks as you're kicking, collision going in, or just pulling just off and then putting my foot in slightly deeper, and then just pulling off and then putting my foot in slightly deeper. Now I know I can pull this trigger when I'm ready. And you're getting more and more demoralized because you're not landing. You're throwing a kick, you're swinging around. You're like,
and there's only one thing available.
Yeah. So I have to keep pressing that same button.
Right. And the idea of you shooting on,
it feels far.
Yeah, too far.
It feels very far.
Well, that's the Hamzat thing. It's like Hamzat shoots from the middle of the fucking octagon. that guy's got a crazy shot. That shot he hit Whitaker with, and the one he would with. Who was it? Oh, the leech. When he picked up the leech, he picked him up, carried him over to Dana White.
Yeah.
And it's like, I kill everybody. Like, whoa, this is nuts. He was another guy that, like, how the fuck are you making 170?
Yeah, he's a big
When
boy.
I first met him, I was like, what are you talking about? You're 170?
Yeah, big boy.
I fucking hate the weight cutting. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. I hate it more than anything in the sport. I think it should be eliminated, but it's too late.
Yeah.
I think people should get down to a healthy weight and fight at the healthiest weight, whatever the hell that is.
Do you think there would be a way to combat that?
Not
because obviously in boxing they got you have to weigh in multiple times now.
Well, some fighters make you do that, like Gervonta Davis. He made Ryan Garcia do that.
Okay.
He wanted to make sure that Ryan Garcia didn't rehydrate.
Yeah.
Mayweather did that to Canelo too.
Yeah.
It's just a G move. It's
that's smart. That's when you're the A side.
You're the smaller. You're the A side. Yeah. I'll fight you. But you got to weigh 143 when you get in that fucking ring, bitch.
Yeah.
And guys will take that fight for that, big paycheck.
Yeah.
But it's not a good move.
Yeah.
But I just think that it's legalized cheating. I just think that it's cheating. Look, if you're a 155-pound champion, but you weigh 190 pounds, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
I agree. And if I didn't have to weight cut, because if you don't join in, you're fighting monsters.
That's true. But they would have to fight monsters too. Everybody would have to fight a person that weighs what they actually weigh.
No, I agree with that. But I'm just saying, with the fact that people are weight cutting, when I got to this arena, I'd prefer to just report what I weighed at.
Yes.
But because everyone's weight cutting, I was like,
you have to.
You have to do it.
Because you look, like, when you were fighting at 170, for people that understand, I'm short. That's 30 pounds less than me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, that's just a giant advantage that you can't give up. And when you're doing that across every single weight class and every single world championship, the last guy that I know that didn't cut weight was Frankie Edgar when he was a 155-pound champ. When Frankie Edgar was a 155-pound champ, he weighed 155, and he moved like a ghost. He was all over the place. He was fast as fuck. He had great endurance. His recovery was incredible because he could take a great shot because he wasn't dehydrated like everybody else was.
That's the thing. I actually feel great at middleweight.
Yeah. We definitely have the size for it.
Yeah, I'm naturally that way. But it's weird, though, because people's body types, because they are cutting, they're still slightly stocky. Not necessarily as frame-wise as big as me, but they're just slightly stockier. And obviously, as you say, the guys that want to come in and just go,
they just want to clinch and get you down. It's a giant advantage.
It's an advantage if they're going to be that much heavier than me as well.
Giant.
Moving people, like even when in my last fight, when I got taken down in that last round, trying to against Cannonier, trying to move him. I was like, Jesus,
Cannonier's huge.
he's big. He's a big
And
boy.
he's one of the only guys that's got KOs in 3
I
different
know,
weight classes.
from heavyweight,
Light heavyweight,
middleweight.
and middleweight.
Yeah, beast.
He's huge for
Beast,
185. But it's another perfect example. And I think, look, there's something to be said for the ritual of doing it for a lot of fighters. It means a lot, and you could choose to cut less so that you're more healthy the day of the fight.
Yeah.
But everyone kind of concedes that you have to cut something.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that's smart 24 hours before a fight in a cage.
Yeah.
Why would you deplete your body purposely?
Yeah.
Because it's basically like getting drunk.
Yeah.
It really is. Like you're dehydrating the shit out of your body.
Seeing people just look a mess.
And you only have 3, 5, 40 hours to rehydrate between the weigh-ins and the time you're actually going to fight. And if you're lucky, you have 40 hours.
Yeah.
That's not enough time.
Yeah, I can do it. I don't care to do it. I can do it. I agree with you, and if everybody was like, yeah, okay, let's all just do it at our weights.
Well, imagine if people did dehydrate and rehydrated, and we started calling it cheating. You know what I mean? I mean, it would be if people got caught and they looked at it the same way people look at people getting caught with steroids.
Fair.
Because the reality is right now you can't do it because of the weight class limitations. There's too many weight classes where you're at. So 85 to 205, that's nuts. That's 20 pounds. That's so And for maybe people who've never grappled, they don't know what that means, or never been punched. They don't know what that means, but that's a giant amount of fucking horsepower, gravity on top of you. And so if you've got weight classes at a reasonable space, like I feel like 10 pounds is good. I feel like every 10 pounds, you get 45, 55, 65, 75. And if you're in between, you either add muscle or you lose weight. You stop lifting as much weights and do more cardio. You get down to that, right?
Naturally.
But that's what you are, what you actually are. And if we did that, there would have to be some sort of a hydration thing where they just show up and weigh you. Like, like people show up and drug test you now. Like drug-free sport, they'll just knock on your door. Hey, Venom, what's up? Can you pee in this? So let's talk.
That makes sense to me.
Just show up. What do you weigh? Get on the scale. And then you get on the scale. 190. Bro, you're a bantamweight. This is crazy. Because there's dudes that are out there doing that.
Oh, no, 100%.
We always talk about Gleison Tebow. When Gleison Tebow was 155 pounders, bro, he looked like a bodybuilder. He looked like he weighed 200 pounds when he got into it. It was nuts.
The rehydration. I've seen people cut ridiculous amounts, and then like you said, the way they hydrate.
It's terrible, but it's also a lie. You're not 155 pounds. You're 200 pounds. Like, that's what you actually weigh. And I understand why you do it. I understand why everybody does it, but there's got to be a better way. The worst I ever saw was Travis Lutter when he fought Anderson Silva.
I don't remember that one.
He lost, but he had Anderson down. Travis Lutter was an elite black belt. And he was in the Ultimate Fighter. Wins the Ultimate Fighter. I mean, dominates everybody. Dominates people on the ground. Everybody that I talked to who trained with him was like, guys on a whole nother level as far as jiu-jitsu. And the day of the weigh-in, he can't make the weight. And he's so dehydrated that his lips are cracked. And he's not walking to the scale. He's shuffling. He's just, and I'm watching him. And he missed the first time, and then this is like one of the second or third time that he tried to make weight, and he eventually didn't make weight. So even if he beat Anderson, he wouldn't have won the title. But bro, he had him down, and he was on top of him in the beginning of the round. And for anybody that's ever rolled with Travis, if he was healthy and he has you down on the ground, like you're fucked still. That guy's good. He was really good, but it was just the weight was way too much. He was just drained. And then 24 hours later, he's supposed to fight one of the greatest fighters of all time.
And it depletes the liquid around your brain as well. So you're taking shots, you're not gonna take it as well.
Exactly.
It's a lot. I agree.
You're tired. Your endurance sucks. Everything's all fucked up. Everything's all fucked up.
But it's why I get down very close to my weight because on fight week I'm very low.
Like, what do you weigh? If you're fighting 185, what do you weigh fight week?
185 is easier though, so 190.
Oh, that's great.
Like I don't.
What about 170? When you're at 170,
I'll get down to probably about 182, 183.
Not that bad.
Not that bad, and then cut down from there.
That's not that bad.
I don't like to overstress myself.
Pereira weighed in at 185 and fought at 220.
Massive.
Fought at 220. Weighed in at 85, fought at 220.
Yeah, like you said, that's that's a lot.
That's insane.
That's a lot.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's so much fucking weight. And what does that do to you?
Yeah.
You know?
I've seen people. I can't even remember what fight it was. He's in Bellator, and he was banging the sauna to get out, and his coach was holding the door.
Oh god,
Like, you need 5 more minutes.
Oh
and
my
the guy is kicking the door like, don't bang. And he's like, yeah, I'm never doing that. I don't ever want to feel like that.
That's so crazy.
Yeah,
So many
it's
guys
too much.
black out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen people passing out and stuff. Yeah.
Brian Ortega was just in an interview talking about that. He essentially almost what? How did he describe it? It was like 30 minutes where he was like in real trouble for his last weight cut. Yeah, he's like, he just got really wrecked. People have blacked out before.
Who was the lady that fell off the stage? Fell off the scales, wasn't it? She stepped back off the scales and then her legs just went.
Oh, I don't remember. 30-minute coma.
Oh, sugar.
Due to his weight cut for Aljamain Sterling. Holy shit.
But he keeps, yeah. It's too much for him. I don't know why. Why doesn't he just go up?
Well, that's the problem, is the guys at 55 are jacked. I think he dialed in his diet, though. He looks a lot thinner now.
Yeah.
Like he showed, pull up some of those photos he's got on his Instagram. He's been taking photos lately. Like he realized like he can never do that again. So he's lost a lot of body fat.
That's good. That's good.
So
I think sometimes that it is the discipline of it as well.
Yeah, look at him now.
Yeah.
Look at him now.
Yeah,
way leaner. Big difference. That's where
he hasn't been like that in ages.
Yeah. That's where he needs to be.
100%.
You know, likes to live that good life.
Same. Even when you said about like having like random weight checks, it made me consider certain burgers.
Yeah, they would have to give you an out-of-shape clause.
No,
you know, like give you like 10, 15 pounds in between fights.
Yeah.
But then once you start training, they should be able to randomly show up during those 6 weeks and go, all right, Michael, get on the scale.
Yeah.
174. Okay, good to go. Good to go. We're inside of 6 pounds. Because what you actually cut, what you're saying at 85 is perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't like to be.
5 pounds is just a good sauna session.
Yeah.
It's not that much. You're not losing a ton of weight. You're not killing yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe you ride the bike for a half hour. What do you do?
I literally do a 30-minute jog. It's like really low with a sauna suit on. Straight away, I take that off, go straight into the sauna. 15 minutes, then wrap. 15 minutes, then wrap, and I'm done.
See, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's actually probably therapeutic.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's not bad for you at all. That's probably actually very good for you because you're giving your body all this recovery from the sauna and you're getting a nice little cardiovascular workout, but nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy at all.
You're giving yourself a lot of heat shock proteins. Yeah. You're not killing yourself.
Yeah.
But there's guys, man, I've seen them.
Yeah,
and they look like, okay, here's the worst one. The worst one. Other than Travis. Travis was the worst because I watched him shuffle backstage. But the visuals is TJ Dillashaw when he went down to flyweight. He fought Henry Cejudo at flyweight, and he looked like a dead man.
Yes, I remember this.
He looked like a hostage that had just gotten released and had not been
just fed for ages. He
looked fucking
because he gets quite jacked as well.
Yeah, he fucked up. He fucked up. Look at what he looked like on the left. That's crazy. Yeah. That picture right there.
He's quite big there.
Right, but that picture,
picture.
That picture is fucking crazy. That's a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a guy. Look at what he looks like now. Yeah, well, now he's fucking tank. Now he's a tank. That's the one on the right is not fair because that's how
he's finished now.
He's
but
$165 now. He's fucking jacked.
He's massive.
But he was, here's another guy that doesn't get the credit that he deserves. When he fought Renan Barão,
I love this style.
Pure flow.
It's
pure flow.
But it's the level changes of up and you don't know where he's attacking. It's not linear. It's not just I'm going here or I'm going here.
Switching stances constantly.
Angles.
Yeah.
I used to love watching his style.
Have you ever talked to Ludwig?
No.
Oh, you should meet Dwayne Bang Ludwig.
Okay.
And talk to him because Dwayne is the one who coached him in that style.
Okay.
Dwayne, who was an elite kickboxer himself and fought in the UFC, at one point in time had the fastest ever knockout in the UFC. I think it was a 5 or 6 second knockout in the UFC. It was one of the fastest ever. Just step back, one right hand plan. But Dwayne was a beast. But maybe even better than he is as a fighter, he is as a coach.
Oh, wow.
And he doesn't have that style. This is what's crazy. He devised that style. So this is Dwayne. Watch this. There it is.
Nice.
So they call it 6 seconds. I don't even think it was 6.
I know.
I don't even think it was 6. But the point is, Dwayne's style, like he learned from Bas Rutten, and it's like Dutch kickboxing style.
Yeah.
But he realized, like, Dwayne is like this consummate studier of fighting, and he realized that the best way to fight is to overwhelm them with possibilities and options, but have a whole system of how to do that. So his system is all about switching stances and combinations while you're switching and turning and moving, but he's got it mapped out.
Nice.
The dude came over to my place with like a binder.
Oh.
Like this thick binder of full-on egghead with this shit. And TJ and him just locked up. And the fruits of that labor was the Renan Barão fight. Go to that fight, Jamie. So, because I feel like this was one of the finest championship performances at the time. I thought it was the best I had ever seen of a guy who was an underdog going into a fight. Renan Barão at that time, a lot of people thought was the pound for pound best. It was him and Jose Aldo. They were talking about those two guys together, and TJ just went in there and worked him. I mean, it was like a sparring match. He went in there super loose and just moving around and started cracking them.
It's a fun watch though.
Just get me in there. So, but this is like Renan Barão was the boogeyman. Everybody was scared of this dude. He was so fucking
look how
good.
Look how he starts.
Ooh, stepping in with an uppercut. Just movement. Constant movement, overwhelming you. And look, always on the tips of his toes, moving around. He didn't back up at all and never gave Renan Barão the chance to get some momentum going. And at the end, when he eventually stopped him, I mean, it was just a fucking ruthless combination when he took him out of there. But, like, if you knew how difficult it is to beat, look at that right hand right off the bat in the first round. At this point, Renan Barão's like, oh, no.
I'm in problems.
Yeah, because nobody had thought that TJ was going to be capable of doing this. TJ, was a really good up-and-coming fighter, a really good contender, but this was his finest performance, and it was in a world championship fight against a guy that everybody thought was the man. TJ just beat that ass. And if you go like further, see if you can go to the actual stoppage, Jamie. It's like further in the fight. When he, like at this point in time, TJ's just styling on him. Just standing right in front of him and popping him. Look at that.
John.
Not getting hit, staying right in range, dropping down.
Head movement.
Oh, look at that head kick.
Beautiful.
Oh, my goodness.
Beautiful.
Look at this guy. I mean, and it's artistic. It's fucking beautiful, man.
I
it's
love
a
it.
beautiful stoppage. Like, one of the best championship-winning performances in the history of the sport.
Easy.
In the history of the sport.
Beautiful.
Whoa, but that dude, unfortunately, had two bum shoulders.
Oh, so is that what it was?
Yeah, forever. He had, even when he won the title, his shoulders were fucked. He had torn supraspinatus in both of his shoulders.
I've done one on this side.
It got to the point where he never got it fixed. So it got to the point where they're just popping out. So by the time he fought Aljamain Sterling,
he's just like,
he told the referee in the locker room, my shoulder's going to go out of socket.
I heard about that. That's crazy to go in there knowing that that's...
So now he had to retire, and he had multiple operations on his shoulder, and he can't even reach over his head. He gets his arm that far. Like, that's how fucked he is.
3 months ago, he's got to get another one.
Oh, yeah, you can see, jeez.
Oh, my God. Get another surgery. They're going to cut off the head of my humerus and turn the head into a plastic plunger.
That sounds like a bit too much. I hate when there's surgery for anything.
He has the worst shoulder injuries I've ever seen. I know there's been a lot. Like,
was that from before?
It was from wrestling.
Oh, it's from wrestling.
I think it's just from having torn shoulders and just trying to rehab them and not getting them surgically fixed.
Okay.
Like, if you can have some things loose in there and strengthen everything else up and kind of be functional, but not if you're going to be a world championship fighter.
Fair.
And the problem with a lot of those things is once it tears and pulls back, you can't get it back in place. So then you have really complicated surgeries where they have to take a piece of your hamstring and stick it up there or some other part of your body and reconstruct what was supposed to be there. And then you have to slowly build range of motion into it. Like, he got to the point where he was too tough for the injuries that he had, where he should have probably got them fixed immediately. And maybe he could have prolonged his career.
It sounds like he went back in terms of getting back into training a bit too quickly. Because I feel like the rehab can work. I know obviously there's certain things you're going to need surgery for, but there's a lot of my stuff I've managed to bring it back. And even
I don't think he had surgery until after he was done fighting.
Oh, so he didn't even have surgery?
No, he had surgery on one of his knees because he blew his knee out in the Sandhagen fight. Or I should say Sandhagen after talking with Sandhagen about what happens in that 50-50 position, Sandhagen blew his knee out.
Oh, okay.
So he put him in a position where if TJ didn't give in, he was going to get his knee fucked up, and he chose to get his knee fucked up. But that was Corey putting him in that position. So he had to get an ACL reconstruction. But I don't think he got the shoulder surgeries until after he was done fighting. He might have gotten one and then tried to fight again.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, his shoulders were fucked, man. They were really fucked.
But that doesn't look fixed.
Well,
like, for you to be having to...
No. It doesn't look fixed. But I think that's all they could do with it. I think it was
that bad.
I think it was that bad.
I'm looking at an article from right after that fight. It says his third shoulder surgery since 2019.
Okay, so that's when he started getting them. And when was that fight? When was the last fight that he had? That was like 2023?
The Aljo fight, I think, is 22.
Oh.
UFC 280.
Is it 2022?
That's when this article.
Okay, so he had those shoulder surgeries, and then I know he's had a ton since. And since, like you look on his Instagram page, it's like every few months it's him in a sling. Well,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know guys that are like surgery, and it never seems to. I've never, unless I'm forced to, I don't ever really go down the surgery route. I always try and figure it out a different way. Like I've had, weird enough, it was both my shoulders. One was supraspinatus, the other one was rotator cuff, and kind of like some lat injury as well. But just slowly, to the point where I couldn't do a push-up. When in my last couple of, was it Bellator fights? Yeah, my last few Bellator fights, I couldn't do a push-up. I could still hit in certain angles. So certain angles I was fine, but I had no strength in that direction.
While you were fighting?
While I was fighting, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So literally trying to get that, my arms would just start shaking. I couldn't.
Why didn't you do something about that?
I was doing like rehab. I was like, as long as I can hit you, I'm fine. Like,
that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Going into a fight with that kind of a major handicap.
I've had worse, but
what's the worst?
I don't want to say it as an excuse. So, but the day before my Ian Gary fight, I couldn't stand on my left foot.
Why not?
I up till today I don't understand it. I had the UFC PI working everything. They did shock therapy, they did acupuncture, they were doing everything, and I had a if you see the fight, I literally had ankle supports on. They said you're allowed the ankle supports, you can't really have it taped, but I had it taped under the ankle support. But obviously, if I couldn't just do one ankle,
so I had to do both of them.
So I had to do both of them. And just the day before the fight, I'm not sure if I did anything when I was cutting weight, like twinged it or something, but I don't remember anything distinct happening. But couldn't walk on my foot.
So it was your ankle? You twisted your ankle?
It was my ankle or something, and they were working on it. Literally, I was in.
And you don't have a single instance where it went?
I don't remember anything.
All of a sudden, it just hurt.
Going. It just started. It hurt the night before.
Woke up?
It hurt the night before. So on the way-in, it hurt. And I was walking around and I was like, it's hurt, but it didn't feel like anything drastic. And overnight, it just got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Probably exaggerated by the weight cut, right?
Maybe, yeah. And then and literally the next day, in the morning, we had to go to the PI. My coach was like, bro, if you can't bounce here now, I'm gonna have to pull you fight. I was like, there's no way I can get proof in this fight. It's not happening. I was like, it's not happening.
Wow.
And I went out there and he's like, I'm bouncing. I'm trying to adjust myself and bounce. And he had it. They did the tape that he was gonna use for the fight, and he said he'll come in and do it again just before the fight. And yeah, I was just like adjusting. And I obviously had
still had a great performance.
Yeah, I had my guy, my videographer, Kishan. He filmed. We're doing a documentary, so he's filmed all of it as well. I was kind of like, I'll wait till it comes out as known, but not even to say as an excuse, because I was able to adrenaline. Just I'm in it now and fight. But there were certain things I was being cautious of and not wanting to do. But yeah, it was just irritating. But that's probably the worst in terms of how close to the fight it was, because it's the day before. But I've had injuries in the build-up, and I'm like, as long as I can throw a punch and throw a kick, make it happen.
That's the thing that people don't understand when they watch fights. Like sometimes guys, this is one of the things about the rematch this weekend, Ankalaev versus Pereira, is that Pereira supposedly had a fucked up left hand, and rotavirus
Yeah,
before the last fight.
I believe it. He looked off.
He looked off.
He definitely didn't look himself.
But Ankalaev looked really good.
100%. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to take anything away from
but
Ankalaev.
when someone looks off, I'm always like, it's like Roy Jones.
Yeah.
Like people go, Roy Jones didn't fight anybody. No. Roy Jones fought everybody, but he made them look like they were nobody because they were fighting Roy Jones.
Exactly.
It's like, so is that what's going on? Like, is Ankalaev that good? And so we don't know. So we got to see him fight again.
I'd only say no just because towards the 5th round, it looked like Pereira could do some stuff. Like, it's like, okay, you're actually now landing that calf kick a bit more now. You actually starting to do. It's like, why did you start like that?
He didn't have the gas.
Yeah, so
if you've got rotavirus, your gas is very low, and your energy level feels very low.
So he's trying to be he's conserving energy, and so this what makes this fight so much more interesting, because hopefully he's had the camp he is. Ankalaev hopefully comes in looking exactly the same way he did that last fight.
Yeah, or better.
He's
going to be better because he's going to be the champion. I think there's a thing that happens, and Daniel Cormier has expressed this too. It's like a 30% bump when you become the champion. You got 30. You know, like when you were talking about when you won that tournament. You were
just
better.
Boom.
I think there's that when you get the championship. Hopefully, you're going to get to experience that.
Yes.
You'll get to experience that bump. But this is, I feel like that's just we're going to have to see, and it's a very intriguing one.
Yeah.
Because Pereira, if he hurt his left hand, that's the doom punch.
Exactly.
That left hook is that's
massive.
That's the one. That's the one. If you look at his highlight reel, there's so many left hooks.
When he catches people with that, even when he grazed like Jamal Hill, it was I still don't get it now. He grazed him.
He's got a hell of a punch on him, man.
And he put him out.
Punch. The Yuri Prohaska one at the end of the first round. And then he head kicks him in the beginning of the second. Yeah, he's got ferocious power.
That head kick was fast.
Yeah.
I think it was fast as well.
Boy, I hope he's healthy. But I heard he's super heavy coming into this week.
Oh, is it?
I heard he's like 230 going into this week. Yeah. For him,
I guess he's got a lot to cut.
Yeah. Some guys can do it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they're
doing. I guess if he was able to get to middleweight.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But also sometimes it makes you lazier as well. Like, I can do that. And then you get close to the time and shit, it's a bit of work now.
Well, he has talked about moving up.
Again.
And so has Ankalaev.
Oh, yeah, actually he has,
Ankalaev just said that recently, that he wants to defend the title a couple of times, then move up to heavyweight.
I think it's a bit too small.
Maybe, but if he puts size on and he gives himself enough time, he's got the skill set, and Aspinall's going to need some fucking challengers.
But then fair.
Right?
Fair.
Unless Cyril Gane beats him, right?
Yeah, but then does he need, I always say, like, the time that John Jones took up to get to heavyweight, does he need that kind of time? Because it takes a while to put on size like that. Naturally, it takes ages.
Now when you're over in Russia.
There. Enough said.
Real difficult to get those fucking drug testing guys on a plane. And if they do, everybody knows when they're landing.
Fair.
Good luck
fair.
Going into the bathroom while those guys pee.
Yeah.
You'll accept a glass of urine. I will hand it to Vitali. He handles it to you. This is clean urine. I'm not accusing him of doing that, but I know that, for sure. Listen, there was always like the joke about guys going over to Thailand. Like, why are they going over to Thailand to train? It was good training, and also really hard to get those USADA guys on a flight.
I know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation about
that kind of stuff. Like, I just don't care enough, because again, it's like I said, I don't really have like a schedule for anything, even when even the good stuff, like the things you're supposed to be doing. I'm just like, I'll do it.
So you're not like a supplement guy or
at all. I don't take protein shakes.
No, nothing. That's crazy.
No. Never. Never been into it.
Multivitamins?
Vitamins, but again, I just forget to take them. Like, I'm seriously ADHD mind. I'm just like.
You should have someone who makes like a little packet for you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get my wife to do it soon, because she's very into that. She's very into her fitness and stuff. She's a Pilates instructor. She's got her own Pilates app and stuff.
No, it's my name.
She smartly.
Legal name.
Well, I don't even know if she even intended it that way, but she kind of blew up over COVID because she set up her app at that time, and now everyone's at home.
Oh, perfect.
You know what I mean? It's just perfect timing, and she just blew up. Her app's called Cloud9 Collective, and she does Pilates for women. But have you ever done Pilates yourself?
Yes, I have.
bro, I did a video with her and she got her to train some MMA.
Right.
And then she's like, okay, you can't do Pilates. She killed me.
It's a lot more difficult than I thought.
It's
I really
so
do
much,
because
but
I
I
can
didn't
stream
know.
out here. I stream out
Yeah,
like 24 hours
inside
a day,
your leg,
7
But that's what's actually helped with a lot of my
365 days a
the
year.
rehab side, because
Mm.
it's those
No,
muscles that
you're
we
not
bypass. We go to the big muscles. Yeah, we want to
Right.
work these muscles.
Yeah, I
And it's all
know.
those little ones that are not getting worked, and those are the ones that are injured.
Stabilizers.
You tell
Stabilizers.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that
I'm
it
busy
was
trying to instill life.
a man, I forget his first name, but called something Pilates, who started it for men in war to help
Oh,
recover
okay, you know.
guys in war to get them back out
All right,
to
terrestrial.
war.
Follow me.
But it's become such a female-led sport.
Well, that goes to speak
except
about what I was talking about with the
flower.
Russians and being technical. You
Yeah.
know who was really into Pilates? Kovalev.
Follow me on
Remember when
Peloton.
Kovalev was the light heavyweight champion?
Yeah.
The crusher?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
fucking everybody up.
Yeah.
He was big into
Big in
Pilates.
Pilates.
He was doing Pilates all the time. And everybody's like, wait
Did you
a minute,
follow
what?
me?
That guy?
The strength from you can get from anywhere, because like I said, those smaller muscles that help facilitate the bigger muscles.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
It's the same people that like look down on yoga. Like, bitch, go
Yeah.
to a 90-minute hot yoga class. Go do
Okay,
that.
I did that. Yeah.
It's hard.
And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to a hot yoga. You know, I was more thinking just it's nice to kind of get the sweat going and
Yo.
stuff. I remember the lady, she's like, oh yeah,
What's
go
up?
to if you go to that side of the room, it's,
How are you,
it's quite
Sam?
hot. So you know, if you're new to it, just go to this side of the room. And I was like, this woman, whatever, man.
How's your day going?
Get over that
Let
hot
me go to that hot side. And she's like, oh, you know, if you ever feel faint at all, you don't have to continue. You can kind of just sit down. I'm just like, what's she
How
talking
are you,
about? It's
son?
not that hot in here,
Google me, lady.
bro.
He's a
I
Rabbi.
think like 3 moves later,
Sponsored by
I slowly
cryptocurrency.
just like moved the mat. Like I didn't want to go too far. I didn't want to, but I moved from the hot side of the room to like the middle-ish, closer to that side. And then there was one move I was just stretching, and like I literally just got lightheaded. I was like, shit, this is real.
It's real.
It's real.
You see all those little old ladies in there, and you think, oh, this
Yeah,
is easy.
yeah.
It's difficult.
God, my wife is strong as hell, and I'm just like, yes, it has to be from that. Like and then when I do the session, I did a session with her this morning because she does some great sessions. Like when I do sessions with her, like she kills it, and I have to say she's smart in how she's done it as well. Because actually something I didn't know, because she's on her app, she's done a cycle syncing specifically for women.
100%.
I didn't realize that
dog.
women have obviously I knew
What do you
women
want me to do?
28-day cycle and men have a
Is it blessing?
24-day cycle. 24 hours, and they have 28 days. So there's specific times that they should be training us harder than they shouldn't be training, or they should be doing this and should be doing that,
Based on biometrics?
based on just them
Time of the cycle.
time of the cycle of the month. But again, in my head, I'm like, there's girls that are training our class, and they have to train and do everything that we do. But we forget that we're just doing it based on men can kind of just keep going.
Well, women should think about that when they're scheduling fights.
100%. That should be a thing. And like I said, she did it for Pilates. And I looked into it, and I was like, oh, this is like even down to ice baths, great for you. Not for women though.
Really?
Not all the time. But if you look into it, so there's specific times that's okay for them, but they shouldn't put their body under that kind of stress in the same way that we can.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So there's loads of when I started looking at something, there's loads of things that we forget
You
that a
need
lot of times it's
responsibility.
done from a male point of view.
Right.
Forgetting that